Debutant McIntosh guides Durham into slender lead. Durham will be the slightly happier of the two sides after day one at the Sayat Unique Riverside. Chris Rushworth's 7 for 44 held back the visitors, who mustered 283 from their first innings showing. Duplooy's unbeaten 122 the backbone, aided by a fine 90 from Anuj Dal. The hosts would resume on 2 for none after facing just 1 over late in the day. Derbyshire had encouragement early on though. England's Alex Lees out for 7 just 3 overs into the day, pinned in front by Ben Aitchison. There was only 16 on the board when Durham lost their second. Salisbury outcaught acrobatically by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Toby Petman, who then had his second. Scott Borthwick out for a runnable 13 when he left the Derbyshire seamer's delivery to clatter into his off stump. It was Connor's turn to pick up a wicket. Jones chased a wide one and Aitchison took a regulation catch in the slips. Durham in a spot of bother now at 38 for 4. But someone clearly forgot to tell David Beddingham they were struggling. He came to the middle with intent. A flurry of boundaries early in his innings took Durham beyond 50 and started to ease the concerns. He and Maddinson stopped the wobble, led the recovery and stuck in there all the way through to lunch, heading in with the score 87 for 4 and the deficit now below 200. With a single off Petman, Beddingham moved the 5th wicket partnership to 50 runs as Durham closed in on 100 after the break. He'd be the man to put 3 figures on the board, the edge streaking away for 4. But he'd be unable to go to his 50, 5 runs shy when Aitchison had him caught down the leg side. 1 brought 2, Maddinson going the same way. Another good bit of keeping from Guest to get across and pouch the catch. Durham 116 for 6. Travaskis and Rain tried to recover and took an attacking approach as they neared 150, the former driving Thompson for a flat 6 as he took 10 from the first 2 balls of his over. But the spinner responded and the Durham difficulties deepened. Travaskis deceived by the turn and bowled for 30. With Durham 7 down, Rain and McIntosh had a bit of a job on their hands, but coped well, putting together a 50 partnership to hold back the Derbyshire charge and tick the deficit down to double figures. Ben Rain took them to 200 with a single off the bowling of Thompson, with T not far away now, but he wouldn't make it there. A big hoik across the line to Thompson caught a top edge, and Madsen took the catch. The last of the action before tea, Durham headed into the break on 216 for 8, trailing now by just 67. McIntosh went to his 50 after the break, up to the mark of 97 balls, the perfect way to make your debut. That was the end of the road for him though, departing for 51 when Connors left his off stump lying on the ground. With the innings coming to its end, Rushworth resisted and bludgeoned Durham into the lead alongside McAllendon. They were now heading for 300, but were stopped 4 runs short when Rushworth nicked Thompson, and Madsen did well to cling onto the ball, bound for his face. That meant Durham enjoyed a lead of 13 runs, a slender one, but a lead all the same. McIntosh their top scorer on debut with his 51, batting at number 9. Derbyshire then lost Godalman early, out in the 5th over, and 8th in the match for Rushworth, who made short work of Connors. Outcaught by McIntosh for just 1, the day brought to a close with the fall of the wicket. Pivotal scalps late in the day for Durham then. Their lead had become a deficit, but Derbyshire were already 2 down, heading into the 3rd day at the Sayat Unique Riverside. The hosts will be the more confident of the two sides, especially with Chris Rushworth doing what he does best.
Well, Tom, a few catches behind the stumps and a half century. You must be really enjoying your debut.
Yeah, no, it's been a nice start to the game. Really proud moment today to get my first runs, and to top it off with a couple of catches at the end was really nice.
And digging Durham out of a spot of bother, I think the final 3 wickets were worth something like 154 runs. Yeah, no,
it was tough. You got to get credit to the bowling side. They bowled really well. But yeah, we just stuck at it, and it turned out to be a decent day in the end.
I think what started to turn things around was your partnership with Ben Rain, wasn't it? And that just started to get Durham going again after being 7 down. I think 141 runs adrift when Liam Travaskis was out and you and Ben Rain came together.
Yeah, it was a good partnership. Batting with Ben's really good. He's always talking to me, and when you're making your debut, there's not many better people to be batting with out there in the middle.
And when did you know you were going to make your debut? Because a few people were wondering if you would be featuring or not, but then we saw the team sheet on Monday morning and you were in the lineup.
It was the end of last week, so it was a nervous couple of days leading up to it. But yeah, no, just really excited now to get going.
And Stanley McAlinden making his debut as well, 2 academy lads together, 19 and 18 years, so still quite young, but a nice experience to share together.
Yeah, no, he's my housemate as well, so great moment for us to be batting out there in the middle today was great, and he's a fantastic player. He's got a great career ahead of him, no doubt.
What kind of tenant is he like then?
He's always positive and can be a bit messy around the dressing room, but no, he's a fantastic player, and yeah, no doubt he'll do well.
And working with his dad, I know how excited his dad's been about him making his debut this week as well, so a big week for the two of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he's a proud moment for us both, definitely.
And to have a lead as well, 13-run lead at the end of the day, you would have taken that midway through the afternoon, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Stand back really well there with Rushy at the end, and just to get, I think it was 15 or 16 ahead, which was brilliant. To get the 2 wickets at the end, it was a good day for us in the end.
Massive in the context of what's generally not a high-scoring game, a 51-run partnership for the 10th wicket. I mean, you would snap anybody's hand off if they said that was on the cards, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. No, he batted really well there, Rushy. Some brilliant shots, and Stan supported it really nicely.
And 2 catches for you at the end tonight as well?
Yeah, pretty easy those 2. But now some excellent bowling once again from Rushy to get those 2.
And tell us about your background. You grew up you were born in Spain, weren't you? So we've been asking this week if anybody knows of any other Durham players born in Spain. I don't think anybody's come up with any examples. Grew up in Edinburgh, been playing club cricket at the Grange and playing in the Cricket League in Scotland and whatnot?
Yeah, that's right. Mum's from Spain, so that's my side of the Spanish from there. But yeah, no, played up the Grange, and came down, was involved with the academy down here with John probably since 2018 onwards. But now I love going back to Edinburgh, and hopefully I get the chance to play for Grange again.
Yeah, and you've played for Scotland under 19s as well.
Yeah, I had a couple of tours with them, and hopefully that's an aspiration for the future as well, to play for them.
I mean, on the world stage, Scotland want to be part of things, don't they? But I know how proud they are of their cricket in Scotland, and certainly when they used to play in the Sunday League against the English teams, it meant quite a lot to the people of Scotland.
Yeah, no, it's, I think Scottish cricket's on the rise again. They had a brilliant World Cup in the winter, and had a good result last weekend, and yeah, no doubt the cricket there is on the rise.
And as far as this game's concerned, 2 days to go, it's finally in the balance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just turned into the last innings effort, really. So if we get a couple of wickets early tomorrow, then it puts us in an even better position to chase.
Cricket League in Scotland and whatnot?
Yeah, that's right. Mum's from Spain, so that's my side of the Spanish from there. But yeah, no, played up the Grange, and came down, was involved with the academy down here with John probably since 2018 onwards. But now I love going back to Edinburgh, and hopefully I get the chance to play for Grange again.
Yeah, and you've played for Scotland under 19s as well.
Yeah, I had a couple of tours with them, and hopefully that's an aspiration for the future as well, to play for them.
I mean, on the world stage, Scotland want to be part of things, don't they? But I know how proud they are of their cricket in Scotland, and certainly when they used to play in the Sunday League against the English teams, it meant quite a lot to the people of Scotland. Yeah,
no, it's, I think Scottish cricket's on the rise again. They had a brilliant World Cup in the winter, and had a good result last weekend, and yeah, no doubt the cricket there is on the rise.
And as far as this game's concerned, 2 days to go, it's finally in the balance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just turned into the last innings effort, really. So if we get a couple of wickets early tomorrow, then it puts us in an even better position to chase.
Tom McIntosh, who I had a chat with yesterday, so he's played for a lot of cricket in Scotland. Just looking through his profile, I mentioned born in Madrid. He's played for the Grange Cricket Club in Edinburgh in the League of Scotland. He's played for Scotland under 19s, Durham seconds last year. Come through Durham Academies, playing for Newcastle Cricket Club in the North East Premier League this year. Tynemouth a couple of years ago. Stanley McAlinden, there was a feature on Look North last night on BBC One, which is, I think his father Mark was interviewed. Mark's the Cumbria correspondent for Look North. Stanley is 18 years old. He's played for Cumbria under 14s and through their age groups then to Durham Academy. He was playing for the seconds last year. He's played for Chesley Street in the North East Premier League, Sacriston last year, South North 2 years ago, and Carlisle the year before that, and has come into this game 85 wickets for Durham 2s in their championship format cricket. He took 2 wickets in 2 balls at the end of the Derbyshire innings yesterday, but they were across different overs. So he got one with the last ball of the 91st over when he got Connors, bowled him for 2, and then Petman was caught by David Bedingham in the slips for a duck. So first baller for him. 3 first ballers in the innings as well. I think that was nearly that might have been a Derbyshire record actually. Cartwright was also a first baller earlier, bowled by Chris Rushworth. So Stanley McAlinden, when he next has the ball in his hand, is on a hat-trick and could repeat what Chris Rushworth did down at Hampshire in 2015. And I was mentioning in the commentary yesterday, we had no idea at the time Rushworth had got a hat-trick. His dad Joe was down there and came in to see us and said, I think Chris has got a hat-trick. And the reason being was he got a wicket with the final ball of his 21st over. That was James Tomlinson LBW, and then bowled Gareth Berg with the first ball of his next over, the 22nd over, and that ended Hampshire's innings. But when we were looking on the electronic scorecard to see which deliveries, which balls of each over those wickets had come on, the scorecard suggested one of them happened halfway through an over and the other had happened 2 balls in. So to me, he'd got 3 quick wickets, but they weren't a hat-trick. And then somebody looked at the scorecard after that innings finished and realised it wasn't right and corrected it. So it wasn't until we looked back later, when he'd got Michael Carberry, start of the Hampshire's second innings, that we realised it was a hat-trick. And an unusual one to do it across 3 overs and 2 innings. And he was the first player to do it in England since Tony Locke for Leicestershire against Hampshire in Portsmouth in 1967. So Rushworth twice on hat-tricks for Durham in that Derbyshire first innings, but not quite getting over the line. And now Stanley McAlinden is in a similar position and might be able to do it perhaps in the Derbyshire second innings. We shall see. Martin Emerson then with you here from BBC Radio Newcastle. We've got the window open and it's a chilly breeze coming through the window today. It's quite a hot sunshine when I got here, but there is a fairly cooling northwesterly breeze and it's angling in right through our window, so it feels like we've got the aircon on when we haven't got the aircon on today. So I've got my jumper on, Dave's got his hoodie on, and I might be putting my body warmer on it.
Freezing.
I might be putting my body warmer on in a minute.
We've got no internet.
Well, I've managed to get on using a dongle, but yeah, there's been internet problems today as well. So anyway, we're ready to rock and roll more or less. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter or at Fletch Sport on Twitter, and it's weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk on email, or it's fletchcricket@gmail.co.uk.
.com, but that's very good. Very good. Yeah. .com. I don't know why.
Had an email when I sat down today and turned the computer on. There was already an email from Mervyn Hardy. He says, good morning, Martin. Regarding the 6 that nearly wasn't yesterday, I saw the ball pitch a good yard over the boundary. I saw the umpire Ian Blackwell signal a 4. I shouted and gave a 6 signal, at which the umpire gave a 6. And he says, it seemed odd to me that the 2 Derbyshire players converging didn't notice that it was a 6, especially given they were just a few yards away. I think probably half the time the bowlers, the fielders who are going to get the ball, are not looking back to see what the umpire's signalling, are they? The umpire's behind them, so they probably weren't aware.
There was an incident down here below us. You'd nipped off for something, and one of the Durham fielders touched the ball while he was touching the rope, and it was 2, and you just get on with it, don't you? No 4 was signalled. In fact, he threw the ball to a teammate who'd already given up, and he turned his back on him and nearly hit him on the head, which was very, very amusing. But in the grand scheme of things, it makes little difference, does it?
Ian Blackwell did signal a 6 in the end.
Yes, he did.
As we said in our commentary, we can't see the rope with that far into the ground.
No, I couldn't see the ball, let alone the rope. Blimey. Right, I've managed to get myself some internet, so we're all right.
Well done.
I just remembered your password from before. No, I didn't. I'm doing it on my own phone.
Oh, I wouldn't go on that website anymore. So then, who's the new batsman joining Reese out in the middle?
Good guess, I would imagine.
Yes it is. Oh, I've done what I always do, and I forgot to get my binoculars out first thing in the morning.
Go on, go and get your binoculars if you can find them without your binoculars. So yeah, Brooke Guest is the new batsman. He'll face well, there are 2 deliveries left of this over, plus 96 in the rest of the day. Will this game get to day 4? That is the question. It's going to rely on Derbyshire batting until post tea, I fancy. My effects microphone seems to have a life of its own out there. It keeps moving in the breeze. Here's Rushworth from the Lumley end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who's beaten outside the off stump.
There's only 2 balls in this over, remember?
Yes, well that's good, because I can do this over and then go. It's been lovely working with you.
And what did last night entail then?
I just had 1 pint.
One pint? And how many
pint.
kebabs?
I didn't have any kebabs. I had some kebab meat and a pizza. Sat down to watch the women's football. Fell asleep. Here's Rushworth. Nothing to do with the football. I was just absolutely exhausted. Rushworth bowls and Guest gets bat on ball. Turns it into the leg side. And that's the end of the over. Jones does the fielding. And a wicket maiden for Chris Rushworth. 5 overs, 2 maidens. 2 for 10 his figures now. Absolutely bizarre.
Over 2 days.
Absolutely bizarre, but yeah.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and I just felt so tired this morning. And I just feel like my brain won't work today. I felt I was fine last night. I didn't feel tired at all. But
your brain was working yesterday, was it?
Well, not really. Never works. Anyway, the discussion I've had with the scorer this morning was...
has the ball been changed overnight?
No, but Ian Blackwell, when he came off, said 8 overs.
Oh, yeah.
And then the game started, and then the scorers did some sums and said, hang on, should it not be 9? And messaged him and said, we think it's 9, so they changed it from 8 to 9.
So that's why it was changed. Yeah. Okay, well, there was some confusion, wasn't there?
Yeah.
But we got there in the end, didn't we?
Well, we only guessed about 4 different numbers, didn't we? So Ben Rain opened the bowling last night, but it's Matt Salisbury who's going to open today. Oh, sorry. He's on another microphone now. Salisbury and right arm over, bowling here to Rees. This is defended. Rees on 8 from 25 deliveries. Anyway, Mervyn questions the integrity of some players these days. And mentions a number of incidents that he's witnessed as a Durham supporter over the years. But in comes the bowler, and that's gone through to the keeper. There's been questions asked about how many times Billy Godleman has been got out by Chris Rushworth. Now, I think the record for Rushworth is Darryl Mitchell, the former Worcestershire player. He got him 11 times. There's a number of players he got 10 times. Here comes Salisbury again, that's left alone. Well, actually, this is from William, the Durham scorer. He said he was asked about how many times Rushworth had got Godleman out, and it was thought maybe at least 5 occasions. He said, I've done a recce, and I reckon Rushworth has got Godleman out on 8 occasions going back to 2010, which makes him second, just behind Mitchell on 9, he says. I thought Mitchell was 11. As Salisbury comes in again, that's gone through to the keeper. There were a number of players. Sam Robson was one of them. Here he'd got 8 times. Salisbury comes in and bowls. Played back towards him. It just misses the stumps at the bowler's end and runs down towards us. Rushworth's chasing after it. And slides in. Ooh, and he's dragged it over the rope for 4. Bit of topspin on the ball there. Are you done then, Gadji?
Yes, I've got
You can
my
hear
news
it,
on.
okay.
Yeah, I can hear it even louder now. That's one of those where poor old Chris Rushworth probably wished he hadn't have bothered putting in the dive, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Because the only thing you can do there is hurt yourself, really, but he looks okay, which is good. Double figure lead now.
Autumn top bus job.
Yeah, I thought so.
Salisbury in. Oh, he's not offered a shot and he's absolutely plumb. What on earth was he thinking of there? It's just what Scott Borthwick did yesterday. Reese has gone for 12. That's just awful to see. Where did he think the ball was going there?
No idea.
It's pitched right on middle. Pulled his bat away and it's hit both pads. It's like when Obi-Wan Kenobi lifts his lightsaber away and allows Darth Vader to William.
You've got the wrong commentator.
I'm trying to think of who the characters were in Star Wars.
You're looking for Kevin Hand.
I know. I thought even you must have seen Star Wars in 1977. No.
Never seen Star Wars. Not interested. Not interested at all. 10 the lead. 23 for 3. Start the car. I've left my clothes in the hotel, but I can nip round.
Oh,
for
here
them.
we go.
Yeah.
Yes, it's sunny here, but we've got a little bit of a cooling breeze from the northwest. But either way, the players will probably be quite happy with that because it's been a rather hot match so far. And there's already been a wicket this morning as well. Just seen the departure of Lewis Rees, the Derbyshire opener. He was on 12 when he left a ball from Matt Salisbury and it thudded into his pad, so he's gone LBW. So Derbyshire at the moment are 23 for 3 and the lead is just 10. 2 wickets falling last night. Godalman going for 9 and Connors for 1, both caught by Tom McIntosh off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Bob Dylan's touring. Nearest he's coming, he's going to Hull and back. 5 gigs.
So many years ago at Manchester Apollo.
Was it you who shouted at him from the audience when he got the electric guitar out?
That was before my time.
Was that at the Isle of Wight Festival?
I don't know, but that was in the late 60s, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah. I saw him early 80s. Chris Rushworth. Wayne Madson's the new batsman, but it's Brooke Guest on strike, and he pushes the first delivery that he faces of this over out into the offside. It's fielded by Liam Travaskis, and there's no run. Yeah, I can remember he came on with a big hat, but that's about as much as I can remember of the gig, really. Very big hat on. 10-gallon, I would imagine. Must have been at least. But other than
How
that,
did they measure the gallonage of the hat? How much beer you can get in
I
it?
don't know how you measure a 10-gallon hat and why it's called a 10-gallon hat. There must be a very good reason. Rushworth in again and bowls to Guest, who guides this one to backward point, where it's comfortably fielded by Nick Maddinson, and there's no run. Yeah, 10-gallon hat. Well, they're mainly Texan. I think they're Texan, aren't they? 10-gallon hats. 23 for 3. Haven't been 19 for 2 overnight.
We stayed with a family in California a few years ago. I mentioned it the other day, but
Guest waits as Rushworth bowls. Jimmy leaves this one alone on length, and it bounces through to the keeper.
these hats are quite expensive, and some of them are heirlooms. And a couple who we'd stayed with a year or so later got in touch and wondered if I wanted this 10-gallon hat left to me in this person's will.
I think you look good at a 10-gallon hat.
You reckon?
Yeah. On top of a 5-gallon body.
Yeah. I could sleep in one.
Yes. Put it in the field at the back. Then comes Rushworth and bowls. It'd be like one of those, what they're called, yurts. Is it a yurt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Defended by Brooke Guest, that one up towards mid-off. Ben Rain with the fielding.
Rushworth did get Daryl Mitchell 9 times. I've just gone through the scorecards there. So He's got Billy Godalming 8 times.
Has he?
Yes.
Well, he's got 2.
So Godalman's up there with the likes of Sam Robson, and
He's got 2 more goes this season. Assuming both stay fit and keep their places in the side. That's left alone. A very late decision by Brooke Guest to leave that one alone. Nick says we've seen some brainless batting in the last couple of weeks, but that's a new low. Time to rethink our red ball openers. When we're without Masood, we can't keep being 2 or 3 down for 30 runs if we want to win games of cricket. Interestingly, talking about the openers, Shah Masood's had a terrific season, and it was in the first 8 matches or something, Billy Godalming had batted with Brooke Guest, who's the number 3 batsman, twice. In comes Rushworth and bowls, and he's beaten by that one. There's a big appeal for a caught behind. Rushworth doesn't join in, so it might have flicked a pad or something like that, because they certainly heard something in the slip cordon, and wicket-keeper McIntosh, that's another maiden over, incidentally, for Chris Rushworth. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10 now. But he didn't join in with the appeal, which is often a bit of a giveaway. But it was very, very close. And the Derbyshire batsmen are getting a bit of an examination here in the early stages. Last night I spoke to Alex Thompson at the close of play, and he was saying how important, I mean, it's obviously true, you can see it with your own eyes, but how important the new ball is going to be. It has been all season, because after 15, 20 overs, the ball stops being a ball, really. And
becomes a piece of plastic.
Yes, it's just hopeless. Becomes a tangerine. So they've got to see off the first half an hour here, but they haven't done a particularly good job of it so far.
Salisbury in, and that goes off towards point. Jones with a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end, misses the target from that point area.
That was quite a swift run, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear the wind blowing.
Yeah. It's weird, because the flags on the clubhouse roof are pointing towards us from the northwest, but the flags at the far end of the ground are also pointing to us, and they're so going.
They'll be from the north,
From the north, yeah. So
yeah.
Salisbury in, and this is turned away to mid-wicket, no run there.
Not many clouds in the sky, to be fair. And certainly no rain in the forecast, sadly, to help Derbyshire here. And they're in a spot of bother at 24 for 3. A real spot of bother.
24 for 3. Salisbury right hand in bowls from the Finkel end, our end of the ground. We're looking right down the middle of the wicket here. That's played up to mid-on, no run there, collected by Stanley McAlinden.
Pitch. Yeah. We've got a great view. Just the right height. That's interesting. For some reason, connection to Microsoft has been restored. I have no idea what's going on with this computer.
Yeah, it does that to me as well.
Yeah, remarkable.
Salisbury bowls. Played back to him along the floor. I've just freeze-framed the Reese LBW.
He was out, was he?
Well, you can, on show is all of the off stump, and it's
bizarre.
Hitting his knee roll around about middle and off.
Absolutely bizarre. Why would you leave it?
I mean, it's just a straight forward. It doesn't nip back or anything. It's a perfectly normal straight length ball.
Yeah. Misjudgment.
Yeah. Salisbury bowls, and this is played up towards wide mid on to McAlinden for 1 run, and Guest is off the mark. Brings Madsen on strike. There's 1 ball left of the over.
We have seen a lot of ordinary dismissals in this game,
Well, have
haven't
we
we?
not?
Dear, oh, both sides.
Borthwick yesterday.
Both sides, yeah. Seen some very strange dismissals.
Well, there was Borthwick leaving 1 yesterday and getting bowled. There was Jones chasing 1 which was nearly at point and getting caught down in the slip cordon. 2 leg side strangles, Beddingham and Maddinson. Travaskis. In comes the bowler. This is played back to him along the floor by Madsen. End of the over then, so 2 singles from it, and the score's 25 for 3. Travaskis had hit a 4 and a 6 and then tried to launch Thompson out the ground again and got bowled off stump. What were the Derbyshire
Well,
ones?
I'm just looking at them, and 3 of them were out first ball.
Yeah.
Which is never a good thing. One more, and it equals the club record in a match. That already equals the record in an innings. I don't think Billy Godleman had to play at the ball in the first innings when he was caught by the wicket-keeper off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. Reese has been out twice, leg before wicket now. In this game, I can't honestly remember the first one. Here's Rushworth bowling to Brooke Guest, who gets up on his toes and pushes this out into the offside. There's no run. Mickey Arthur and Ajmal Shahzad are doing a lap. This time they are going the right way, right out of the pavilion for runs, left for wickets. He's got one of those dog sticks with him as Mickey Arthur. I don't know whether he's going to throw it.
Is it a chew stick?
So he's going to throw it at somebody, the ball, once if he gets irritated. But there is a ball in the little cup.
Yeah.
It looks like a red tennis ball to me. There's Rushworth again. Ian and Balls hasn't had a run scored off him so far this morning, and there isn't one there either, as that's allowed to go through by Brooke Guest.
Those dog throwing things, they are quick. Absolutely terrifies my daughters when I use one of them.
We shouldn't make them fetch the ball.
No.
Fetch!
It hurts their mouths as well.
All that slobber. He's just had a look round there, Mickey Arthur. He's got no idea that we're here. Got his shorts on. There comes Rushworth again, bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes this out into the offside. Good technique from Brooke Guest, who's had a pretty good season, but in recent weeks, I mean, he's got 150 in the T20 and not too many other scores, and in recent times in the red ball game, he's just started to dip a little bit. It'd be the perfect opportunity to score a few runs. Boy, do his team need them. Rushworth in again. 25 for 3. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Good leave. Probably 6 to 8 inches outside the off stump, so he was in no real danger. I'm not having huge success on the internet here.
There isn't any today, I don't think.
I'm not having huge success through my
Dongle.
dongle. At the moment. As Rushworth is in again and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Again, there's no run.
You could. Haven't you got a work iPhone there?
No. It's my own.
Alright. You could use that as to set up a sort of.
Yeah, well, I'm using my actual phone.
Right.
But
Where's the dongle? Is it that white thing?
that's the phone. That's it. I just use my phone as a hotspot.
Alright.
They are both mine. In comes Rushworth. That's a shorter delivery that bounces quite a long way through to the keeper. And there's no run. It's another maiden for Chris Rushworth. His third of the morning, plus the 2 deliveries he bowled at the end of the first over, or the over from last night. 7 overs, 4 maidens. 2 for 10, his figures now. Decent.
Paul Wilson says, hello Marty and the band of merry men, or merry man.
There's nothing merry about me.
I just left that pause there so you get that in. Greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costa del Hartlepool. I'm still testing positive for COVID, but enjoying the weather and the excellent commentary. Excellent batting from the Durham tailenders yesterday to set up an interesting day's cricket today. Salisbury from the Finkel end, right arm over, and that's up in the air. Doesn't quite carry to Jones at point. I'm not sure he actually saw it, to be honest with you. Just dipped on him at the last second and seemed to go through his hands. I think that was a drop or not. I'm not sure that
No,
carried.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Might have been. No, I don't think so.
Just lost sight of the ball because Travaskis was just blocking the angle as it was approaching point. 3 slips in place for Salisbury as he bowls here, and Madsen plays his safely up to McAlinden at mid-on. There's actually, Dave, the first official punters in that new temporary stand, because it's cordoned off about 2 steps up
But you can go in the front row.
So there's some people sitting in the front row. There's a guy with a blue and white hooped t-shirt on the bottom left and a bloke with a bright orange t-shirt middle on the right.
Making sure nobody sits next to him.
Driven by Madsen straight back towards Salisbury. So Paul still testing positive for COVID. Hopefully there'll only be one red line shortly. There's nothing more downheartening than seeing 2 red lines on that test, as I've encountered on a couple of occasions. Salisbury comes in again and bowls. And this is played by Madsen up to McAlinden at mid-on once more. There's times during the winter I was absolutely convinced I had it, and the tests kept coming back clear, and then lo and behold,
There's a bloke taking his own seats up the castle stand there. Look, nearest this end. Yeah, he's taking 3 up by himself.
I think the back of that stand's out of bounds today for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Because there's no seats in it. He's carrying them up.
Salisbury comes in and bowls, and this is pushed off towards cover. No run there. Travascus collects it. Bernard's been on.
Really?
Have you already read that out?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No.
Well, it's an interesting observation here from Bernard. Salisbury comes in again to bowl to Madsen, and this goes off towards short mid-wicket and is stopped by Lees. End of the over. That's another maiden. Real pressure on Derbyshire at the moment from a runs point of view. He says from being evenly poised yesterday, this game has confounded the pollsters with its swingometer. Or its swing to Durham last night, he says, and today.
He's being fairly non-committal there, though, isn't he? Because he says it's confounded everybody, but hasn't ruled out a tight finish tomorrow afternoon, which is clearly not going to happen.
Well, it could.
Well, it could, but it won't.
I remember ringing my wife from Essex last year in Chelmsford and saying, "Be home this afternoon." I didn't get home till the following night.
Rushworth begins a new over from the Lumley end. Ball dabbed into the leg side by Brooke Guest. Now, Mick Woods just sent me a photograph of an article from the Times. I haven't got time to read it now, but the
cricket balls.
Yeah, same soft Dukes balls for South Africa series. That's terrific, isn't it? Which basically means the balls will continue to be absolutely
well, they haven't got enough supplies to do anything else. That was the general gist of it.
Get it sorted. Sick to death of it. Here's, like anybody cares, here's Rushworth bowling to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. Both batsmen have got 1. 25 for 3. Derbyshire. Very, very excited because I've just been followed by Doggy Daycare of Burton. They're the sponsors of the substitutions at Burton Albion matches.
All right.
And always get a terrific cheer.
Do you have to read them out?
No, I don't. No, well, we don't have sponsored substitutions, do we? No, but the stadium announcer does. The substitution sponsored by Doggy Daycare. This next delivery is not too far away from the off stumpers. It's left alone by Brooke Guest. So thank you very much, Doggy Daycare. Much appreciated.
The first time I came across anything like that at a football ground was, I think it was at Burnley. I think Gillingham did it for a period as well, where the extra time at the end of each half was sponsored by somebody.
Yeah. I think sponsors for everything now, haven't they? Football clubs. I don't know what Doggy Daycare pay.
I think Burnley even had sponsors for corners.
There's Rushworth, balls. That one is played into the ground. He wasn't playing it there. I wasn't trying to play it there, certainly. It went sort of to the onside, didn't bounce very far, but he looked like he was trying to push it into the offside and sneak his second run. But
my timeline suddenly become full of live football reports because Sunderland are playing Roma in Albufeira.
Was that today?
It's now 11 o'clock kickoff. Be hot there, won't it? Yeah, midday there.
I'd have thought so. China, it's hot apparently.
Is it?
They've got heat warnings there. Rushworth in again and bowls, and that one is beating him. Brooke Guest beaten outside the off stump. That one nipped back after it had gone past the bat, though, unfortunately for Rushworth. As a result, it merely goes down in the book as a dot ball, but he's one delivery away from completing 3.2 overs this morning and not conceding a run. Chris Rushworth. He's letting the side down because he hasn't taken a wicket yet. 25 for 3. Salisbury got the wicket that fell this morning. Rushworth's in and bowls to Guest, and that one is dabbed into the offside. Backward of square, goes to Maddinson. And there is no run. It's another maiden for Chris Rushworth. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 10. His figures now in Derbyshire, as you might expect, remain on 25 for 3. We've had 15 overs of the second innings. Lewis Rees, the man out this morning, offering no shot and being trapped leg before wicket by Matt Salisbury for 12. Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen have 1 run each.
Sun is shining. Not much in the way of cloud, is there, really?
No.
Looks a bit cloud covered towards Gateshead and Newcastle, but nothing here.
No.
And an invasion of jellyfish on the Roca Riviera. Warnings if you're going on the beach or taking animals on the beach, be careful. Salisbury comes in and bowls. And this is played straight back past him. It was over pitched, and a nice straight shot from Madsen for 4, right down below our commentary position. He moves on to 5.
I was wondered about invasions of jellyfish to get them in Anglesey when we went there. They sort of float in as much as anything.
Yeah,
now,
they do,
they're not really animals that necessarily purposefully head for a certain beach.
No, they just follow they float on the current,
Yeah.
don't they? Well, there's a lot come up on Whitburn Beach, Seaburn and Roca in the last few days, and some paddleboarders were out the other day and they filmed one. It was a huge thing. Salisbury in again now to Madsen. That's played past square leg. There's nobody there. That's 4 more. Just straight down the leg side that time, Salisbury. That's gone off to the Castle stand.
Motoring now.
So the warning is, if you're going in the sea, and there's lots of people in the sea swimming each day or paddleboarding or whatever, wear a wetsuit if you've got one, and make sure there's something on your feet as well, because lots of them are washing up and they're getting mingled with seaweed on the sand. And warning to dog walkers to be careful too. As the ball's disappeared under the stand.
Would you not ordinarily wear? You were saying yesterday about how it barely warmed up yet. The North Sea, it'd be still a bit chilly, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You'd have to wear a wetsuit, really, wouldn't you?
There's a few swimmers going all year round, not
Is
wearing wetsuits.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know how they cope with the severe cold. It's unbelievable.
It's not for me, though.
Looks like Vic, the groundsman's crawling under the grandstand to try and get the ball back here. Now Griff's going to get a great photograph of this.
He's not there.
Is
that not Griff sitting on the chair there? I don't know. He's got.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. He's not even pointing. It's too close,
Oh,
probably.
come on.
No, it'd be too
that
close.
would have been a great picture. Caption this.
With that.
We'd have just seen some legs poking out the bottom of the stand.
With that massive lens, he's probably about 100 yards too close.
Yes. Well, that's the lens they used to film the Milky Way, wasn't it? The galaxy.
Yeah.
Those numbers are scary, aren't they?
Yes, I was trying to get my head around them this morning, but I couldn't
work it out.
No, I couldn't.
My head was hurting. And then I got a tweet from a guy called Stu Tench, which I think is quite pertinent, actually. As Salisbury bowls have got the ball back. This is played off towards the covers. No run there.
Don't do it yet, then. Don't do it yet, because I've got to go. Very shortly. Do me 1:30. I've got to teach Ian Sky more about cricket.
Oh, you'd be gone for ages.
Well, I might be gone for 5 minutes, but it'll seem like longer. Oh.
Salisbury turns. Got 3 balls of this over left. Madsen on strike. And that's played up to McAlinden at mid on, no run there. Madsen on 9, Guest on 1. 33 for 3. The lead is 20. And these two so far have put 10 on. Since Rees left a straight one from Salisbury and it thudded into his pads. Salisbury bowls. It's gone down the leg side. A good take by McIntosh, two-handed way across to his left. And once more, this is played to short mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So 2 fours at the start of it, and then 4 dot balls. 16 overs gone in this innings. We're approaching half 11, so Dave's just about to do an update for Radio Derby. New over from Rushworth. And that's edged and down into the slip coordinate, bounces off Lee's at 3rd slip and Borthwick at 2nd slip, but it wasn't a catching chance. He's still to concede a run this morning, Rushworth. 2 for 10 from 8.1 overs. Three slips in place here. And on strike is Brooke Guest, who's faced 25 balls for his 1 run. Make that 26 as he defends this one, and it rolls out on the offside. Nearly 25 minutes gone in Albufeira, Sunderland 0, Roma 0. They've stopped for a drinks break there. Third ball of the over from the Lumley end. Rushworth, right arm over to the right-handed Guest. It's played back past him, and that's the first run off Rushworth today. That's taken some time. He's going to get 3. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary at the far end of the ground. That's the first run that Rushworth has conceded in 33 deliveries. Comes in and bowls. It's a shortish delivery. I've just gone back through ball by ball and just counted them up. What did I say? 33, did I? Shall I look through them again? 1, 2, 8. Comes in and bowls. This is off the pads as appeal, and that is the end of Madsen. LBW 4-9. Rushworth has taken 3 for 13. And he's got 10 wickets in the match. So he has gone for 9. 36 for 4, and 13 added there. So Madsen departs, and the lead at the moment is 23. And that is 16.5 overs. Leos Deploy, who got 122 in the first innings.
Yet to be out in the match.
Yeah, desperately needs some runs in this one.
Oh, mate.
Right, let's go back through Rushworth again then. So 1, 2, 3.
Well, this morning he
4,
bowled
5, 6,
3.4 overs before he conceded a run, so it's whatever he was last night. Counting, but his lips are moving. Right next to me. Don't want to put him off by mentioning numbers, so we will not mention any numbers while he's counting.
33 runs, 33 balls.
Including last night?
Yep.
Okay.
That was hard. I was trying not to move my mouth while counting there, but
Didn't work.
No.
I started that last report with the... Well, it wasn't a word really, I just went, oh, when Madsen was out, and unfortunately he'd already lifted my fader. So he said, the man who just made that noise is Dave Fletcher. What's happened? When Madsen gone, Lewis Rees gone, Billy Godleman and Sam Connors last night as well. 36 for 4. They're in absolute tatters here at Derbyshire. Leah's deploy. New man.
now then, there's another stat to think about here, isn't there? 10 wickets in the match for Rushworth.
That last ball of the over was defended up to mid-on, incidentally, in case you were wondering. Good over from Rushworth, though. He's bowling well, isn't he? He is bowling well. Just a quick one to Nick Buxton. Don't bother sending any more emails, Nick. we know. We know. Oh, dear.
Where are we? That's the 5th time he's taken 10 wickets in a game.
What's his best match figures?
Well, that was when he went through Northants on his own one match, 15 for 95. I think he took 9 in one innings. Wow. And then there were at least a couple of players in that match who had ducks within the 2 ducks within the space of an hour.
So 9 for 52. Was that in that match then?
Yeah.
Nice.
2015 was that?
Oh, I don't know. No, he just had his best bowling figures.
No, I'm just thinking out loud. I think it was 2015.
Was it?
Yeah. I'll have to have a look.
Ben Raines replacing Matt Salisbury at the Finkel end. Ben Raines who opened the bowling last night. Instead of Matt Salisbury, it was Rushworth who got the 2 wickets last night, though he's picked up 3 already in this innings. 3 for 13 from 9 overs. Steady. 2 slips for Rain, and it's Brooke Guest on strike. He's got 4. And Rain is in and bowls, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Still to come, Hilton Cartwright, Alex Thompson, Anuj Dal, Ben Aitchison and Toby Petman. Quite a lot hinges on these 2, Cartwright, Dahl and Thompson to a degree. Aitchison can bat, but he does wear 11 on his back, even though he'll come in at 10, because we've already seen Sam Connors and Toby Petman. I've had no evidence of him being able to bat at all. Here's Ben Rain in again, left alone as it moves away from Brooke Guest down at the far end. He allows it to go through to the keeper, Tom McIntosh. Saw Stanley McAlinden on TV this morning on breakfast. Oh, they've got a little 12-year-old lad who's got a Durham top on. That's nice. Turn the volume up. Stanley McAlinden, 19 years of age. Or he's 18. One or the other. Martin's concentrating apparently. Ben Rain bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-on. Rushworth does the fielding.
Did you say something?
Yes.
What was it?
Just a general commentary, really, but because we're on the radio. McAlinden 18 or 19?
18. In McIntosh's 19.
McIntosh's 19. I got that wrong. I think I described them both as 19-year-olds on Radio Derby last night, for which I apologise. Rain in again. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it into the ground, and Rain fields with his right hand as he reaches the end of his follow through. Sort of taking the mickey out of Merchant Taylors and that game down there between Middlesex and whoever they're playing. Just disappeared off my computer.
Worcestershire?
Could be anybody. Yeah, Worcestershire. That game's moving on apace. This cricket information website keeps leaping around all over the place. And goes Rain again and bowls, and that one is guided out into the offside by Guest. No run. Middlesex 211 for 8, lead by 208. That's in their second innings, so that game could well finish today. I don't know who's preparing the pitches at Scarborough these days, but he's done a good job. 521 plays 215 for one. The pitches at home look pretty decent. Sussex 588, Leicestershire 181 for two.
Have you done a game at Scarborough?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
And goes Rain again and bowls. That one is defended out into the offside once more. Glamorgan at 92 without loss in their second innings. They lead Notts by 125. Go the Glam. Notts, of course, still in the wilderness of the second division. That's the end of a maiden over from Ben Rain. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8.
It's taken you 39 minutes to mention that today.
Yeah. Let's get it in a few times. Absolutely despicable piece of writing. Very disrespectful. Followed by a long list of players who should play for England who aren't.
Durham played Yorkshire there in 2013 in the August, and it was basically the title decider that year. And it was weird how the game went. As Rushworth coming in round the wicket from the Lumley end. Bowls played down into the ground by Duploy. No run there. I think Durham lost 2 wickets in the first over, and we're in a bit of a pickle, and then they fought back as the tide went out. Got some really good runs on the board. Then the tide came back in and wickets fell again. And this happened throughout the game. Whenever the tide came in,
the water just comes up, the water table rises, doesn't it? Same at Swansea. Yeah, it is weird.
Rushworth around the wicket, bowls. This is pushed away to the cover area, and fire at the stumps as a quick single is taken from Macklin and misses the target at the bowler's end. It is backed up. So Durham announcing last night, and Joe Rushworth contacted me to say Chris had now got 800 wickets in all formats, but I had him down at the start of this game as 801, so it would appear I've got ahead of myself somewhere along the line again.
Get a t-shirt.
Right arm over this time, defended by Guest on off stump. So I'm going to look at him up again, all formats. Chris Rushworth for Durham. There was against Derbyshire, it was either last year or the year before, where he got a wicket, and it was his 1000th for all the teams he'd played for Durham, including the academy side and the seconds.
The quick cricket side. And
you see, you demeaned it at the time, as I recall, but...
Well, it's not a stat, is it? It's you, isn't it? What does it mean, Rushworth?
It's just left alone.
It's you. I can't remember who's doing it.
Well, it is a stat, because it meant a lot to us, to him and his family. 1,000 wickets and all the teams he played for Durham.
Yeah.
So.
But it doesn't actually mean anything.
He turns. Comes in and bowls. This is played up towards mid-on. No run there. Ambulance heading down the old A1.
Resuscitate Derbyshire's batting.
Rushworth comes in again and bowls. Ooh, playing a miss there. That is the end of the over. Yeah, so I've just done a search here, and it includes the wickets he's taken in this game, and it now says he's on to 812. So I had him as 801 at the start of the...
Well, they've said he's got 800.
Yeah. So...
somebody's missed some somewhere, haven't they? Come on, the tweeters. What's happening?
Because I've kept a running total of all the different things he's done. County Championship wickets, first class wickets, because he got 5 for MCT. There's 1 in there against Sri Lanka A. Then he had in the T20 wickets and the One Day Cup wickets. and it came to 801. It's a movable feast, Dave.
Indeed, clearly, if we counted the ones he scored for the under 12s, very movable. Ben Rain once took a double hat-trick in his back garden when he was 7. He's going to continue from the Finkel end. Nick says he's too busy, he's trying to work. I think that's probably the best way of going about these things. 2 slips and a man very straight at mid-on. Short-ish, that's Liam Travaskis, and in goes Rain and bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside by Lewis Deploy. Out towards the cover region where it's fielded by Alex Lees, and there's no run. A message coming on from a 12th man to Chris Rushworth. He might have been taking his what kind of drink does he want, because he's got 2 of those big water carrying things. And goes Rain again. They've probably got a proper name. Pushed out to Lees again by Lewis Deploy. Again, there's no run. Now the 12th man's got a bit of a sprint on here because he's got to run behind the bowler's arm, which he has.
Was it 7 for 44, wasn't it, Rushworth in the first innings?
I've got it written down somewhere. There was a lot, but not many. Yeah, 7 for 44. Rain in it round the wicket, bowls to Deploy, pushes it out into the offside. Lees does the fielding, and there's no run. There's a bit of a pattern developing in this particular over. See what the England team was being hammered yesterday. The Lions beat South Africa at Taunton quite comfortably. Not a huge impact from George Scrimshaw. He was going at a few and over in his couple of spells. Didn't pick up a wicket, I don't think. Here is Ben Rain again, bowls. That's off a leading edge, but despite the fact he was trying to play it into the leg side, it's gone into the offside, been fielded by Alex Lees. Of course it has. Lead just 24 at the moment. Travaskis, who's gone in at that short mid-on, hasn't been troubled so far. Rain sets off once more past umpire Blackwell, and Deploy plays it back down the track, and just as Travaskis was about to leap on the ball, it's plucked out of the air by Ben Rain, so he remains untroubled. 5 successive dot balls after a maiden the previous over as well. 1 run off the last over by Chris Rushworth, so the runs have dried up. -2 remains the over rate though. Next delivery from Ben Rain is defended by Lewis Deploy, and it is another maiden. His second, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8 for Ben Rain. Derbyshire remain on 37 for 4 with Brooke Guest on 4 and Lewis Deploy on just the 1. At the moment, it's all about survival for Derbyshire, which is always an attractive watch. 2 key batsmen here. Hilton Cartwright, who was out for a first baller next. Anuj Dal made 90 in the first innings, will follow him. Then Alex Thompson, who also made a first ball duck, I think. Yeah, he was out immediately after Dahl, and then Petman obviously to the final delivery of the innings, so still on Stanley McAlinden hat-trick watch. Mustn't forget that.
Yeah.
Mustn't forget. It's the kind of thing that's easily forgotten.
It is.
So I've said it out
You'll
loud.
be just about to do an update for Derby, and I'll be distracted putting a second pair of headphones on for teas or something like that.
That's about past 4.
Well, Derbyshire fight back in between.
Well, there's going to be some fight back if McAlinden doesn't bowl until then. Yeah. Blimey. Because he could be denied if Rushworth and Rain just go through the Derbyshire batting attack, but Rushworth and his 6th over hit.
Right arm over, he bowls, and it's played away by Guest up towards mid-on. Dot ball.
I don't think they're going to take any risks, these two off. Well, I don't think Leicester Ploy's faced many deliveries from him, but he won't take many risks. Of Chris Rushworth, knowing that this is his 6th over of the day. Like he's bowled 5.5 now, but
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Pulled by Guest towards long leg. McAlinden's down there, he'll get 1 run. Mervin's emailed again. I'm just wondering where he's sitting today.
give us a wave, Merv. Come on. Take 30 seconds before he hears that, of course. So if somebody waves in 30 seconds time, we'll know it's him. Both arms in the air.
Well, he normally
side to
has
side.
a MCC Panama hat on, and often a cricket sweater. Having said that, today he might not have a cricket sweater on. There's a lot of short sleeves on show again today.
Dangerous.
It's nice out there. It's freezing in here. My hands are like blocks of ice. There's a bit of a...
Poor circulation out there, right?
Yeah.
I'm starting to sweat now.
Seriously?
Yeah. I've got a big, thick hoodie on.
I'm going to put me body
Well,
warmer
you
on
can
in
have
a
my
minute.
hoodie if you want.
No. Rushworth's coming round the wicket, having had a chat with Rain about tactics, and a quick one from Deploy towards the covers, and it's a direct hit from Salisbury. Takes the middle stump out the ground at the keeper's end, but Guest was home.
Comfortably.
Mervyn says, Chris. He says he has his doubters, believe it or not.
What?
He said, but I'll wager there's not a finer example of a perfect 100% club man than Chris, and he says he's a smashing lad as well.
Well, he's got his detractors. I don't think there is a single county side he wouldn't get in, is there?
I know. Guest on 5 as Rushworth comes in and bowls. Defended on middle stump. There's a big smear of sunblock across his cheeks.
Who, Mervyn or Chris Rushworth?
I haven't found Mervyn.
Come on, where is he?
I don't know. He's normally in the seats up the top end.
Yeah,
Just,
there's nobody in those though.
yeah, and, well, that corner's empty, but he normally sits, if that corner's empty, just in the first row of green seats to the left of the side screen.
There's no, unless he's wearing a yellow top.
No,
Perhaps he's not here.
maybe not. Rushworth bowls, and this is played to point, and it's cut off by Jones. No run there. Other than that, I thought he might be in the bottom corner of the north. Oh yes, he's right in the bottom corner of the north stand.
Is he?
Yeah, you see, the last seat, there's a man with a Panama hat on. There he is, he's waving his hand.
Oh, there he is,
There we
yeah.
are.
Yeah, morning, Mervyn. Morning.
I thought he couldn't be far away from his usual haunt.
He's waving there to the
Yeah.
the comments we made half an hour ago. It's just
Yeah.
a coincidence that we were looking at the same time.
Well, that's actually quite quick then, him waving then. So I'm saying, where is he? And he's waving his hat, so that must only be about a 5 or 10 second delay.
No, well, the ball's going to be changed, by the way, so we can carry on talking about Mervyn and his hat. I reckon it was
How many
it
overs?
was the 30 seconds previous conversation
Right.
that we were having.
Possibly.
Yeah. He'll just be hearing now that we're talking about him waving his hat. So he
Yeah.
might wave it again, who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Umpires are having a look at the ball. It's 20.5 overs
Yeah,
old.
rubbish. Get it off.
There you are, they're changing the ball. How many is that in this game?
Oh, too many. It's just embarrassing. Just embarrassing. I don't care about shortages. Get it sorted.
Well, there were 5 on day one, weren't there?
At least, yeah, no, there were 5 on day one. They changed one at lunchtime yesterday when they sneaked an extra change in, didn't they, yesterday? And there was one in the morning, I'm sure. So there must have been one in the afternoon.
It's ball change, 207 for 7, 58.1 overs. That one lasted 28 overs, so that was after lunch.
Yeah. Yeah,
So that's 2.
Yeah. That one might have gone. The one might have gone all the way through to the end then. It was a good day yesterday.
On the first day, ball change 22.5 overs. And then another 14.5 overs after that. And another 10.2 overs after that. Then the new ball was taken.
Just before the old ball was about to be changed, no doubt.
So yesterday there was a ball change at lunch. Then a ball change at 58.1 overs. So that one lasted 28 overs. Then they got the new ball.
They didn't bowl enough overs last night for it to be changed at any ball.
So this one's lasted 20.5 overs.
Absolutely pitiful. Can't think of another sport it would be allowed to happen.
Rushworth with the change ball comes in and bowls to Guest, and it's played off towards the covers, and that's the end of the over. 39 for 4.
Travasky's picked that ball up and looked at it, so presumably he was wondering whether it was out of shape yet after being hit once. Let's not forget the ball's barely been hit this morning, has it? We've had 3 fours, 2 and 2 balls. We had one from Lewis Rees just before he was out. Neither of these two have got a boundary. Billy Godman almost he did hit a boundary out to the covers. Hopeless. Ben Rain's going to continue from the Finkel end with Derbyshire on 39 for 4, leading by 26. Bowling to the left-handed Leas deploy. A couple of slips and Liam Travasky in that fairly straight short mid-on, who fields the ball potentially for the first time since he's been standing there.
I just remembered the tweet I was going to read out when you said hang on for a few minutes.
Hang on now. I'm going off to do the news, and no, go on, you can do it now. Can you fit it in?
Well, we were talking about this photograph of the galaxy and everything. It's beyond the solar system. It's everything. Pictures which apparently go back millions of years. I can't get my head around that. So Stu tweeted last night.
Wait, here's Ben Rain. Round the wicket to deploy. Who's edging that into his pad, and it loops towards the slips and drops a couple of yards shy.
Inside bottom edge, wasn't it there? He says, Stu says, it wipes me out. I always try and avoid reading anything about space or the universe before I go to bed because my mind goes into overdrive, analysing and questioning if space is infinite. So best avoid anything like that after 8 p.m. Good point.
We were talking this morning about one of the pictures. It's got 5 solar systems on it. 2 of them are actually colliding. So it's like a large car crash as this next delivery is pushed down towards the vacant wide third man area. The chase is completed by Nick Maddinson, and the batsman complete 2 runs. The deploy moves on to 4. Derbyshire 41 for 4. Yeah, and he said that the expert who was on said it happens quite a lot, but because most of the solar systems are made up of a lot of space, they can pass through each other quite comfortably without.
All right.
But
what if they do collide then?
Well, it's carnage apparently, and it's going to happen to our solar system in 40 million years. So just put that in your diary. Rain bowls to deploy, turns it into the leg side. They've run 1. They're going to stick with 1. Deploy moves on to 5. Guests on 5 as well. It's 42 for 4 with 1 ball of the Ben Rain over still to go. One of the pictures, and it was an infrared picture, they're absolutely brilliant. Apparently you can go on to the NASA website or the European Space Agency website and you can download these pictures if you want to have a look at them, and they're in we were talking about UHD over the first 2 days as well, but it's something like 60 times clearer than ultra high definition televisions, which is 60 times clearer than high definition televisions in my book. As Ben Rain completes his over, I'll get to the end of this sentence in a minute. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside. Linden does the fielding, and there's no run. It isn't the end of the over yet because there's 1 ball to go. And one of them in this infrared photograph is the death of a star. There's a real bright light right in the middle, and then there's all this debris around the outside, and that's going to happen to the sun as well in about 200 million years' time. So, well, we're all doomed, essentially. Of course, the Earth will have probably died by then due to the fact that it's so hot. Here comes Ben Rain to complete his over. That one doesn't bounce as it goes past the outside of the off stump. It's not the first time in the match we've seen that, and it won't be the last, but it was a good leave from Guest because it went through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, 42 for 4 in their second innings, Derbyshire. They lead by 29.
It's the, you know, when you go in those huge electrical stores and they've got that super duper television, it's always like images of stars in space, isn't it, on the pictures. Oh, there's Mark Wood getting a round of applause on his way to a net session.
They will applaud anything here, won't they?
And Alan Walker, the bowling coach, then accepted the applause on and did a bow.
Just received that photograph of the first images from the James Webb. That looks
a
about
good
right,
one,
doesn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Oh, it's the midday.
Is it already?
Yeah.
Time flying here.
Right then.
Next update.
Oh, Stanley McAlinden.
Next update's in 40 million years. So I've just got time to squeeze it in. Don't forget he's on a hat-trick,
Yes,
Martin.
okay. Stanley McAlinden on a hat-trick. Took a wicket at the end of one over and the start of another. He comes in here and bowls. And, oh! I thought for a second that was an edge heading to the slip corner, but it was just an optical illusion. It was safely played away. That had a few of you up on your toes, didn't it? That was a very straightforward from foot, the defensive shot there from Duploy. And everybody in the ground's forgotten that McAlinden was on a hat-trick, because twice when Rushworth was and he didn't get the hat-trick, he got a round of applause. McAlinden in again, bowls, and played short on the leg side this time by Duploy for a single. Brooke Guest on strike now, leaves that one. It's a shortish ball outside of off stump. McAlinden again to Guest. Guest drives. It's gone to point, cut off by Maddinson. He ends up more or less kneeling on the ball there. No run. McAlinden once more from the Lumley end, turned away by Guest just behind square leg. One run. .44 for 4. It's another breezy day, but blue skies around us. The wind is a cooler wind today, coming from the west and the northwest. Wind just catching the side screen at the far end. The sheeting, which you can actually see through. You can see there's a few vans parked in the car park and some other vehicles at that far end of the ground. The end that McAlinden is running from, and now the batsman's walked away. Duploy.
You've done it?
No. Guest was signalling at the time for a drink from the pavilion, so Duploy said he wasn't ready and walked away there. No, they haven't come to me yet.
No feed.
No. McAlinden in again. And this is defended. It bounces back to the bowler. Dot ball.
Speaking of feed, what have you gone for?
Oh, was it corned beef pie?
Oh, you went corned beef pie, did you?
Which one did you go for?
Lamb and dumplings.
Yeah, you see now I was worried in a cardboard box
Yes,
how
yeah.
soggy the dumplings would get.
I can't wait to see how they deliver that in a cardboard
It's all about
box.
portion maintenance, isn't it, really?
Well, it said casserole yesterday, but there was precious little in the way of gravy.
Right. Oh, they brought tubs of gravy in.
Yeah, but I didn't know that until after.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's buyer beware, that, isn't it?
But you can't really. Gone off to the little boys' room, as Neil Mallender.
Yeah, well, they're having a drinks break here.
Yeah, but again, it's pouring gravy into a cardboard box.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's a good
But it's
idea.
sort of got one of those sheeny linings, the cardboard box, isn't it? Like
but then
a waxy
you can't cut
line.
anything, so you've got to break the cardboard box down.
Yeah.
And
you end up with gravy all
it's
over your
a
lap.
logistical nightmare at lunch,
Yeah.
but it's been very nice. Oh, hello. Well, the jellyfish story is still...
Oh, there you are.
Is it a
It's the
Portuguese-
jellyfish story.
Portuguese man of war?
It was a brown marnie or something.
Oh, right.
And apparently, if you get stung by a jellyfish, you don't wee on the sting. You put hot water on the sting.
Okay.
That's just a myth, apparently.
Just a chance to wee on somebody, innit?
Eh? Well, that's what happened when Julio Arca got stung by a jellyfish when Sunderland were trading down the beach. I'll continue that story in a minute. 2 wickets have fallen this morning, and Derbyshire are 44 for 4 in their second innings against Durham, so they lead by just 31. The first of those wickets was an appalling piece of decision-making by the batsman Lewis Rees, who left a perfectly straight delivery from Matt Salisbury. It thudded into his pads, so he departed LBW for 12. And then Wayne Madsen LBW to Chris Rushworth for 9 to give Rushworth 10 wickets in the match for the 5th time in his career. And there was a spell as well just before that wicket where, going back to last night, Rushworth had bowled 33 deliveries in a row without conceding a run. But it was that over when he got Madsen, where he did concede his first run today. So Durham very much on top with the ball. Derbyshire leading by 31. Yeah, so Sunderland were training down on the beach at Seaburn a few years ago, I think back in the days when Peter Reid was manager, and at the end of the training session the players went in the sea. It would have been around about this time of year, and Julio Arca got stung by a jellyfish. As rain bowls, and the story at the time was that there was urethra was used, should we say?
We could call it wee.
Yes, in a bid to stop this sting of the jellyfish, but
Whose?
I don't know. It was never said whose. So I don't know if it was an obliging teammate or what, or a passing dog.
By, just a passing dog.
It was a German Shepherd. Rain bowling here. It's played back to him. So.
Splendid. I stood on a jellyfish at Anglesey many years ago and put my foot in a bucket of wee.
Did you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Was that from the local gentleman's convenience?
Well, I can't remember where it came from. I have a rough idea where it came from, but not specifically. No. Anyway.
Rain balls. This is played into the covers. This jellyfish that they photographed the other day was just a few yards from our house, so it was in between the piers. And
Came to see the fight. That's what it came for. Just tap in Harbour View into.
Well, it was at the
if
front.
if you want to see a fight.
You've just raised something there, which I witnessed at the weekend.
Well, I'm not suggesting. I don't want you to give me a blow by blow or anything like that. But if you go on Twitter, you can see it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely terrific.
Rain balls. This is played away. Right, so paddle borders of. There's the photograph, the big brown thing. See, with all those bits hanging off it.
Oh yeah, nasty. Yeah.
It was described as happily bobbing along.
Happily.
The northeast coast.
Do they have a face in it with a mouth? They have a number.
It's an Arctic red jellyfish or a hair jelly.
They have a number of. They have lots of brains, don't they? They have several brains, I think.
Yeah.
Jellyfish. I think.
Rain comes here and bowls, and this is played away off stump towards mid-wicket, no run there, end of the over. Now, what Dave has just alluded to was a fight which I witnessed on Sunday afternoon.
Well, we don't need to go into it, Matt. You're
but I'm going to have to say something because of what you've just said there.
Well, then just go on.
Very briefly, I was outside the pub when a fight happened in the street. The people involved in the fight were not in the pub and had come from. They'd arrived in cars. But I noticed that when I was looking through the message boards this morning, it's been talked about on the message board, so the video of said incident is doing the rounds. But they were not in that pub, they came from elsewhere, and then they got in their cars and left again.
Stanley McAlinden, you can see it on social media. Bowls to Deploy, who smashes him away for 4 runs to the cover boundary, down on one knee. That was a terrific shot from Lewis Deploy, who moves into double figures, yet to be dismissed in the game, of course. Derbyshire move on to 48 for 4, and their lead is a very impressive and healthy 36-35.
I'd only popped out for a quick pint while I had a chicken in the oven. Incredible the things you witness some days. And of course, in this era of social media, these things are going to end up on the internet, aren't they?
They are. Mm-hmm. They certainly are.
And I lost count of how many people, as I turned to walk away, had their phones in their hands filming the whole thing.
Where was your sense of newsworthiness? McAlinden bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Lewis Deploy. They've run 1. They might think about... No, they're not going to think about the second. In off the boundary comes Maddinson to do the fielding, and they settle for a single. Deploy moves on to 11, 49 for 4. And this innings, starting to just take the feel of the previous 2 innings that we've seen in the game, where wickets have fallen early and then somebody lower down the order has started to rebuild slowly. Just goes to show the influence of the new ball and the patheticness of the rest of them. This one is driven by Brooke Guest for 4 runs this time, out to the point boundary this time. Really nice shot from Guest as well. So McAlinden has gone for 9 off his first 3 deliveries of this over, and Derbyshire's 50 is up. Thank you very much. In the 25th over, but it's taken them 106 minutes. They scored 24 runs in the first hour today. No point in overdoing it, I always think. Guest also into double figures now. He's on 10 as McAlinden is in. And Guest drives this one for 4, this time to extra cover, in between the man fielding at short extra cover and the mid-off. And Chris Rushworth trots away to the far distance to fetch the ball back. 3 boundaries in 4 balls. We're rattling along now. 57 for 4, the lead is 44. I'll get myself taken on off that particular mailing list, I think. I keep getting emails from Leeds Rhinos Rugby from my days working at Radio Leeds, but I've got absolutely no interest in them. None at all. Here's McAlinden in and bowls, and this one is defended, pushed up to mid-off by Brooke Guest.
Well, yeah, we all had to register with a particular county cricket club last year, didn't we, and give our email details.
Have you pressed yes yet?
Hey?
I keep getting texts off them, and it said if you want to stop getting texts...
Oh, I've never had texts.
Reply with something. So I replied, and I haven't had any since. Yeah.
Was that from Derbyshire?
I assume they're still running this particular club. But yeah, we had to register. Here comes McAlinden and bowls. That strikes Guest on the pad. The slips go up, but it was going down leg side. And it's a no ball anyway. Outstretched right arm. I think it was a no ball. Yes, it was. 59 for 4. There was no noise from the slips. Just both of them put their arms up, Beddingham and Borthwick. There's McAlinden bowls. That comes off a thick inside edge out into the leg side. I think they'll get 2 here. Alex Lees is running alongside the ball at the moment, and now he bends down and picks it up. The batsmen get through comfortably for a couple. Guest moves to 16, and at the end of the over, with Lewis Deploy on 11, Derbyshire is 61 for 4. The lead is up to 48. Joyous scenes.
None of these Rushworth numbers are adding up anymore.
No.
Whichever way you do them.
So we can probably discount them all then, can we?
Well, if you add up his first class wickets for Durham,
just let him start again.
Yeah, and his one day for Durham and his T20s, that adds up to 796, including the ones he's got in this match. And then there's others. You know, you got wickets for MCC. There's been university games.
Has he played any matches? Yes, exactly, for Durham against universities.
Yeah.
Well, count them.
This is edged along the ground. Well, if you add in everything that he's done for Durham in the senior teams, it's 810. So,
including the university games.
Yeah. But some matches in pre-season friendlies in Dubai and places like that.
But pre-season friendlies aren't first class, are they?
No, so that's why I've gone back to first class.
Yeah.
One Day Cup and T20. And I'm now even including the...
Apologies. So the first class one includes the university matches, because some of those aren't first class, are they?
Yeah,
none of them are anymore.
Rain round the wicket. This is gone off towards mid-wicket, no run there.
But in recent years, their first game was first class, and then the second one wasn't, and stuff like that, which made it.
Durham always start the season against Durham Uni, but
was it always first class?
Yeah, but it hasn't been recently, though, has it?
No, not this season. None of the university games were.
I think they stopped being first class maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Anyway, he's done that much at Durham, and there's been that many milestones.
So he's got some wickets, is all we can actually say at the moment.
Rain round, balls, and this is played off towards long leg for 1. There was 16 wickets against universities, once against Sri Lanka A, 5 for MCC, I think, when he wasn't playing for Durham.
So they don't count.
Well, they were first-class matches.
Yeah, but they don't count.
Champion, yeah.
But they're not saying 800 for Durham.
Yeah, in all formats. Yeah.
So the ones for the MCC don't count?
No, I'm just trying to remember all of the wickets he's got in varying formats.
Well, you've seen them all, won't you?
Well, a lot of them.
Why can't you remember them all then?
Rain balls here to Guest, who defends. It rolls back up towards the bowler's end, and Rushworth picks it up.
I can't remember the wickets in the first innings of this match.
I can't even remember what I was doing yesterday morning, to tell you the truth.
It's warming up in here now, isn't it?
Are you hot? Well, take your hoodie off then.
I'm going to.
Wind's changed direction, that's why.
Yes, it has.
It's coming from the west now, so it's not directly coming through our window anymore.
Which is good. So we're getting the wind they probably had in Bolton about 10 minutes ago, weren't we?
Rain balls, bat and pad. No run there. Now I'm suddenly covered in blood for some reason.
Yeah, you didn't. While you weren't looking, I punched you.
Last ball of the over from Rain. Right arm over. Oh, that was a good leave. That angle's back in. Guest left it, and that nearly nibbled the off stump on the way through. Rain wheels away, hands on the back of the head in disbelief.
I'm very pleased that the people who are coming into our room now are having to walk all the way over there to get to the computers, because I pushed that trolley, because I couldn't get out the door on day one, so I pushed it all the way into the far corner, and it seemed to be inconveniencing. What's the word? Inconveniencing them, which is absolutely splendid. Nick's stopped working now for a moment. Had a brief break, thinking about Derbyshire's bowling attack. We have some wonderful talent coming through, he says, but we need a workhorse who can hold down an end and take wickets. Rushworth would fit the bill. Well, they're not going to prize them away from Durham, are they? I wouldn't have thought. Was he contracted for next year?
Yeah.
So there's no chance there straight away. But a nice idea, Nick. I should get back to work if I was you. Feels like a non-starter to me. Stanley McAlinden's going to continue. It's only his third over. 0 for 19 at the moment. He took a bit of tap in his previous over and bowled a no ball, which didn't do him any favours. 17 runs conceded off his second over. He's bowling to Leas Deploy. McAlinden bowls and Deploy clips this nicely into the leg side for 4 runs. just backward of square. There are two men, there's a long leg, and there was a mid-wicket, but neither of them are ever going to get there. McAlinden concedes another boundary. Deploy moves on to 16. Derbyshire 66 for 4, and their lead is over 50 now. How many do you think they need, Martin? 70, 80?
93 and a half.
I think the game will reach a natural conclusion at some point. When that point is, I'm not entirely certain. McAlinden is in and bowls, and this one is just pushed into the offside by Lear's deploy, fielded by Travaskis. And there's no run.
You haven't got an update for 10 minutes, have you? All right.
No, we've got something long to. Why were you going?
I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, past. Extra cup of tea. Shouldn't have had that extra cup of tea this morning, you see. Paul is making its way back to Stanley McAlinden. While he's away, what can I talk about? I better not. Somebody will report back. Somebody will dob me in, I'm sure. Middlesex all over 240 in their second innings as McAlinden bowls to deploy, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Travaskis, and there's no run. The previous one wasn't fielded by Travaskis, it was fielded by Bushnell, who's on the field as a 12th man. Worcestershire, their target is 238, they're 5 without loss. Leicestershire 220 for 2 now, trailing Sussex by 368 at Hove. And the other game being played, oh look at that, Nottinghamshire. In comes McAlinden again, and that's left outside the off stump by Lears deployed to go through to keeper McIntosh. Glamorgan playing Nottinghamshire, who are still languishing in the wilderness of the second division. They're 127 without loss, Glamorgan, in their second innings. That means that they lead Nottinghamshire by 160 at Cardiff. Go on the Glam. People say I'm obsessed. No, okay, Nick, well, fair enough. This next delivery is pushed into the offside. He said he didn't mean it literally, but there must be a bowler of similar ilk out there. Yeah, absolutely. Mickey Other has spoken about his wish list. I'm fairly certain that it involves a bowler. Of course, Saranga Lakmal might have been that bowler had his elbow not fallen apart. He is back next season. Oh, no. Oh, goodness me. I better make a note of this because Martin's going to miss the latest ball change here. The ball has been tossed to umpire Blackwell by to umpire Blackwell by Neil Mallender, who's tossed it back to him. And we're going to change the ball again, everybody. Just, well, why not? Might as well. I'm going to make a note of it so that Martin can write it down in his little book. We're at 26 overs and 5 balls. So that's when the latest ball change is being completed. He'll get all excited about that, Martin, when he gets back. He'll be thrilled. Let's have a look at the first division then, just briefly. Lancashire 238 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 446, so they trail by 208. 26 overs and 5 balls, Martin. Been changed again. Yeah, 26 overs and 5 balls. Write that down. Saves me right.
Hang on, when was the last one? That lasted 6 overs.
Yeah, not long. Certainly not.
It was 20.5.
Yeah. Well, this one's 26.5. Absolutely pathetic. Sorry, I'm glad you're back. I was just going through the first division. Warwickshire 57 for 1, trailing Hampshire by 96. They're in the second innings there. Kent just been dismissed for 335. They lead Northamptonshire by 32. Gloucestershire have just been dismissed for 252 in their second innings. They lead Essex by 78. Or basically, Essex needs 79 to win. Don Topley will be pleased or disappointed. I don't know if he still supports them. And Surrey are 256 for 2 against Yorkshire, trailing by 2-6-5. And here's McAlinden with the next changed ball, bowling to Lears deploy, who's hit it with his bat, so they might have to inspect this one. No, it appears to have stayed in shape after one delivery. That's a good effort. At 66 for 4 at the end of the over, the lead is 53. Well, it's pointless, isn't it? The whole exercise is becoming very, very pointless.
It's freezing in here. Well, because it's nice on the back of the building.
Oh,
Cause
quite
the sun.
warm now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh.
Just the right temperature in here now.
Maybe I'm about to die. I think my heart stopped or something.
Have you got one?
I'll tee them up and you knock them out the park.
I'll disappear for 2 minutes after my update if you don't mind, because I shouldn't have had that extra cup of tea either.
I just went to get a Horlicks. Ben Rain then with a 93rd change ball of the game. This is defended by Guest. What's this partnership worth now? What did they come to? They've put on 30.
Yeah, no, it's a belter.
Game's gone. Derbyshire running away with it now.
Which because the ball has gone, hasn't it? The ball's gone now, so we've just got to wait another 60 overs and then we can start the game again.
This is played off towards mid-wicket. Stopped by Alex Lees. Apparently it's all kicking off at Prime Minister's questions.
Is it?
A number have been ejected from the chamber.
All right.
I think Sunderland is still 0-0 with Roma.
Not kicking off there then.
Rain from the Finkel end comes into ball to Guest. Guest plays the ball back along the ground and up to Rushworth at mid-on. No run there.
Yeah, I think Burton Albion lost 1-0 at home to Nottingham Forest last night. Forest side, Henderson, the goalkeeper, made his debut, and there was 2 or 3 summer signings in there, so Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, from what I could gather, was fairly pleased. I was kept up to date by the Burton feed. Birmingham City Saturday.
Rain in. Defended. And that rolls up to Salisbury at mid-off. Will you be covering that or not? No.
I'm working Friday now as well.
You're doing the sports show on
And
Friday.
Monday.
I might tune in on Friday. What time are you on? 6 till 7?
6 till 7, yeah. Well, look, you can always listen to it again on the BBC Sounds app, can't you?
Yeah. Well, every day. I could have that as my sort of commute podcast, could I?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not on it every day, though.
No.
Chris Coles does his last one tomorrow.
Deep mid-wicket has dropped out from mid-wicket. 2 balls left of the over. And this is another defensive shot up towards mid-off.
God, it's gone cold again, isn't it?
Wind's changed direction again, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. What's going on?
It's like swirling about.
Needs to make its mind up, really. Yeah, the Bass Vars on Saturday against Birmingham. All the money goes to charity.
The what is?
The Bass Vars.
The Bass Vars. Oh, right. That's in the brewery.
Yeah, at the Brewers.
Been to the brewery tap there. Canny little pub. It's gone through to the keeper, end of the over. That was where my daughter saw her first Sunderland win. She'd been watching them for a year, and we were at Burton Albion and they won 2-1. And she couldn't believe it when they'd won. That was a maiden from Rain, by the way. But before that game, we met up with some friends and we went to the brewery tap. And there's these towering things in the brewery yard and pipes all over the place. Quite a quirky place. We also went one time another away game and we went to a pub on a canal lock. Just up the road from the ground, really, just round the corner. I like Burton's ground. It's a nice little trip, that.
An L.S. Lowry picture of Burton High Street. Train on it.
My niece was born in Burton, actually. It was they live in Tamworth, so that was the local maternity unit for them. He was coming at the attack, Matt Salisbury.
Well, they need something. This partnership's getting out of hand. 30 from 68 balls in a total of 66 for 4. Oh, look at the time. I'll do a ball. Matt Salisbury. Lumley end. Bowling to Leas Deploy, who hits the first ball that Salisbury bowls for 4 out to the cover boundary. Derbyshire up to 70 for 4 now. I can calm down.
Flag's completely changed direction now. It was going sort of west to east, and now it's northwest to southeast, so it's pointing right at our window again and blowing cold air in. So it is like sitting in a giant air conditioning unit. Round the wicket comes the bowler. Oh, and they're appealing. And Duploy's looking at the umpire waiting for a verdict, and Neil Mallender says no, he played and missed then in that case, but he was lured into a delivery there with Salisbury coming round the wicket, and he fished for it just outside the line of off stump. I didn't hear anything, and I think Salisbury joined in that one a little bit late, but there wasn't much in that, was there?
No. I just did my update there.
Yeah.
And at the ground is Dave Fletcher when I put my headphones on. It's a good job you weren't talking. Wow.
In comes the bowler. And that's defended right on middle stump.
I only missed
Down.
1 ball.
Yeah, did well.
No, that's ridiculous. I was going to go, wasn't I? I do need to go.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Thanks for popping in. Salisbury turns, he's coming in from the Lumley end. Deploys on 20 from 31 deliveries. He bowls and plays that ball down into the leg side and across to Travaskis at mid-wicket. It's no run. Around the wicket comes the bowler again. This is defended by Duploy. It rolls out on the offside. Bowler comes back in and driven. That was over pitched. It's driven. It was a half. Well, it wasn't a half full. It was over pitched, but it was outside of off stump, and it's away for 4 through the covers towards the pavilion. That is the end of the over. So the over started with a 4 and ended with a 4 in the middle of it. All lots of dots. 74 for 4. The lead is now 61. Guest has 16. Deploy 24. And this partnership's worth 38. Rain to continue from the Finkel end. 10 overs, none for 12, 4 maidens. Salisbury 1 for 22 from 5 overs, 1 maiden from him so far. Guest on strike on 16 from 67 balls. Rain bowls, and this is played up to Salisbury at mid-off. No run. Rain again comes in and bowls. This is defended once more. Again, it finds its way to Salisbury.
Have we done it? You have passed.
No, I don't have a half past.
Oh, do you know?
No, you've just put the panic through me there.
I thought you did a half past.
No. I do for teas on an afternoon.
But not for any. Oh, right.
Rain balls. And again, it's another defensive shot. It's just a triangle here. The ball comes out of Rain's hand. It's played up to Salisbury and he hands it back.
3 lads downstairs in the foyer. Clearly just come back from their first holiday abroad.
They've just been on a trip to Italy with a cricket team.
Well, there was definite talk of Jaeger bombs.
Oh, was it?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I think they sell them in Italy.
No, but they were talking about the hotel and the shuttle
right.
bus to the aeroplane, so they've clearly been abroad.
Right.
But yeah, excellent. We can all remember our first trips abroad. I don't think Jaeger bombs were a thing when I was going abroad first.
I've never had one either.
Oh, I have.
Have you?
Yeah, I lost a lot of time one evening.
A lot of memory.
Mm.
Yeah. What's going on here? They're bringing a helmet out now. Another delay. It's still 0-0 between Roma and Sunderland. About 70 minutes or so. 68 minutes gone there.
Good sides.
Going to be strange being back in the Championship this year.
Oh, they're good sides. Have they got proper teams out?
Oh, I don't know.
Jose there.
Yeah.
What is this Championship you speak of?
Rain balls. Oh, keepers. Where's the ball gone?
It came off the bottom edge of the bat, I think, into the keeper's pads or between the keeper's legs.
Yeah. He's played it, edged it, and it's gone through the keeper's legs. Missed the stumps fractionally.
Not far off. Far enough, though.
Where did Burton finish last year?
Oh,
Mid-table, was it?
16th, something like that. 15th. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, just below mid-table.
Rain comes in again and bowls. And, that's out through the covers. Missed by the diving McAlinden, and it's away for 3 runs here. In fact, if my memory serves... Oh, now you might not have been there. Or would you have been?
Excellent, thank you. What, where?
Well, I was driving back from that game that never happened between Northants and Durham, where the whole 4 days were washed out. And on the Sunday, I decided there's never going to be any chance of any play in this match because Armageddon was forecast for the Monday, so I drove home. And that was when Chris Coleman was sacked as Sunderland manager, and they'd been relegated the day before, having lost at home to Burton.
No, that was before me, yeah. Yeah, that was before me.
About 4 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Burton had quite a good record at the stadium, I think.
This last season was their first defeat, I think, there.
Rain round the wicket with a short one, and that is left alone. And that is the end of the over. We're slithering towards lunch on day 3 and going down the Pie Avenue and the what avenue?
Lamb and dumplings.
Lamb and dumplings.
Yeah.
Be chunky bits of lamb probably
Well, I
as well.
hope so. Yeah.
Rather than lamb mince. I think it'll be more squarey lamb than minced lamb.
Like lamb stew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a whole lamb, though. I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Just a bit of a one. Apologies to all the vegans out there.
John Reed's emailed. He says, not only am I perplexed by the number of times the ball is changed, I really struggle to understand where all of the replacement balls come from. Well, this has been half the problem.
Absolutely. Well, there's a shortage, I'm told.
There's a shortage of
Is
balls.
there? I thought somebody had said that.
So they've been sending them out in a time
Capsule.
Yeah.
Here's Salisbury from the Lumley end. Balls to guess to push it out into the offside. Send them out on a need-to-know basis.
In the past, they used to store loads of them in a warehouse, and they would ripen and harden. And now what's happening? They've been sent out in a just-in-time fashion because
they're overripe now, aren't they? They're all squashy.
Yeah, they've gone. Need to turn them into a vat of cider.
Yeah.
He says, it seems to me for every new ball manufactured and almost inevitably going out of shape after only 20 to 30 overs, there must exist somewhere.
Salisbury in, balls to Guest, who pushes this one out to the offside.
There must exist somewhere at least one, if not two, and possibly more balls that have also been 20, 30 overs of action without going out of shape. Well, they'll be older batches, won't they? And this keeps me awake most nights when I'm not worrying about how snowplow drivers get to work, says John. I don't think any of them have had any problems in recent weeks getting to work, but call it a hunch.
They've got it easy, haven't they? Salisbury bowls to Guest, who defends it straight back to the bowler on this occasion.
And if you think about the universe, the galaxy, the balls and the snowplow driver, you'd never get any sleep, would you?
No. I'm sleeping like a baby at the moment.
Are you?
Oh, aircon on.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah.
It's probably raised your body's inner temperature gauge by 3 or 4 degrees, and that's why you're now too hot.
Yes, could be right. Salisbury bowls. Guest gets a thick inside edge out into the on side where it's fielded by Maddinson. Coming around from mid-wicket.
I wonder what time my 1 o'clock will be today. It'll be
5 to 1.
It'll be about 1:05 today. I think the 6 o'clock was 5 to 6 last night. I think. Radio Newcastle. It's a moving feast.
Guest waits and clips this one into the leg side. There was a man at square. He misfields it. That's a little bit unfortunate for McAlinden. Just took his eye off the ball.
The way the sun's shining now, the sight screen they're using at the far end, which is basically a load of sheeting across the stand, it's see-through.
Yeah.
I can actually tell you that's a Volkswagen van through there.
I can't tell
There's
that.
a white van and there's 3 or 4 cars in a line there, and you can see them all. And one of them, the sun's really reflecting brightly.
Might be different down there, mightn't it? Might be a different angle. Potentially. It's my chair.
No, I can hear music, but I'm thinking it must be coming down the line from Radio Derby.
Salisbury around the wicket, left alone by Deploy to go through to McIntosh. No, that's not a debate I want to get involved in, by the way.
Did I hear the word male?
Well, they appear to be debating should a male commentator be commentating on the women's football. There's been Alan Sugar's been saying some
Alan Sugar and Ian Wright's
saying some stuff on social media.
Roma have taken the lead 31-0 after 74 minutes.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's a sense of inevitability about it all, really.
Well, at least they've got a second half in today, because halfway through the game against Rangers the other night there was a power cut and the game got abandoned. Too far south to guarantee the weather.
Guarantee the electricity. There's a lot of teams playing out there. Burton played Hibs out there in Portugal.
Yeah. There's a few in the Far East as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I didn't get invited, but I think it was just a clerical oversight. That, the fact that they know I don't go abroad. If I can help it.
Do you have a passport?
Yes.
You do?
I do now.
You didn't have one for quite a long time,
No, I
did
didn't.
you?
I didn't. No, I got one in...
Was it a handball tournament that forced your hand?
It was, yeah, in Vienna. Or in Austria, just outside Vienna. Yeah. That'd probably be the only thing it ever gets used for.
I've not been to Austria.
It's very nice.
I would imagine Vienna's lovely.
Hot. It was very hot.
Was it?
Yeah, very hot. Some would say too hot. You almost certainly would.
We have Travaskis in the attack for the first time today. Left arm spin. First ball's played back to him by Guest. He's got his white sunglasses on, bowling in our end. So the Finkel end. Bit of drift on that one. Angling it in towards the bottom of off stump. Play towards point. No run there.
Steve Duggan just says, "Hi, Dave. Best not mention Port Vale's cup win at Burton last season." No, that'd be wise not to, Steve. Just keep it on to yourself.
Travaskis bowls again, and Guest turns this to Alex Lees at short mid-wicket, and got on that one late. It was a bit of a leading edge as well. What is it? It's nearly 1:15. Travaskis bowls again. This is defended and played back along the floor to him. He's got a bit of strapping on his other wrist. Bowling left arm around the wicket. That's played towards point, no run. In fact, Borthwick's in there from the covers to snaffle that one.
On his thumb, is it?
Yeah, he's got strapping around his right wrist and across his thumb, so he must have injured his thumb at some point when he was fielding. Didn't he get hit by the ball in the slips, was it? In the first
He
day?
may have done, certainly a few people did.
This one's tickled away off through mid-wicket for 1 run. Lees chases after it. God, he's got through that over quickly, hasn't he? 5 dots and a single.
Mess about.
No?
John Clements described us as a marvellous double act. At least we're providing something for us hapless Derbyshire fans to smile about. He says, I don't think we're hapless anymore in Derbyshire. Things are really on the up.
Have they thrown off the hap?
Yeah,
the cape.
Well, they're haplessless.
Yeah.
No.
They're just hap and they're not less.
Well, that's one of those great words, isn't it? Yes, I love that. You can't be hap, but you can be hapless.
Yeah.
So what is your hap? Usual addresses apply. I keep forgetting, I just need to touch the screen briefly every so often. Salisbury to continue in and it just switches off.
Yeah.
Turn into the leg side.
I've gone into this one and altered the time that it can switch off
How'd you
many
do that?
times. Well, I've done it 5 or 6 times. It's made no
No,
difference at
well,
all.
good. I'm glad about that because
Yeah.
I've tried as well and I can't
It's
do
set
it.
to about 15 minutes and it does it whether you like it or not.
Yes, it does. But if you just touch the screen, because it's a touchscreen
Yeah,
laptop, which is astonishing.
Sometimes I use this and I have my laptop alongside it, and the amount of times I touch the screen on my laptop and
Doesn't
nothing
work.
happens.
No,
it's gone
my laptop react to being touched. Salisbury bowls to Guest, who defends it up towards mid-on.
Oh, Roma 2-0 up now. It's a good idea having a touchy screen laptop, isn't it?
Yeah. Makes them quite expensive, though.
Does it?
I think so. I did look at it, I thought, well, this is really good, and I will have to hand it back to the person whose name is on the bottom of it as something when they return to work from maternity leave. But
I was given this one.
Yeah. Next delivery is defended.
It's worked properly, but unless it did
Back
belong
to
to
the ball.
NB7342D. That's a funny name,
No,
isn't
he was
it?
a good lad, actually. Yeah, I liked him.
Temperature gauge on this computer reckons it's 19 degrees and sunny.
Mine says 21.
I bet you're in Manchester. Click on it and see which town you're in.
Okay. In comes Salisbury and bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-on again by Brooke Guest.
Yeah.
There's no run. My 21 degrees is in. It's coming off my phone, so it might take a while.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly. Brent.
Brent?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's changing. Well, it's going doing all sorts of here. Brent.
That's London, isn't it?
I think so. Next delivery is pushed up to mid-off, just for a change by Brooke Guest. Yeah, I don't know why it would be Brent. That's slightly irritating, really, isn't it, that it's Brent? Let's get that changed. I've no idea how to do it, though.
Well, you click the little, go back into that window, and there's a little wheel at the top, and you alter the location doing that.
So I've done it wrong. Excellent. Here comes Salisbury again. Ball's he's inside edge onto his pad. Ball dribbles back with a square on the offside, hence the using the arms. Maiden over from Matt Salisbury, his second. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23, and Derbyshire remains 79 for 4, with Brooke Guest on 21 and Lewis Deploy on 24. There's no wheel.
The
wheel up there?
Yeah.
Just says United Kingdom.
Alter the location, put in where you want to be. Put in Abersock.
Oh, okay. So you can put it any location you want.
Yeah.
Here we go. Sydney. I'm going to put Bolton in there.
Are you?
Yeah.
We haven't heard from John today. He could have told us what the weather's doing in Horwich. Doesn't he live near you?
Yeah.
Travaskis starting you over, and left arm over to the left-handed deploy, who comes down the track to him and then digs the ball out and plays it short on the leg side to Borthwick. It's a dot ball. 79 for 4 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Derby. He's come down the track and he launches this one straight back past the bowler and away for 4. And actually, I thought that was going to come up and over his head, because once he came down the track to hit it, the line of the ball was obscured by A, the bowler, and B, Ian Blackwell, the umpire, and it went flying through between the two of them along the deck.
And Nick Maddison has got his hair loose today.
Yeah.
I like that. Good tash as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as George
Got
Grimshaw's.
some
but
colourful
not bad.
arms.
Yes, and legs.
Legs as well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Travaskis in again, defended this time by Duploy. Remember the discussion when Jay Dernbach first started getting his tattoos, and Peter Trigo.
Trigo's got plenty, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think Trigo's family sort of came up with the designs that he then got done. Travaskis again bowls, and again Duploy comes down the track to him, but just toes this back to the bowler.
I'm talking about hapless.
Yeah.
You could be underwhelmed and overwhelmed, but never whelmed.
Yeah.
Why? Thank you, Paul.
Deploy down the track once more, taps this away past the bowler and down towards Salisbury at mid-on. Using his feet quite a lot in this over here. Deploy. I wonder if Travaskis might just try and drag one wide and lure him out of his crease and look for the stumping. Got the short leg in place there as well, one slip. Comes in again and bowls, and that's looped away and hit for 4. Past point. Not the best of deliveries to end the over on.
That lead now, 50 partnership, 104 balls. And the lead has skyrocketed. It hasn't skyrocketed at all, but it is 74. Following it. These two put on 50 in the first innings as well, I think, didn't they? Before Brooke Guest was out just after lunch. 2 wickets in 2 balls for Chris Rushworth. Here's Matt Salisbury continuing from the Lumley end. First delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. And there's no run. I just got a message that started with Horwich living. Steve, his son lives on Lever Park Avenue. It's quite posh down there, Steve. Posher than where I live. This next delivery is off an inside edge and fielded by Maddinson and all his hair at mid-wicket. Lovely part of the world, he says. Horwich is nice.
Isn't Horwich the end of town where this football ground is? Out? Is that
Horwich is the town where the football ground is. It's not part of Bolton at all.
Right.
Yeah. Horwich used to have a football team of their own, but they sold their land behind the cricket ground for housing. Sadly, Salisbury bowls turned into the leg side again by Brooke Guest. This time it reaches mid-on.
The thing I always found strange about covering games at Bolton's new stadium was the fact there was one tunnel for the home team and one tunnel for the away team.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's done anywhere else, is it?
Not that I can think of, no. No, but you're right, yeah. 2 tunnels. They think they're better than they are, of course. In comes Salisbury and bowls. That's turned into the leg side. Oh, it's not fielded by Maddinson. So there's a chase on here for Jones, and they come back for 2.
I think they thumped Sunderland 6-0, didn't they, last season?
That prompted the sacking, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. 89 for 4 now. Yeah. Strange old side. My lad supports them, but can't be doing with them. Big club, apparently. Guest waits. Salisbury bowls. That's edged into the ground to the right of second slip. It's going to go all the way down to the vacant third man region for 4 runs, but that was an involuntary shot by Brooke Guest. He moves on to 27. It's 93 for 4.
Is that the pub open? Is that that the first one today, Dan?
I think it's the first one down to the vacant third man, yeah. There's a pub in Morton on the Wirral called the 12th Man.
Right.
I bet there's a few 12th men, isn't there? And the Wicket Gate pub, not far from here, apparently.
There's plenty of cricketers' pubs, isn't there? I've been in a few over the years.
Yeah, we were talking about the Wicket Gate yesterday with Ian. There is a pub called the Wicket Gate. Here comes Salisbury again, bowls to Brooke Guest, who pulls it for 4 this time, very, very much in front of square as well. He's onto that quickly. Ball hit the ground and raced away up towards the Health Club. At the end of the over, Derbyshire have moved on to 97 for 4. Guest has 31, Deploy has 32, and the lead is 84. That's the great thing about Championship cricket, though, isn't it? Because first day, 3 down early, and then 85 for 5. You're thinking, oh, Derbyshire got no chance. Then they fight back, and they get Durham a few down. Then they fight back. Now Derbyshire, having been a few down, they're fighting back. Is it not the best form of the game? Of course it is.
Well, as I was saying earlier today, when we were at Chelmsford last year, on the Saturday morning, I rang my wife and I said, well, there's only 3 wickets needed. I'll be home tonight. And then Essex batted all day. It was also the day where they were off for 2 or 3 hours because of Prince Philip's funeral.
Oh, yes.
And so then the game went into the following day, and by the time I left the ground, it was the Sunday afternoon, and Durham had managed to lose. Travaskis is going to bowl again here. We're nearly at lunch now.
We are.
5-2 the hour. First ball's left outside the off
stump. You could have one at any time, couldn't you now?
Lunch.
No, update. Any time between now and 2:15.
I thought I'd better turn the queue up just so I can hear what's going on.
Can't listen to that.
No, I don't know who it is, but
no,
it's
dreadful. BBC local radio.
This delivery shoots back in low and is dug out by Deploy. Played to mid-wicket to can't listen to that. To mid-wicket to Borthwick. This one's played the other way to Alex Lees in the covers. No run there.
Early wagtail.
Early wagtail.
Come for his lunch rather than waiting for his tea. Eat little insects and stuff.
Yeah, grubs and mites and things like that. Yeah. Comes the bowler. Deploy using his feet again to meet this one on the bounce. Plays it back to Travaskis. Beautiful sunshine today here in Chesney Street. And lots of people just in t-shirts and shorts. Travaskis again, that's a full toss, or it was turned into a full toss by Deploy, but he only finds Borthwick at mid-wicket. Seeing varying different reports here that the government is going to have a vote of no confidence in itself, which I don't quite understand how that can be, but there you go. At the end of PMQs as Travaskis bowls again. Where's that gone? That's gone through the covers for 4. Stepped away and carved it out. What interesting times we live in, eh? So that's the 100 runs for Derbyshire. 36 overs. 101 for 4.
Spin at both ends. Scott Borthwick coming on from the Lumley end for the first time in this innings. Tossing himself a catch, wheeling his arm around to get himself nice and loose. He comes in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who clips it up towards mid-on. There's no run. This is likely to be the last over, you would have thought, of the morning session.
Mervyn says the over rate is deplorable.
Is it? That one's defended back
-2.
to Borthwick. It's been -2 from the start of the innings, though, hasn't it? And yeah, they're slightly behind because there's 68 overs to go today, but not massively behind. Back into his crease goes Brooke Guest. Yeah, 2 MPs suspended from the House of Commons. Always good fun, that. Next delivery from Borthwick is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, who takes a single to move to 32, and Derbyshire to 102 for 4, with 2 deliveries potentially of the morning session still to go. A session of 2 halves. Derbyshire lost 2 wickets in the first hour, in which they scored just 24 runs. Haven't lost a wicket since, and they've now moved on to 102 for 4. Which suggests that they've scored about 55 or so in the second hour, but that would depend on me doing maths.
Oh, don't do maths on the radio.
No, I generally don't. Single taken by Duploy towards point. He moves to 37. I'll do some quick calculations before I do the next update. Not before. This could be the last ball before lunch. It says 12:59, and they are moving the field, so it might.
Well, they are making sure, because the batsmen have both gone and done a bit of gardening as well.
Yeah, nobody, and there it is. It's ticked over to 1 o'clock. That's good. Stew and dumplings to come. Ball defended by Brooke Guest up to mid-on, and that is the end of the morning session. And Derbyshire finish it on 103 for 4, with Leas Deploy on 37 and Brooke Guest on 32. These two have added so far 67 for the 5th wicket, rescuing Derbyshire from 36 for 4, where they found themselves after Wayne Madsen was the second man out today. The first of them was Lewis Rees. Matt Salisbury with the first wicket, Chris Rushworth with the second, to take him to 10 for the match. Well, I couldn't tell you where this game's going at all. The lead's 90.
Well, the news is on BBC Radio Newcastle, so I'll be doing an update there in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. But that is lunch, and an interesting morning. And we'll see you in 40 minutes. Okay. Okay. Yes, lunch here. It's another sunny day. It's a beautiful day, but the wind a little bit cooler than what we have had this week. And as has been the case in this game, it's toed and froed yet again today. So they started this morning, Derbyshire on 19 for 2 in a lead of just 6 runs. Then Lewis Rees went LBW to Matt Salisbury's bowling when he was on 12, left a perfectly straight delivery which stood it into his pads. And then not long after that, about 5 overs after that, Chris Rushworth, for the 5th time in his first class career, got his 10th wicket of the match. And that was Wayne Madsen, LBW for 9. And Madsen had come on to strike after Brooke Guest had got 3 runs the previous delivery, and they'd been the first runs that Rushworth had conceded in 33 balls. That's going back to last night. So he bowled over after over of maidens today, and then eventually got that wicket. But a partnership since then of 67 from Lewis Deploy, who has 37, and Brooke Guest, who has 32, has taken Derbyshire at lunch to 103 for 4 and a lead of 19. Well, then back to Chesley Street for the afternoon session on day 3 of Durham against Derbyshire in the County Championship from BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Derby. Martin Emerson, Dave Fletcher with you. Derbyshire resuming their second innings on 103 for 4. They have a lead of 90. At lunch, Leas Deploy was on 37 and Brooke Guest on 32. Their partnership 67 and much needed after they'd found themselves 36 for 4 in the 17th over. 2 wickets going today. Reese LBW to Matt Salisbury offering no shot on 12, and then Madsen was LBW to Chris Rushworth for 9. Did you enjoy lunch, Dave?
Gravy in a box. They did it. They have the technology.
Yeah.
That was nice.
I think those boxes were designed by NASA.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, gravy in a box.
Well, there you go.
Perfect. That was very nice.
Durham looking to try and get back into this game with the ball here. They've kept a lot of pressure on Derbyshire today. Chris Rushworth particularly hardly given a run away. 33 deliveries between runs of him. Liam Travaskis is going to continue from the Finkel end. So they're going down the spin route here. I think everybody's satisfied. It's 20-2. 68 overs left in the day, so still a few overs to squeeze in here. What's the run rate is? The over rate -1 now. They've gained an over.
Yeah, clawed one back at lunchtime.
First ball here is played away towards Maddinson at long on.
They only change them at the interval generally now, don't they?
Yeah.
For no apparent reason.
That's going to be, well, effectively 2 sessions of 34 overs, isn't it? One's going to be 36, and the last one 32. So it's a long afternoon session to come then.
For everybody. It's absorbing.
Round the wicket comes Travaskis, and this is played by Guest out towards the covers for 1. That green stand at the far end, which is 19 rows high because we've counted it. The silver section in the middle is the staircase, but at the moment it's difficult to tell there's stairs there. It just looks like a ski jump.
Yes,
At the moment.
it does. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This is played away beyond the grasp of Travaskis' left hand for 1 by Deploy. Up to Maddinson at long on. And then the throw back is not the best. And that's hurt Michael Jones's fingers. He was trying to intercept the ball at the keeper's end. He's giving his hand a shake. He's now gone back into short leg. Looks to be in a bit of discomfort though. His right hand it was took a blow there. Ball this time played back to Travaskis along the ground. Somebody returning from a Durham net with a massive bag on their back.
Yomping, is it called yomping?
This looks like a Sherpa going up Everest.
Unbelievable.
This is played to point, no run. Let's have Durham sign, Sherpa Tenzing. 106 for 4. This is defended on off stump. That's the end of the over. I always think with when you think about Sherpa Tenzing, because I'm sure you do a lot, incredible that he was called Sherpa and then went on to be a Sherpa.
Isn't it?
Wasn't it amazing? Now, how many other people were given names that they went on to do the jobs for?
Dr. Doolittle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a doctor.
He was a bit lazy though, he didn't do much, did he? So.
And yet Doctor Who never became a doctor.
Yeah. Dr. Snuggles, king of the animal world. I never saw him snuggling anybody.
Dr. Snuggles. I think you're making that up.
No,
I'm just going to move a bit further away.
I was a kid's TV cartoon when I was in junior school in about 1980.
Dr. Snuggles.
Dr. Snuggles, king of the animal world. He could talk to the animals as well, apparently.
Could he? Yeah. True story.
I don't think so.
No. Guess who's back?
It's one of my hunches. Is it Eminem?
Yes. Chris Rushworth's back with his 800 wickets.
Or not quite.
Well, no, he has, apparently.
No.
It would come, the first deliveries outside the off stump, left alone. If you include the 5 first class and the 1 list A that he got for the MCC, he reached 800 all formats wickets yesterday.
Well,
apparently.
I already had him, including those sorts of games, at 801 going into this match.
Well, no. That's the verdict we've come to. You might want to take it up with Griff again. You might not. But he was on the case with his calculator and stats. Rushworth is in and bowls that one's in the air and it's out towards mid-off. I tell you what, that was in the air a long time as it went towards mid-off off the bat of Leas Deploy. But he's all right.
Well, I had all the different categories down for Rushworth, so going into this game, my maths, which now everybody says is wrong,
Well, it might just
I had him with 581 wickets for Durham.
Yeah. So we've got 591 because he's got 10 in this game now. And 6 more. In comes Rushworth again, and that one's pushed into the onside. And that's 597.
So, yeah, so he had 586 first-class wickets, of which 581 were for Durham. So
Yes.
5 of those were for the MCC.
Yes.
So I then had him as 801 in all formats because I had him down as...
Who can tell? They did devise a way downstairs. It was the PCA who put the tweet out originally.
Was it?
Apparently, yeah. This one is off the outside edge of Leas Deploy's bat into the cover region where it's fielded comfortably enough there by Matt Salisbury. Bit of reading on the radio here.
Yeah, so I had him 561 championship wickets. There were 581 first-class wickets, including 16 in the Bob Willis Trophy, 5 for the MCC and 1 against the MCC.
Next delivery is defended by Deploy.
16 in university games, 3 against Sri Lanka A.
Well, I think it depends which of those university games were first class.
Well, I think they were because I looked them up and as first class.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Definitely. 100%.
Oh, I went through all this with his dad last year. It took hours because there was 1 wicket missing that we couldn't find, and then he discovered it in a yearbook. And so I had him down as 128 in 1 day.
Got 10 in the match so far, and he's bowling to Deploy, who clips this nicely down towards long leg, or deep backward square leg, really, for a single. He moves on to 40. 107 for 4.
Anyway,
It's a mystery.
he's now got 35, I can tell you that, and he's got 10 wickets in a match 5 times.
A mystery is surrounded by an enigma.
A mystery. I can just picture Toya.
I think that's why she wrote it.
Yeah.
If indeed she did write it.
I heard she wrote it the first time she was handed a copy of the Wisden Almanac.
Partnership up to 67 now, off 122 deliveries between these two.
Travaskis to start his next over from the Finkel end, none for 16 from 4 so far. Deploy on strikes, got a short leg in there, Deploy down the track, taps it up to Maddinson at long on for 1. Michael Ventris emailed at lunchtime. He says, "Hi Marty, enjoying yours and Dave's commentary.
Thank you.
I think that if they were still musical, you and Dave would make a good comedy duo, taking the mick out of each other." And he says, "I still fancy Durham to win." Travaskis bowls. This is played back past him, and that's away for 4. He dived to try and stop it, but couldn't get near it. Good use of the feet there from Guest.
Both warming up.
Right, white petrol tanker heading up the hill. Probably got about £1 million worth of fuel on it.
Yeah. 2 million if you include the fuel that's in its own tank.
Travaskis coming left arm round the wicket now. Guest drives. Travaskis picks it up. There was a car at the side of the dual carriageway as I was heading out of Sunderland this morning, which had obviously broken down overnight. And what I did notice about it was that somebody's helped themselves to the contents of its fuel tank.
No.
Yeah.
Dear.
This one's played up to mid-on. Yeah, the petrol cap was hanging off and the fuel cap was gone, so I think somebody's stuck a pipe in there maybe.
Desperate times.
Travaskis comes in again and bowls. This is defended on a length. 1 ball, 2 balls left in the over. 1 ball left in the over. 5 from it so far, a single and a 4. 112 for 4, the lead is 99, and that is played back to Travaskis once more, end of the over. I did do a feature a few months ago, about March time, and there'd been a series of break-ins at haulage yards around the northeast, and a gang using a set of pumps and whatnot had stolen hundreds of thousands of gallons from varying gallons of diesel from varying haulage yards.
Yeah, it's a little unsurprising, sadly. Fuel was cheaper in Taunton than anywhere I've seen.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was that pink diesel for your tractor?
No, you could get unleaded for about 184, 185.
Were you staying on the roundabout off the M5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rushworth begins a new over from the Lumley end, bowling to Lewis Deploy, who just eases the ball into the offside. There's no run.
Got to go down there in August for a one-dayer. And in the past I've actually flown it to Bristol Airport and hired a car, but none of the flights work these days. So it's a day in the car down there, match, night there, 2 nights there, and then a day back. I think Durham have a game here the day after they get back. Great planning there.
Which is good because we're going to play 8 matches in August. 2 of them are in 3 days at the opposite ends of the country. You'd be all right coming back, and it took me 5.5 hours to get back. That was on a Sunday though, when there was no traffic.
Yeah, I think this might be a Monday or a Tuesday game. Last year it was sensible at the start of the One Day Cup. They had Durham away at Kent, Sussex and Middlesex, so it was a sensible tour over about 5 or 6 days of the south.
Derbyshire have got it quite good this year, I think. To go to Chelmsford. Can't avoid it really. Here's Rushworth around the wicket, bowling to Deploy, who just pushes that to backward point where it's fielded by Maddinson. So there was a video on social media from Chelmsford today describing it as the Mecca of cricket.
What was?
A video from Chelmsford today, been describing the ground as the Mecca of cricket.
Nice floodlights.
They're very good floodlights. David Griffin replied, well, it does have a feel of a bingo hole to it. It's not a spat between him and Don Topley, but it's a very interesting ongoing discussion. This next one is driven in the air out into the offside by Lewis Deploy. The man at extra cover looked very interested then. He's still got his hands in front of his face. Takes a single though. Moves to 42, 113 for 4.
Martin Deacon's emailed. He says, good afternoon. He said, many thanks for the commentary. And he said, talking of names, i.e. Sherpa Tenzing, it occurs to me Derbyshire's Peter Bowler only narrowly missed out, being a batsman, not a bowler.
Yeah. He lives down in the southwest now. Spoke to him a couple of years ago, Peter, for a piece we were doing.
Martin says his grandmother was a bowler, but she pronounced the first syllables as rhyming with now, so bowler.
She should have been a surgeon. This one is pushed up to mid-off by Brooke Guest.
Yeah, would you rather sound bowl or bowl?
I think I'd go bowl.
I'd go bowl.
I think I'd go bowl every day of the week. Yeah.
That's the way it seems to me.
Yeah. It's clouded over momentarily, not immediately above us, but wherever the sun is, somewhere over there behind us. As Rushworth bowls, and that's he tries to force it into the covers, does Brooke Guest. He doesn't force it very far. Liam Travaskis does the fielding. The lead is exactly 100. And the partnership, which I read out before, was completely wrong because my computer hadn't updated. I've rejigged it now, and it's 77. Very valuable. As Rushworth is in and bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside again by Brooke Guest. It's the last ball of the over, which wasn't a maiden because they took a single off it. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 18. Absolute madness. Chris Rushworth's figures: 42 to deploy, 37 for Guest, 113 for 4 Derbyshire. Those bowling figures are astonishing.
Have you got a game next week or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Durham have got another week off, I think.
Yeah, they're playing the side still languishing in the wilderness of the second division.
Sussex.
And the week after.
Durham's next match is not until Monday the 25th of July. After this one. There's an international here next week as Travaskis bowls. This is played off towards point on the boundary for 1 by Duploy. I didn't bother looking at the details really of the international here because I just presumed I'd be away with Durham.
So you could come. Mix it with the elite sports broadcasters.
Yeah. This is defended by Brooke Guest. $114 for 4. Travaskis again. He's got Michael Jones in as a silly mid-on. So he's standing between the stumps and the non-striking batsman, Elias Deploy. His foot's just about a foot off the cut strip. Travaskis round the wicket bowls, and Jones is in there to intercept that, even though it's heading straight to Travaskis. Green bus going up the hill. If you're waiting for the green bus in Lumley, it's nearly there. Travaskis runs in and bowls and turned out through mid-wicket. That's a nice shot. He's picked a gap between silly mid-on and short mid-wicket and put it away for 4 towards the front of the county stand. Nice use of the feet again. So Guest moves on to 41. Chances of Deploy getting to another 100 in this innings. Everything looks really calm out there at the moment, doesn't it, from the batting point of view?
Yeah, it does. Well, the ball's hopeless, isn't it, now? You've got to take 4 wickets with the new ball, which they did.
Yeah.
But then you've got to hope you can nick a couple out. Get to the tail, haven't you, really?
I watched batsmen getting themselves out like yesterday afternoon.
Well, yeah.
Travaskis in again, bowls, turned, same place, 4 more.
Same shot.
Same shot exactly.
Absolutely.
It's hit the same piece of wall at the front of the stand.
I think you're right. That was a good end to the over for Brooke Guest. He's overtaken Elias Deploy now. you'd expect him to be ahead of Lewis Deploy because he's been there a little bit longer. But
well, and you've also got, from a Derbyshire point of view, Anush Dal to come in and get his 90 yet as well, haven't you?
Yeah. Can Hilton Cartwright get another low score? He's only played one innings, to be fair to him, so. We were talking about this morning downstairs, and you can't continue to rely on Anuj Dal, as good a player as he is. He's eventually not going to score 50 or more, you would expect. Chris Rushworth to begin a new over from the Lumley end. He's down to 2 slips now. There's some debate as to whether the man at extra cover is quite short as well. He's turning around and pointing at Alex Lees. They'll sort it out in a minute though, and we'll go on with the game. There we go. Is it no? Yeah, probably. Well, he's crouching down now anyway, as Rushworth comes in and bowls, and that one is guided down to the vacant third man region for 4 runs by Lewis Deploy. He moves on to 47. Derbyshire to 126 for 4. The lead up to 113. Almost 2 o'clock.
Is it? Wow.
It is.
How did that happen?
You tell me when the news starts and I'll disappear.
Haven't started yet.
Is this one started 2? Might be 1:15. Could be any time. Rushworth's down to 1 slip now, slip in a gully as he bowls and is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Deploy. Not taken cleanly by McIntosh, who's been pretty tidy behind the stumps. So it was noticeable when he spilled that one. They're just blocking off that, and well, they've got belt and braces now because they've got a third man as well as a gully. So third man is no longer vacant. Slightly disappointingly.
Guess the year was 1984.
Oh, I was going to say 83.
Good year, 84. Some canny tunes that summer.
I was 21. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Deploy.
Small town boy, Bronski beat came out that year.
Yeah. Off the album Age of Consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at university.
Were you?
Yeah.
We went to Alston Camp in the June.
Yeah.
And went out canoeing on this windswept reservoir right up on the moors, and I fell out of the canoe, got soaked.
It's Rushworth. Wish I was there. That one's left alone outside the off stump. No room.
So I decided at that point I didn't like doing cold and wet things.
No.
So I didn't go on any more of the outward bound courses at school after that.
No, I'm not a big fan of cold and wet.
Well, I've done a lot of kayaking and that since in my adult life, but a cold and wet reservoir on a windswept hillsides up above Alston wasn't much fun. 126 for 4. And Deploy's on 47. He leaves this one. Got 122 not out in the first innings. That was his first century of the year in the county championship. Going into that innings, he'd had a few 50s. He'd had 3 50s. Guests had 200s and 2 50s. Guests highest score 138 against Glamorgan in Derbyshire. He's had 109 in the same game. Oh, Deploy looks to cut Rushworth there and gets an inside edge, and it goes way behind him towards backward square leg. End of the over. Partnership heading up towards 100. Currently 90 off 158 balls. So they came together with a score on 36 for 4 at the end of the 17th over this morning. Travaskis, left arm round from the Finkel end, bowls here to Guest, who's on 45, 118 balls he's faced. Deploy on 47 from 68. Comes in again and bowls. Turned off towards mid-wicket, no run there. Interestingly, Dave, there were 2 people in the front row of that new stand this morning. There's now 6.
8. Well,
There's six on
that,
the,
and then
yeah,
2 on
there's
the
a few
seats in front. Yeah. What's it? There's a couple more at the end as well, isn't there?
Sun's around there now. Little dab forwards to Selly mid-on from Guest. Off Travaskis, dot ball. So the orange man's now got somebody in orange and blue quarters sitting next to him. He's come down the track here and launches this one towards Cow Corner, 1 bounce 4. So he moves on to 49.
That's an old Derbyshire one-day top, that
Is
quartered. I think so.
Right.
Got a bit of brown on it as well.
Maroon, sort of bottom left-hand corner, could it be?
Blue, orange, and brown, I think, is the quarters if it's the Derbyshire top. Might not be.
1 run for his 50 here as he bowls, and that's gone towards the covers, and he gets his 50. 122 balls.
8 fours.
A patient 50.
Giants, Roma. But they're full first team out, I'm sure.
This is cut hard by Deploy, and that's going to be 4. That's his 50 as well. 69 balls. I got the factor 30 on today, but we're indoors. It's chilly because it's got a northwesterly breeze coming right through the open window. But what we are seeing is that they're making progress again now, Derbyshire. And the partnership for Lewis Deploy and Brooke Guest, they've both just got the half centuries in the same over. Deploy 51 from 69, Guest 50 from 122, and their partnership is now worth 99 runs, I think it is. So they've done very well there indeed, because Derbyshire earlier were 36 for 4 in the 17th over. So we haven't had a wicket since well before lunch, and these two put a good stand together in the first innings, with Deploy going on to get 122 not out. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. Oh, took him by surprise at the end there.
He did, didn't you?
Yeah.
He finished a bit earlier than he was expecting.
Yeah.
He probably got his feet up on the desk, like that BBC newsreader the other day.
Yeah, it was Kevin Hand, wasn't it?
He was doing his Kevin Hand impersonation. The flashback from Downing Street, the newsreader's there with his feet on the desk. Brilliant.
Well, I've never seen that man on air before, so I presume he was just there as backup cover in case the line went down.
No, he's been there. Yeah,
right.
he's a regular.
Right. Whose end is this? Yours or mine?
I can do it if you
Go
want.
on then.
Chris Rushworth begins a new over from my end, which is the Lumley end apparently, and it's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. 1 away from a century stand now. 167 deliveries so far. These two have eaten up. The lead's up to 122. And as Martin said there in his update, 36 for 4 at one point. They're in all sorts of trouble. In comes Rushworth again, and that was pushed out into the offside. And there is the century stand between these two. They might even think about an overthrow. They are. They're going to come back for an overthrow as well, as it's not backed up by Jones. He couldn't quite get down. He has got the fielding pads on, though, in his defence. So the 100 stand is up for these two. It's taken them 167 balls, and they've been together for 7 minutes shy of 2 hours, 113 minutes. And they have rescued Derbyshire from a very parlous position. She had a half-century stand in the first innings. Century this time round. In comes Rushworth to bowl to Guest again. He pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run as it's picked up by Travaskis at cover. More of those temporary fences are arriving in the ground. God, you can barely move for temporary fencing around here. A whole lorry load just turned into the car park at the far end of the ground, all shiny. Keep the hordes in place on Tuesday. Probably won't be required tomorrow, or even later on today. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get out of the ground last night when I went round the other way. I usually go towards the gate on the far side of the ground because I always think that is probably open. So I'll go the other way, and the first gate was shut. I thought, in between a couple of barrels, it was a bit like it's a knockout. Just waiting for the slippery bit that you wobble on. I'm waffling because there's been
I
all
see the
sorts
Rock and Roll Circus is still here.
Still here, the Rock and Roll Circus.
Yeah, so it looked like they were taking it away.
It did, didn't it? It did. Can't take away the Rock and Roll Circus. What would life be without it?
You can't always get what you want, though, can you?
You cannot. Rushworth in to bowl to Brooke Guest, who gets a thick inside edge as he tries to drive and dribbles out into the onside, and there's no run. I'm starting to warm up again. I think that's because I've had lunch. You always warm up when you've eaten, don't you? Well, I do.
What's the lead? 1-2-4.
The lead is 1-2-4. The stand is 101, and they've both got half centuries. Feels like a very different game at the moment to what it looked like in the first hour this morning, as that one's left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest to go through to McIntosh, end of the over. 2 runs from it. Derbyshire 137 for 4, leading, as we just said, by 124.
Stephen Hall says, if we're going to misunderstand the joke and pick actual names, there was a Ronald Reagan press spokesman called Larry Speaks.
Yeah.
And a sled champion called Vicky Pullin. That famous darts player, wasn't it? Danny Ara. Here's Borthwick back into the attack.
Got any more of those?
No.
Good.
I'd just like to get to the point and move on.
God dear, I'm bored now.
Well, that's a bullseye. Borthwick, right arm over, leg spin from the Finkel end, bowling here to Duploy on 51. So the lead's 124, and oh my lord, 60 overs to go today still.
You've looked early there.
I did. This is played out through deep mid wicket for 1. It's normally about 3:30 when you look at that.
You don't want to look at that at 10 past 2.
Yeah, no, I've gone earlier, right? Too early. That's a lack of discipline on my part.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, they're -1, and the number of field changes. I know we've got left hand and right hand out there, but my word, they're slow. It's almost Derbyshire-esque, this.
Borthwick in, and played by Guest a short mid wicket. Damien's now wondering, can you ask the next time you speak to anybody at the club, can you ask why we only seem to bring in batsmen and never bowling cover that we actually need? I think most teams are finding it like this these days. Get into 30 overs and everything just flattens, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
You know, it's not just Durham. It's
No. This is a pattern over the course of the season.
Yeah.
No question about it. Might be something to do. Oh, I'm not going to bother.
Borthwick bowls again, and that's a full toss, which is played back along the floor too, and the previous ball was returned to him as well. Borthwick stands as if he's ready to hammer the ball back at the stumps at the bowler's end, at the batsman's end. As Guest backpedaling for a moment. Comes in and bowls again now. Defended on off stump. Is that the over? Done already?
Yeah,
Wow.
you're getting the quick overs, aren't you? You've had Travaskis since lunch, and now you've got Borthwick. Well, I've got Chris Rushworth
I'm just
moving fielders around willy-nilly.
I was going to do a Kevin Hand and put my feet up for an hour. Just let me know when it's my
Well,
turn
he
again.
wouldn't even be here by now. Too early for him. He'd be at Merchant Taylor's earning the Middlesex coin today.
Yeah.
won't be there tomorrow, I don't think. That's the only thing about that game. It looked like it was rattling along. 98 for 1 Worcestershire. They need another 140, so they're going to win that one, you would have thought. That'd be a bad defeat for Middlesex, wouldn't it? Chris Rushworth, slip, gully, point outside the off stump through to the keeper. Yeah, that would be a bad defeat for Middlesex should they lose that one. Leicestershire 279 for 4 against Sussex, trailing by 309. And Glamorgan have lost a wicket, but they're 215 for 1 now and leading Notts by 248. Go on, Glam. We don't go down to Cardiff until September. I'm looking forward to it already. There's Rushworth around the wicket, bowling to Lears Deploy, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. Got the Derbyshire physio and analyst walking round together now. One's got the brightest orange trainers you've ever seen in your life, and the other one's got the brightest yellow trainers you've ever seen in your life. So fairly easy to spot, like a couple.
Somebody's going to join them with green trainers on, then, aren't they?
Yes, they look like a set of traffic lights wandering round the boundary. That'd be great. We need the green. Anybody got any green? Come on. Rushworth in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Lears Deploy to go through to the keeper. Julian, the physio, I was asking him about his bag the other day, because he's always carrying his bag under his arm. He has to have his bag when he goes on a walk in case somebody requires his services. He said he's yet to find the perfect bag. Can't really put one over your shoulder, because if you have to run onto the pitch, it starts banging around, and so he's just holding it under his arm. Chris, the analyst, has got his hands thrust deep into his pockets. As Rushworth is in again and bowls. That's wide of the off stump and left alone to go through to the keeper. A very nifty bit of footwork there by Scott Borthwick. It was thrown to him by McIntosh and it landed on the half volley, and he flicked it up with his right boot, the outside of his right boot, and caught it. Excellent work from the Durham skipper. He's at slip. It's Beddingham at gully. There is a third man as well. This next one's, well, you guessed it, wide of the off stump, left alone by Lears Deploy and through to the wicket keeper, not the goalkeeper, the wicket keeper. What's happening here? Just stretching.
Just trying to stretch out after sitting in this chair for hours on end this week. They're not the most comfortable chairs.
They're not, are they?
No.
They're at a strange angle.
Yeah, and I've got tight hamstrings as a result of it this weekend. I'm trying to stop myself falling asleep as well after lunch.
This over's not going to help. This will be outside the off stump. Oh, it isn't. It's on target. It's defended into the offside by Lears Deploy. The first ball that he had to play in the entire over. 138 for 4. It was a maiden, but 16 over 6 maidens, 3 for 24. Derbyshire 138 for 5. Now Brook Guest has 52, as does Lears Deploy. Derbyshire going along nicely here in the afternoon sunshine at Chester Street. They have a lead of 125.
Jordan's emailed from Bolton.
He is listening then.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good.
Borthwick in. Full toss down the leg side, flicked away towards the mid-wicket boundary for 1.
Go on, you do yours. Mine's funny.
I'm going to have to change the name of the person, the author here.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why?
Just because it's a family show.
Oh, okay.
So. It took me a while to get it as well, actually. Borthwick in. Just played off towards point for 1. By Deploy.
So what are you going to change it to?
I have come up with a plan. It'll still scan well. Yeah.
Go on then.
It's ball played back to Borthwick.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the career of Martin Emerson. You're about to listen to the end of Martin Emerson's broadcasting career. Stand by your beds.
Balls, leading edge this time out into the covers, no run there. There's more railings arriving.
Yeah, they might be the same ones, because I haven't seen any go across. I saw them come in that way from left to right. Now they've gone from right to left behind the stand at the far end. But yeah, We need that many rains.
Really? 140 for 4.
One more ball until Martin hands in his resignation.
Yeah.
Live on air.
Borthwick in. And that's played short on the leg side to Jones, end of the over. I'm not going to read it out, am I? I'm not going to read that out.
No, I wouldn't read that out if I was you.
I'm not going to read that out, no. So anyway, you've seen it, so you know,
Yeah,
it has been shared.
It's very good. Apparently there was a Chinese hurdler called Li Ping.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there was. No, there was. Yeah.
Wow.
I think athletics has got a couple of people whose names were...
Yeah.
Mary Decker wanted to hit, what's her name, when she fell over, so that sort of fits, doesn't it?
I think that was Decker's fault, actually.
Yes, no, it was. No question. No question. But I'm not sure what Zola Bud was doing in a British vest. But anyway, that's a long time ago now. Ben Rain's back from the Lumley end. He's around the wicket and he bowls. That one is played into the ground by Leas Deploy.
Stuart asks if I can explain, is it just the dismal run rate that's driving you both to misery and great humour? I can't remember a county cricket team so frustrated and yet such fun to listen to. It's just when the game dies every day around about the same time as the ball's not offering anything to the bowlers. You got about a 2-hour spell while you're waiting for the new ball to come along.
Next delivery from Ben Rain is outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. It wasn't quite Li Ping, it was Li Chung Ping, but close enough. I knew there was a Li Ping out there. Comes Rain again from wide of the crease, and there's a real flash at that from Leas Deploy. It went underneath his bat and through to the keeper. So if he'd have got anything on it, it probably would have smashed it into the floor. But,
well, the previous one stayed quite low as well, didn't it? There's your bright orange and bright yellow trainer dudes running past the bowlers.
On a jog at the far end. Yeah. Make sure they don't. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it, if the play was held up even further by the Derbyshire physio and analyst. Got cold again. Ben Rain in around the wicket from wide of the crease once again. Allowed to go through to the keeper by Leas Deploy.
Was it Derbyshire who had the physio called Fran?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's gone to work with the FA. Yeah. I think it's the FA. Fairly sure it is. It's got Borthwick's just explaining something to Tom McIntosh. No idea what it was. Rain around the wicket, bowls on target, and Deploy plays it into the ground and back to the bowler, who fields it with his left hand. It's that horrible in-between temperature at the moment, Martin. If I have my hoodie on, I'm too hot.
Put one arm in and keep one arm out.
Just put it over my shoulders. I've got it back on again. What today's pub quiz question is, I probably won't hear it if it's nothing to do with cricket, because I usually have it at a time when I'm not listening. Pepper's pub quiz on BBC Radio Derby. This one is pushed into the offside by Leas Deploy, straight to Jones, who's now fielding at cover. There's a maiden over.
There's a white butterfly there.
Just for everybody's, if you're making a note of maiden overs, there's another one. It wasn't particularly threatening. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 15. Remarkable. Derbyshire remain 140 for 4. There must be some people who keep records of maiden overs, I would have thought. I don't keep a record of anything, so it's all on the internet, isn't it? All on the internet.
Borthwick bowling here from the Finkel end to Guest. That's played off Through mid-wicket, no run.
What I would say is we will be checking any of these names just to make sure
Just
that
going to get a list of daft ones
yeah,
off John
we
all
are.
afternoon now.
All completely made up. Just be careful.
Quick single to Salisbury at mid-on from Guest.
Because these are all from people who think we're funny. Well, we won't be very funny when we're on the queuing up at the job centre, will we?
Yeah. In comes Borthwick. He bowls. It's pitched right up to the batsman, played back to him. Katie says people having names that are relevant to their career is called nominative determinism.
Yes, it is. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, now all kinds of things happened there and didn't happen at the same time. He's tried to play at a full toss down the leg side. He's missed it entirely. I thought he'd been bowled initially. Then I realised the keeper had broken the stumps. I thought maybe he was out of his crease, and then it looked like he wasn't. So nothing really happened.
No, dot ball. Just pop it down as a dot.
Yes. I thought he'd been bowled round his leg by a full toss there. He waits for this one to come in and cuts it off towards the point boundary for one. Deploy the man on strike there with a single. Nominative determinism. I'm determined to pronounce that correctly.
Nominatively. Well, Vic's lost his hat there.
Next shot is flicked away down through mid-wicket by Guest for one. Where's Vic's hat gone? Down into the car park?
Yeah, it was just that is Vic, isn't it? He was sitting back down on his deck chair and his hat blew off.
He has the red and white
his
stripy deck chair.
Hat blew off his head.
End of the over with a single.
Another quick over for you.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, 50 gone. 55 to go today.
I've got an email, you'll like this. Nicholas Johnson Dave, he says, the new pictures from the James Webb Space Telescope are significant because they reveal what the universe was like further back in time than ever before. Because the universe is not only expanding but accelerating in its expansion, the galaxies from furthest to go look red. The light waves appear red due to the expansion. The longer the wavelength, the more visible the light goes into the red. This is called red shift. We are literally looking into our past. Enjoy your gravy, Nick Johnson. Thank you, Nick. I've absolutely no idea what I've just read out.
No.
I hope it was true, and there were no swear words in it. That's my fervent hope. A slash at that one, down to a third man, which isn't vacant, but the third man can't get there. That's a very out of character looking shot.
That's the sister pub, the wide third man.
From Brooke Guest. Well, I've just been asked if I can do a. Yeah, I'm not reading that one out either. It was a real person.
Yes.
We can't do that one either.
Well, there's that famous one from The Chase, isn't there? She was a downhill skier. Have you seen?
Oh yes, yes.
He reads the name out and you can't stop laughing.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that out either. I've just been asked if I can do an early update, so can I read this over with you?
Yeah, go on then.
Thank you.
You're trying to get the quick overs, aren't you? That none of this is true, what you've just done there. Stitch me up, he has. Trying to switch ends to get the spinners. Long delay here before the next delivery is bowled. What's going on? There's a debate going on between Ben Rain, the bowler, and Scott Borthwick, the skipper, who's at first slip, and as to where Maddinson at third man should be on the ropes down to our right hand side. He's gone slightly wider of where he was when really he needed to be narrower. Rain comes in and bowls. Guest plays the ball back to him via the ground. So nominative determinism is a hypothesis that people tend to gravitate towards areas of work that fit their names. The term was first coined in the New Scientist in 1994. In comes Rain from the Lumley end. Guest cuts hard. There's a fielder out on the point boundary in Travaskis, 1 run. So they looked at several studies carried out by researchers into remarkably fitting surnames. These included a book on polar explorations by Daniel Snowman, a book on urology by somebody called Whedon, a few others, so there you are. Rain round the wicket now to Duploy. He cuts that off towards the point area, and it's collected by Alex Lee. He's standing about 10 yards in front of, and slightly to the left of Ian Blackwell, the umpire there, and just in front of that cork matting, covering the international wicket for next week's one-dayer against South Africa. $148 for 4. The lead is 135. Derbyshire in their second innings here against Durham on day 3 in Chester Street. That one goes through to the keeper. Dave's doing an update for Radio Derby. My next one for Radio Newcastle will be about 3:05. And then from 4:30 we get into the hourly updates for teas as well. That's when I'm balancing 2 headsets on my head at any one time. Duploy is on 54 from 89 balls. He has the 90th. Rain round the wicket. Comes in. He has 1 slip and a gully. This is played out into the covers though. And it's going to be 1 run. Jones dived on it, stopped the ball, but it just bounced away from him to allow the run to take place. End of the over, 149 for 4.
Am I back for the spinner?
Yeah. Just pure luck, that.
The pure luck.
Yeah. Having made up the report you just did. This report suggested, this nominative determinism thing suggested there was a book written about urology by 2 professors, Splatt and Whedon.
Oh dear. There must have been a landlord called Beer somewhere along the way. Scott Borthwick begins a new over from the Finkel end. First delivery, back into his crease goes Leas Deploy and pushes it out into the offside, onside rather, and there's no run.
The British Medical Journal carries an article about Splatt and Whedon.
There is the next delivery from Borthwick. Turn it to the leg side once again. Jones has fielded the last 2. I'm desperately trying to keep Martin off air here before he gets us both into trouble. Really? What did they do?
They wrote a book called
Borthwick's in. I want to turn it to the leg side for a single by Deploy, who moves on to 57, and Derbyshire to 150. The 150's at 150 for 4.
51.3 overs.
It's a sort of
Bit of a slow hand clap.
begrudging applause, that one, isn't it? They're going along at 3 and over. There's nothing wrong with that. Next delivery pushed out into the offside by the right-handed Brooke Guest, who picks up another single to move to 61. 151 for 4. The lead 139.
Well, in 2013, the British Medical Journal noted the names of the urologists who'd written the urethral syndrome.
You keep using that.
Morphological studies.
Tosses himself a catch. It comes into boulders. Scott Borthwick, and this one is guided out to the backward point boundary by Leas Deploy for a single. 152 for 4. I might have a look at that tonight. Might have a read. I might not. I sort of half expected this game might finish today, but I don't think it will now. This next delivery is driven out into the offside. I got distracted by something that popped up on my computer. Then they've gone through for a single. 153 for 4 at the end of the over. It's a report for no apparent reason. You get these, the AccuWeather ones, they keep popping up. And this one is wind blows pedestrian over. And I just thought, but what happened to Martin the other week? Hapless pedestrian, hapless, yeah. There we go again. Fell on the pavement as she was blown away by a powerful storm in China.
And was she left whelmed or underwhelmed?
I think she was just whelmed. Yeah.
Re-nominative determinism. Julia Weatherall says, I didn't become a meteorologist.
No.
She became a lawyer, I think.
I didn't become an arrow maker.
Is that what a Fletcher is?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Apparently, that's where it derives from. Or from where it derives.
Norton's back on.
Or is he?
Yeah.
More danger.
Oh, this is a long over, this one, isn't it? It's a proper run-up and everything. Here's Rain, right arm over. Bowling to Guest, 2 drives. It's up in the air and it's out into the covers. 1 bounce to Jones. He says, having disrespected my grandmother, here are another couple of names. There was the Kent and England fast bowler Arthur Fielder.
Yeah.
And a former Chief Inspector of Bedfordshire Police, Robin Banks. Really?
There was a DJ called, or that's the name he took, wasn't he? Robin Banks. He was on Virgin when it first started.
The what?
Robin Banks.
Oh,
DJ.
Yeah, there was, wasn't there?
Yeah. You know, when Virgin on 12:15, I think it's still there in some form, but.
Yeah. It's on that DAB and all over the internet these days. This chat between deliveries is not long enough. Come on, get on with it. What on earth? Rain now coming in. He's having a conversation with Salisbury there. And the ball goes up to Salisbury from Brooke Guest's bat. There was a James Bond who worked at Radio Shropshire.
There was. I think. Is he not still there?
I think he might have just recently retired.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, Scott Reed should have become an author, shouldn't he?
Scott Reed. Oh, a Lancashire commentator.
Yeah. What Dave Bracegirdle would have been.
Oh, a Nottinghamshire commentator. We'll be back to Essex in a minute, won't we?
No, we won't.
153 for 4. The lead's 140.
Nick Webb would have struggled to be a spider.
Yeah, true. Oh, where's that gone? It's gone down towards long leg for 1 run off Guest from Rains bowling. Webb, could he have been a... Could have been a crime writer, web of intrigue.
Or a printer. Website. Was it website? Can't remember.
Or an internet designer.
Yeah. Then he commentates on cricket and rugby, so that doesn't work.
Got one slip in here in Borthwick and then a gully in Beddingham. Third man in Maddinson. The ball is played up to mid-off. No run there. Halfway stage nearly. Day 52.4 gone, 52.2 to come today. Although, what was it? 9 overs last night, wasn't there? So
yeah.
So we're not, are we?
No.
It'll be
43
43 overs.
Nowhere near.
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
Rain round the wicket to Duploy, who plays that on a length off the off stump to the covers, no run.
What Derbyshire have managed to do for the first time in this match is buck the trend of losing wickets early in the afternoon session, because Derbyshire lost 2, Guest and Cartwright, on day 1, and yesterday Beddingham went and Maddinson went before 2:10. So they've got past that particular hurdle.
Oh, Mervyn sent a big word that I've never seen before. As this one's left alone outside the off stump. How do you pronounce that?
Stygian.
Stygian.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I'm going to look it up. I think I know, but I'm not sure.
Mervyn is at the far end of the north stand, the castle stand, and he says it's like watching the Randolph Scott picture Trail Street over and over again. A rotten script, a rotten film. Glad your diverse and enlightening commentary lifts this Stygian gloom.
Relates to the river Styx in Greek mythology.
Yeah, there was also a soft rock group called Styx, wasn't there?
There were. Yeah, they were good.
My sister had one of their albums.
Prog rock, I think, rather than soft.
Prog rock, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. That's how I would class them, certainly, but...
Any Styx fans out there want to get in touch? It was STYX, wasn't it?
Ours was the River Styx.
Yeah, I've never heard of the River Styx.
Yeah, you did not do Greek mythology
No.
at your comprehensive school?
No, that was just a myth.
From Chicago.
Long River, then.
Here's Borthwick, balls to Brooke Guest, who turns it into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. They shy at the stumps from Jones. May well have hit the stumps. Certainly the stumps have been broken. Power ballads. Well, perhaps they were sort of album-orientated rock, I think they called it in America, didn't they? Yeah.
Bit of yacht rock, man.
Mr. Roboto, you remember that? That was quite a big hit, wasn't it?
I don't remember it.
Yeah, 1983. Well, you were only a child. In comes Borthwick again, and that one is punched up to long on. They go through for another single. I'm trying to think what the huge hit was, but hit. I say hit. It wasn't a hit. Clearly, Babe. Of course, it was Babe. Sticks did Babe. I'll sing it later. This one is. Ooh, now then, what's that come off? It might just have missed the bat and hit the wicket-keeper's pads. It didn't seem to hit anything in front of the wicket. Either way, I didn't hit the stumps, which is good.
Hit his pad, yeah.
Hit guest pad.
The keeper's pad.
Oh, the keeper's pad, was it? Right. I had that look about it, but this one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. 2 deliveries to go. Then we've got another 20 minutes of Martin as this next one is pushed back into the onside towards the bowler. You can hear Scott Borthwick. He thinks he's going to get a wicket with every delivery. I do like a bowler who thinks that. Wayne Manson's the perfect example. Borthwick's in again. This time he uses his feet, comes down the track and plays it straight to Michael Jones at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over 2 from it. 156 for 4 Derbyshire. They're leading by 143. Guest has 64. Deploy has 58. And they've added 120.
Drinks break.
You got anything to fill it?
No, not really.
No, we're out. We're out. We need help.
It does remind me of the milk round I used to do. You come on carrying what looked like 2 crates, don't they, with the drinks in them. I used to get dropped off at the street, and I'd have to go down all these little cul-de-sacs with these 2 crates and do my doors, and then eventually come out a little cut, and the milkman and the rest of the team would have gone round the other part of the estate, and we'd meet up at the cut. Very clever.
There's a distinct lack of milk deliveries these days, isn't there?
We still get milk delivered.
Yeah.
Comes on at night time.
Okay, I suppose that makes sense in the summer.
Yeah.
Bit cooler, isn't it?
Only come about twice a week, but there are still milk rounds out there.
Yeah. There used to be everywhere, those electric milk floats humming their way through town centres.
Well, there used to be a guy called Dougie Gordon who used to come to Whitburn Cricket Club. I was talking to his brother Michael the other day. Dougie had a milk float, and used to come past our house on a Friday night and see if I wanted to come out on the milk float. And it hadn't dawned on me that basically he was using me to go knock on all the doors while he sat there, and I got all the money. And it used to be good fun driving around on the milk float. I was about 10 or 11 or whatever. Dougie eventually sold up and emigrated to Australia, and I think he lived at Surfers Paradise or somewhere.
There much call for milk in Surfers Paradise?
Probably. I don't think Dougie's no longer with us, unfortunately. He died a few years ago. But the milk round I did was Joe Henderson in Whitburn. That was good fun. Used to be about 6 of us on the milk van.
Yeah.
They'd be down the farmyard about 5:30 in the morning. Early starts.
Mr. Whippy, of course, and his ice cream.
Yeah.
He was always destined, wasn't he?
Well, this milk break, this drink break's nearly over now.
It's like school at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, that was horrible when you got the milk that had been left in the sun all in the summer.
Never good, that was it.
You know those strawberry laces, the sweets? Some of the kids at our school came up with a plan when it was the summer. They used to stick strawberry laces inside the straw, so at least it wasn't so sour. It tasted a bit strawberryish instead.
Probably healthier too.
This is my end, isn't it?
I mean, I'm happy to do it, but
Nah, where are we? 51 overs to go today, 54 overs in this. So normally nothing happens between 30 and 60 overs, is there?
No.
So, and wicket in about 9 overs time. So 6 overs time. Here's Rain then. Can he do something? He's brought in a silly mid-on. Ooh, mid-off? No, mid-on. And the ball is chipped up towards Beddingham at City mid-on, but it was via the ground.
Scotland have been rolled for 144 by Nepal.
That's appalling.
Very good.
156 for 4 here. The lead is 143. Ball figures at first slip as Rain comes round the wicket from the Lumley end. Bowls to Duploy, plays it out into the covers. Jones collects it. Dot ball.
Mark Watt made 17. He'd have been in all sorts of trouble in that. The number 9 batsman, Gavin Main, scored 64. Looks like they're going to lose that one. The Scots.
Rain in. Oh, now that one's angled across Duploy, and he's jabbed at it and missed it just. Nearly edged that to the keeper there.
Yeah, but it's not quite boring them to death, is it, by bowling just outside off stump, but you can see the tactic when the ball's doing nothing. You've just got to basically bottle it up, haven't you, really?
Rain in again, and that's a half volley way outside of off stump, and he's driven at that. It's come off the toe of the bat down towards third man to McAlinden for 1.
Here's one for you.
Go on then.
Worcestershire, who were chasing 238, are 156 for 1. Ed Pollock has got 107 off 71 balls with 10 fours and 7 sixes at Merchant Taylor's. That's just madness. 67 balls to get to his century in first-class cricket. That'll never catch on, will it? Don't like that. Scoring quickly.
Rain over the wicket now to Guest, the right-hander, and that's played back up towards the bowler's end. I'm just looking through the ready-to-go cricket forum to see if there's any inspiration to be had on there. There's not. Somebody complaining that yesterday during the doldrums of our commentary I was describing my afternoons on a winter and a Sunday listening to the radio. Somebody else, sorry, they have got 7 hours to fill each day.
Well, yeah, exactly. Talk about something.
157 for 4. Rain comes in and bowls. It's a bouncer, and Guest leaves it alone. Watches it go down the leg side to the keeper.
You're struggling in this game. You can imagine what it's like down at Hove, where Leicestershire are 311 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 588.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough. At least here, and there's still jeopardy for Derbyshire because the lead's only 144. They've got to be batting by the close tonight. You would have thought. And then they'll have to decide if they are still batting tonight whether they bat on tomorrow morning, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Mervin's come back on to explain what Stygian means, or Stygian.
It's to do with the River Styx.
He said it's very dark, dismal, just like the cricket.
Just like the River Styx. Next over, a new over from Scott Borthwick. The ball is played off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. They're going to come back for 2, and they get back for 2 comfortably enough. In the end, the ball was thrown to the striker's end, which meant that Lewis Deploy had to get a bit of a shift on. He's moved into the 60s, 61, 159 for 4.
In Greek mythology, it was one of the rivers of the underworld.
Yeah, absolutely. And later,
wonder if it was full of jellyfish.
Defended out into the offside by Lewis Deploy. I don't know why it's not Styxian then. That made it far easier to remember what it was. He's pulled this into the leg side as Lewis Deploy. There's a man out sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary. It's McAlinden all the way out there. They go through for another single. Deploy moves to 62 2, 160 for 4. Borthwick tosses himself a catch. Ball into the right-handed Brooke Guest, who uses his feet and whips it into the leg side beyond the man. I thought he'd got that. Yeah,
Alex Lee's in there, I think.
At mid-wicket, he gets 4 runs for it. I was convinced that
That's Jones.
Michael Jones had either caught it on the bounce or certainly fielded it, but it raced away to the boundary, and Guest moves on to 68. 164 for 4, the lead over 150 now, 151. Borthwick bowls. Again, he uses his feet. This time he plays it straight to Jones. Does Brooke Guest. Picks up and fields. They're similar statures, aren't they? I know he's got the fielding pads on, but he was sort of bending down, which is why I couldn't work out if it was Jones or not. But the similar statures he and Alex Lee's. Of course, they're all wearing floppy sun hats. That one's defended to Jones, who flicks it up off his right boot, and the over comes to an end. 164 for 4. This is an interesting little walk in front of us now. It's the Derbyshire skipper Billy Godalming and his opening partner Lewis Rees having a walk around the boundary's edge down below us, both with the dark sunglasses on. Billy,
From a trainer point of view, dull.
yes, well,
He's got a bit of grey on one and dark on the others.
Billy's are completely black. He's still wearing his white sleeveless top on top of his blue training gear, which wearing long tracksuit bottoms.
In comes Rain and bowls, and defended by the batsman Duploy.
Of course, if this was a club match and those two were walking around, they'd have shouted then, "Keep going, Leas, keep going," or plenty of time, because that's all club cricketers seem to shout as they wander around the boundary. It's not necessarily what you want to hear when you're batting in the middle, I don't think, but it's the equivalent of support the bowler.
Rain round the wicket. Duploy plays it to City mid-on. David Beddingham in there. Collects the ball. Lees has come to have a chat with him. The breeze is evident against their whites. Stiff breeze again today.
Nick's been on saying after the calamity on the 4th day at Hove, your words and mine, I would suggest we bat for as long as possible. A draw wouldn't be the worst result given Middlesex are about to lose. But if Glamorgan beat Notts, they'll put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Which division are Notts in?
Are they still languishing in the wilderness of the 2nd division, Martin? Yeah. Sadly. Or not.
Keeper's going to stand up to Ben Rain here. He's put a helmet on.
Some bad time somebody stood up to him.
Third ball of the over. Comes in and bowls. Deploy forward to that. Once again it finds Beddingham.
Well, Ben Rain's got a strange name for a cricketer, really, isn't his surname?
Yeah, he is Rain. Yeah, the amount of times people email saying when you say he is Rain, I think it's going to rain. You know how we laugh.
It's raining.
It's good for the garden.
Well, on that video from Chelmsford, it was parched. It looked horrible.
Rain bowls played up to mid-off.
Billy Godalming and Lewis Rees have just been moved on by members of the crowd because they were standing in front of them. He's had to apologise there, Billy. As he makes his way around to our right.
A couple of people down at the front asked him to move on.
Yeah. They've got to stand in front of that camera, and all you'll be able to see from the camera is the back of Billy Godalming's head.
Hear a train going past.
Where's the trains from here?
Back of us, East Coast Main Line. This is played by Duploy out towards the short extra cover area now around there.
They could be going north of Newcastle and see what's it called?
Who?
On the train, Bamburgh Castle.
Yeah.
Beautiful up there.
Oh, the section when you get up around Berwick's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Eyemouth up there and that way, Dunbar. That section features on Saving Lives at Sea. Do you ever watch that? That's a great documentary series about the RNLI crews around Great Britain and British Isles.
Don't watch telly.
Rain turned down towards long leg for 1 run. It's a good job you didn't spend a fortune on a new TV package that you won't use then.
Well, most of the money on the TV package goes on the 17 sports channels that we've got, so
Right.
yeah, everything else is just a by-product of it, isn't it? I think that and the internet and the home phone, of course, which is not plugged in.
I can't remember the last time anyone rang our landline.
I had a couple of calls asking me if the light on your yeah. Thanks for calling.
57 overs of this innings gone, and the lead is 152 at the end of that over, with Derbyshire 165 for 4. This partnership as well, what's it worth now? 129. Durham haven't got any answers.
I might have forgotten what the question was. I'm not reading that out, Nick. I'm just not very good. Scott Borthwick begins a new over. It's pushed into the offside by Leas deploy for a single. He moves to 64. 166 for 4. And after one delivery of the over, Scott Borthwick needs a chat with Alex Lees. He was a long way away, so the game will just stop for a few moments. Yeah, what Nick had actually said was, hopefully there are no jellyfish or they might stick to your feet. See?
Sticks, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't read it out now. Borthwick's enjoyed his chat with Alex Lees, and now he's ready to bowl again. He's in, and using his feet is Brooke Guest, but punches it straight to Matt Salisbury, who's fielding a deepish mid-on.
You call that card game where you're 21 or bust, what's that called?
Pontoon. Not a trick question, that.
No.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Guest, fielded by Jones.
I'm just wondering if that was where that was invented in that town of Greek mythology, whether or not your sticks are twisted.
Ah.
I'm running out of material.
Off your long run there. quite a circuitous route to that punchline. Blimey.
It's on the circle line.
Poor bowls too. A Guest, he pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Lees. Two balls to go in the over. Race hurtling towards 3 o'clock, and he uses his feet again and clips it into the leg side. This time does Brooke Guest, but straight to Jones.
Listeners might be interested to know what's on the red button this weekend.
What's on the red button this weekend?
It's all the different sport and stuff, isn't it? Get a weekly email telling us what's on there.
Oh, I don't get that. I don't think so. This one is pushed out into the offside. I have got an email on the BBC email, so it might be that. It isn't. But I don't know why it's suggesting that I've got an email, in all honesty, because I haven't. End of the over, 166 for 4.
It'll be in your other bit.
What other bit?
Go into inbox.
Yeah.
At the top, you've got focused or other.
No.
Up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, click on that. There's a whole new world you didn't know existed there.
Yeah, one from last month, and the rest are older, it says here. I'd never seen that before.
No, well done.
I'll let it update. It's updating now, so we'll see what happens. We might be able to tell you what's on the red button. Change your bowling.
Stanley McAlinden, no longer on a hat-trick.
No.
Coming back into the attack. There wasn't not an iota of a ripple of applause. You know, when Rushworth was twice on a hat-trick and didn't get it and got rounds of applause.
They'd forgotten, hadn't they?
They
It's only us two who remembered. It's only us two who remembered.
Yeah. And probably his dad, and maybe him.
I think even he'd forgotten.
Something needs to happen here from Durham's point of view, because this game has just gone into the doldrums again.
Yeah, it's ideal for Derbyshire, isn't it? Really, the game is grinding to a halt, as it has done on both previous afternoons.
Are we looking at yet another draw tomorrow? which would then be Durham's 6th of the season. This is their 9th match. They've only won 1.
Derbyshire only won 2.
Neither side able to bowl teams out twice. Here is McAlinden then from the Lumley end. A huge leap into the air as he delivered that one to Duploy. That's gone off to square leg for 1. Duploy moves on to 65. Guests on 68, and this partnership is 130. And then of course Anush Dal has to come in and get his 90. So could easily be a 300 plus lead here. McAlinden starts his run up, coming in past the umpire Neil Mallender. Bowls to Guest, who leaves one down the leg side. There's a good look at it though as it comes flashing past. Good take from the keeper as well, Tom McIntosh, who played in the Cricket Scotland League.
Just had an email from Shojo Saka, who last week I spoke to on Centre Court. Years and years ago, he was the BA at Leeds when I was doing rugby league. Last week I was in the studio talking to him on Centre Court at Wimbledon. He's at the Open all week this week.
Yeah. Canny job.
He's done better than I have.
McAlinden in, pulled out towards deep mid wicket, and there's a man out there in Nick Maddinson. 1 run for Guest. I've only been to St Andrews once. Have you been up there?
No.
It's a lovely town, and
Yeah.
you know, when the golf's
Yeah.
not on, it's a beautiful area, but not a good place to go and watch the Open. First went to the Open in, I think it was about 2003 at Troon, and there's so much going on there that you don't see on the telly. McAlinden to Duploy, cut down towards third man to Travaskis for 1.
Well, like football and cricket and all of the sports.
Yeah. There's a huge marquee village, bars, restaurants. You know, if you've got a good radio reception, you can listen on 5 Live as what's going on, and then pick your games and walk the course with the players and stuff. It's good crack. I was at Muirfield a few years ago, North Berwick. It was red hot like this. There was nobody there. It was a long drive even from where I live to get up there, because as you hit the junction in the A1 where you turn off, it takes ages to get across the country to the course. McAlinden to Guest, who hooks that one away towards deep square leg for 4. Just strayed too far down the leg side there, McAlinden, and not the pace in the ball.
Hats off to Roy. We've missed a trick here.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
He said it was good to see McIntosh standing up to rain. I wish we'd have spotted that ourselves.
You know what? A few people mentioned the McIntosh and rain combination yesterday, and it just never dawned on me.
No, brilliant stuff.
I couldn't understand what they were going on about. McAlinden in. That's down the leg side, taken by McIntosh. Well, onions and mustard combined many times for wickets. .173 for 4, and the lead is 160. Borthwick in. Start of a new over. It's played back to him by Duploy, who is on 66. He's faced 115 balls now in this partnership. 255 balls old at 137 runs. Borthwick in again. Played up towards wide, mid off for 1. Borthwick bowls. Guest plays this to mid-wicket. Who's that on? Is that Bushnell? Jonathan Bushnell's on as a 12th man. Ball turned away towards square leg. 1 run. Was there a run there or not? Yes, 1. Oh, were you listening to the news there? Sorry, I thought you said. I thought.
No.
I thought you were making the faces to think I'd imagined the run that I just watched there.
No.
Yes, right.
I thought I was going to follow that item.
No. Borthwick is played off towards square leg for 1. I'm just wondering who's gone off the field here. Because Bushnell's on.
Where's Travaskis? There he is.
He's running across behind the batsman, isn't he? Where's Lees? Is Lee still out there?
Jones.
Jones is off, is he? Peeling for LBW, and already it's no, says Ian Blackwell. Jones got hit on the hand before, didn't he? He might have gone off, yeah.
I can't see it. Can't see anybody wearing the fielding pads out there, that's all. And he's been out. He's had them on, hasn't he?
Oh, Sunderland have lost a roamer again. It's the 3rd time today. Update coming very shortly. Very little to say.
I struggled a bit, to be fair. Derbyshire doing well.
Wind's just changed direction. It's picked up a few fitness mats and blown them against the front of the pavilion. Here we go. Wow, I'm struggling here, I have to say. There's not much going on, and Durham don't look like they're anywhere near taking a wicket. The game's gone into the doldrums again, as it so often does in these middle overs when the ball's softened and there's not much happening. But all credit to Lewis Duploy, who having got 100 in the first innings, is now on 68. Brooke Guest at the other end on 74. These two came together this morning after Derbyshire were 36 for 4, and so far they've put on a stand of 140. So Derbyshire 177 for 4, they lead by 164.
You didn't even tell everybody where they could come and listen to us that time. Don't bother anybody. Just do as
somebody tweeted the other day when I mentioned this game was coming up, and they said you're going to need a long book with you.
McAlinden begins. Well, he's already bowled 1 ball and he went for a single, but it's a new over. Do you want me to do it? You can have Borthwick then, and the ball is pushed up to Ben Rain at mid-on. Sorry, what did they say? I need a book to read during it.
I mentioned Durham back in action on Monday against Derbyshire, and I can't remember who it was now. They said bring a book.
No.
Bring a good book with you.
Derbyshire don't score as quickly as they do with Shan Masood, I think it's fair to say, as McAlinden bowls a short delivery ducked underneath it by Brooke Guest. Well, they're going along at 3s. That's
can you answer that?
No, we're not here. Going along at 3s, which is plenty good enough in the Championship, I think. All that crash bang wallop nonsense. I've seen enough of that for that'll last me a lifetime.
When were Derbyshire last in 2020 action, Dave?
Can't remember. I've wiped it already. McAlinden bowls, and that one is pushed out into the covers by Brooke Guest for a single. He moves to 75.
I think I decided to do a defrag after about 7 group games.
Yeah. It was all going so well, and then it stopped going well.
Oh, every year's the same.
I think to have success in that competition, you've got to do what a lot of the teams do, and that's bring in big hitting batsmen, and Derbyshire don't have the big hitting batsmen really. That one is guided by Lewis Duploy, who can hit the ball a long way. Picks up a single down to backward point, but he's not one of those, the big muscle-bound Australians who can smash it to all parts and do it on a regular basis.
Well, I have to say, after last year's T20, which was also awful, I was dreading the One Day Cup coming along, and then Durham were brilliant in the One Day Cup. They were lucky in that they kept generally all of their batsmen, and they had a really strong, and they were scoring runs for fun in that tournament. And then, unfortunately, their worst performance was in the final, when they really didn't turn up. Traditional final on a Thursday in Nottingham.
Yes. Back to a Saturday this year. That one is an attempt to pull the ball by Brooke Guest. If he'd got nothing on that, he'd have been in trouble. Went through to the wicket-keeper, ended the over, 179 for 4. Deploy has 70. Guest has 75. The partnership's 142 and the lead's 166. Greg suggesting that Mickey Arthur's going to have to drop Billy Godolman for the next game. He can't persist with him when he's in such poor form. Harry Kane is knocking on the door. Just had a century today for the seconds against Yorkshire after 89 in the first innings. And the problem is that Harry Kane keeps scoring runs in the second team, but when he's in the first team, like in the T20 side, he tends not to. And it's a real dilemma. Harry Kane, he's a good cricketer, there's no question about it. But do you drop your skipper for a youngster? I don't think he can drop him before Shan Masood comes back anyway. If he is, I don't think he's even considering it. Quite often praises Billy Godolman and his red ball captaincy. So it's a debate clearly that's raging on amongst.
Let's have a debate.
Raging on amongst the Derbyshire supporters, but I'm not sure it's particularly a debate that Mickey Arthur's having with the rest of his coaching staff. A bowler in between the umpire and the stumps now. I like this.
Is it me?
Yeah. Are you still with us?
Yes.
I thought you'd left for a minute.
No, I
then.
just completely got confused as to who was doing which end.
I did McAlinden.
I think that news bulletin threw me out of kilter. Borthwick coming round, yeah. So he's starting off the left-hand shoulder of Ian Blackwell, the umpire, and then running across at an angle in front of him, bowling right hand round. That's a full toss played out through towards the cover boundary to Salisbury. Oh, now could have a run out here. Oh no, it's got the wrong end. Gone to the wrong end.
No, you need the ball in your hand.
Yeah,
unfortunately for young McIntosh, who's destroyed the stumps at the front. There was a cheer to our right, I think it was, because they thought that the run out had been effective, but he didn't have the ball in his hand, and Lewis Deploy's going up to apologise, I think. I don't think he needs to apologise. There weren't 2 runs there, were there?
No, there weren't. The ball had gone straight out to Salisbury, and Guest was coming back for a second, which was never there. Unfortunately, Salisbury, I don't think, saw him. He's now got his hands on his head because he threw the ball back to Borthwick at the bowler's end, and then Borthwick hurled it up towards the wicketkeeper's end. And as you say, the wicketkeeper smashed the stumps, but he didn't have the ball in his gloves.
He did half smash him though, didn't he? That was almost Brooke Guest-esque. He destroys stumps on occasions. Terrific effort.
That one, was it last week when Stuart Broad went flying through the stumps doing a belly flop dive? This is cut out towards the cover boundary on the pavilion side by Guest for 1 run. Excitement almost broke out there for a minute, didn't it? Ground staff are all in their deck chairs. I think one of them is asleep. Borthwick round the wicket now to deploy. This is played up to Maddinson at long on for 1 run. Borthwick right arm over. Oh, the ball hits Deploy at the non-striker's end and ricochets away from the stumps. Single. I think it hit his bat.
Did hit his bat, I think.
So what was happening in Derbyshire during the news bulletin? Did you anything of any note?
No. Not as far as I was aware. The reservoir, apparently,
played the backward point, no run.
Going to be run jointly by the Water Authority and the National Trust.
Reservoirs, dangerous places in the summer. As varying water companies have been reminding people in this hot weather.
There's almost 1 water company per reservoir now, isn't there?
I don't know. Well, Kielder Water up the road here, Northumbrian Water, was the biggest man-made lake in Europe at one time. It's a huge thing.
I came on holiday. Well, I didn't. When my family came on holiday up to Alnwick and round there when it was being dug. If it was dug, I assume it was dug. in the Kielder Forest. Yeah, so wasn't he back in my day? All this was just trees, just trees.
There's a village under there.
Far as the eye could see.
The lead's 170 at the end of that over.
McAlinden begins a new one from the Lumley end. Bowl's short, and Brooke Guest bails out of the shot that he was thinking about playing. Because all he needs to do is look at the scoreboard. 72 to him, 77 to him rather, and 72 to deploy. This is a pretty good opportunity for a third century of the season for Brooke Guest, and a second of the match for Leas deploy.
I think it's the River North Tyne that they dammed to make Kielder.
Next delivery's on the leg stump from McAlinden and clipped away by Brooke Guest. He's going to come back for a second this time, as it's fielded there by Maddinson, and he gets back comfortably to move to 79. 185 for foot. We're going to get to that point. Well, go on.
Brooke Guest and Leas Duploy have now broken the record for the highest fifth wicket partnership for Derbyshire against Durham. Previous best was 148, says Mr. Griffin.
Excellent, well done, Griffin.
So that's a record fifth wicket and sixth wicket stand for Derbyshire in this match.
Both involving Leas Duploy. McAlinden is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who struck on the pad. There's a half-hearted appeal really from the bowler. Wicketkeeper went up as well. It's the exuberance of youth. I guess the only other Derbyshire player this season, I think I'm right in saying, who scored a century in each innings. I was going to say we're going to get to that point soon where both batsmen are in the 90s and I'm on commentary for about half an hour. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Well, why don't you practice and build up to it now?
McAlinden bowls wide of the off stump, short as well, through to the keeper.
I'll pop out for a walk.
We could do a couple of laps.
Had that in the last game here against Worcestershire, where Rain and Coghlan got to their hundreds in the same over, and then in the Worcestershire innings it was an over apart for two of their batsmen. Brett D'Oliveira's.
See, that's not bad if it's in the same over or an over apart. It's when one's on 96 and the other's on 94 or 97 or something. You can't take your eyes off it. McAlinden in wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
Well, they chased each other through the 70s, the 80s and the 90s, and then when was that, about a month ago, wasn't it, Worcestershire here?
Oh, what's the green bit, Ren?
The green bit is the bit I'm going to forget, because that's the 2020 season.
Oh, sorry.
So,
sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
Yeah. So I've got the yellow bit, that's...
What are you going to do the Royal London in?
I don't know, I might just have blank pages for that one.
Okay.
I could go for like a purpley colour.
Bluey one? Yeah. McAlinden bowls, and that one is driven for 4 runs by Brooke Guest, out to extra cover, over pitched. He almost stops as he delivers the ball. I mean, all his pace is from his shoulder, isn't it, as you mentioned perhaps 2 days ago now. A lot of shoulder involved. 150 partnership up for Derbyshire. 153 now. Guest has 79, Deploy has 72. 278 balls. And 3 minutes over 3 hours. How about that? It is a record, as Martin just pointed out. Because the 100 partnership came up in 167 balls in 7 minutes shy of 2 hours. So they've just slowed down a bit, as if it was possible. They've slowed down a touch. My ears get itchy in this weather. No idea why.
It's because you've got headphones on, so they get
sweaty.
hot.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'll just give my right ear a bit of air.
D'Oliveira 100, Ed Barnard 128. They got there about an over apart. D'Oliveira was out, so he was back in the pavilion when Barnard got there.
I can hear music now.
Have you got a headphone off, haven't you? So it's coming from your headphones over there.
Right, yeah, okay. Yep, you're right. I can't hear it anymore. I've just turned it down. Well done.
Borthwick bowling here to Duploy. Played to short mid wicket to Alex Lees. And he comes again. Ball hammered past him. He dives to try and stop it, but can't get on it. It's cut off by Maddinson down on the boundary near us. 1 run.
Worcestershire need a further 63. Still only 2 down though. Merchant Taylors. Could be the first result of this round of matches.
Next ball is played back to Borthwick by Guest.
Morgan 281 for 4 against Notts, and that's a lead of 314, so they're going to need to get the highest score of the match in the 4th innings to win. That's never easy.
This has gone out to mid-wicket this time. No run there.
And the slightly less than fascinating game at Hove, Leicestershire are 352 for 4, trailing by 236. Blimey.
Ooh, little edge just away from first slip David Beddingham. And it's down towards vacant third man. It's been chased by Chris Rushworth from point. And they run 3, I think. Yeah, they run 3. Not sure it was a catching chance, to be honest with you. He
No.
angled it straight down to the ground. Right, Borthwick's coming across the wicket the umpire to bowl. Right arm round now to deploy the left-hander who plays the ball off the point. No run. End of the over, 193 for 4. The lead is 180. That's it.
Excellent. Adam New's been in touch and he agrees that it's hard to drop Godalming before Masood comes back, purely due to the captaincy. I don't see an obvious candidate, he says, to take the role. But his form can't continue. It's becoming painful to watch him struggle so much. It is. It's not pleasant. Averaging 15 in the 15 innings, 225 runs for the season. Billy Godalming, who is currently on the far side of the ground talking to that little group of Derbyshire supporters. Far side of the ground in the Castle stand. Stanley McAlinden to continue. The magnificently named Stanley McAlinden is in, and that's a short delivery. He likes to bowl a short delivery every now and then. Usually the first ball of the over, and underneath it ducks Brooke Guest, who's on 86 from 186 balls. 73 to deploy. The lead's got up to 180 now, and this partnership is worth 144. No, it's worth more than that, isn't it? You fool. We've already had the 150. It's stopped updating again. And he comes and bowls, and it's slashed away to backward point into the ground. There is a fielder out there on the backward point boundary.
Does that cloud up there look like a duck?
Yes, it does look like a... No, you're absolutely right. That's a great spot. I saw one driving up that looked like a duck-billed platypus, and the beak was a darker coloured cloud than the rest of the body. It was just fantastic. If I'd have had a...
Was that about 5 hours in?
If I'd have had a camera, I'd have taken a picture of it. I had one on my phone, but I was driving. McAlinden is in and bowls, and that one is... Oh, an inside edge down into the backward square leg region, really. He's got away with one there as Brooke Guest moves on to 80... Liz deploy, rather, moves on to 74. Derbyshire to 195 for 4. I think we've done well to concentrate as hard as we are. 182 the lead down. The partnership's actually worth 159, which makes more sense than what I said a few moments ago. There's McAlinden bowling to Brooke Guest, right-handed, and Guest drives, but not particularly convincing.
Your 2 Derbyshire players are talking to that little posse of Derbyshire fans in that Castle stand.
I just said that.
Did you?
I said that about
I've just gone back into rewind.
2 minutes ago.
2 minutes ago.
That. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking to them for.
Is that lady still there? Your friend from Sussex?
Oh, I imagine so.
Yeah.
As long as they've got a free ticket.
Can't win them all, Fletch. You can't win them all.
Well, I won that one. I don't win them all, but I won that one. McAlinden bowls to Brooke Guest, who pulls this into the leg side. Picks up a single as it's fielded by Liam Travaskis. What's Liam Travaskis doing down there? picks up another single, moves to 88.
You'd be surprised, but some people don't like my commentary style or my gallows humour.
It wasn't the commentary. Well, I'm staggered by that, Martin, obviously.
Yeah, one man who didn't like it had never heard me either.
They're my favourites. I've never listened to you, but quite frankly, I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Michael in the bowls to Lewis Deploy, who just guides this out into the offside. They'll take a single. It's the 4th single from the over. Deploy takes the run, moves to 75, pinches the strike as well. Guests on 88. 197 for 4 now. The lead 184. People don't have to like me. I'm not bothered about being liked.
Problem is, when you're watching the same team week in, week out, all the time, if they're having a bad run, it stands to reason you're going to be commentating on bad cricket, doesn't
We've
it?
been there, absolutely.
And then
That's why this
don't
season,
shoot the messenger.
That's why this season's been such a breath of fresh air. But my fervently held view was that they should have enforced the follow-on. They couldn't have lost the game had they enforced the follow-on. They went on to lose the game.
Not many teams do force the follow-on these days.
They don't, but not many teams declare twice and still lose a game.
Oh. Well, Durham declared twice at Worcester, but it ended up in a draw.
Derbyshire declared twice and lost. That's not a good look. The batting was poor second innings.
Borthwick in. Bowls. It's played back to him by Duploy, who's on 75.
Anyway, I'm over it now, so let's move on.
If I was you, I'd stop bringing it up. Borthwick balls. And the ball bobbles back to him into both hands. So Deploy's faced 130 balls. Has the scoreboard frozen? I think it has. Borthwick in again.
In this weather.
And that's played back to him once more. He's faced 3 in this over, so... Yeah, they are. It's caught up now. 131 balls he's faced in total. Big stride forward to snuff that one out. Trickles away back towards the bowler's end.
132 now.
Yeah. Be 133 in a minute.
I think it will.
Oh, he's gone for a big one there, and he's dragged that hard down into the floor past long leg for 4 to the Health Club boundary. Haven't seen anyone on the Health Club this week.
Not at all. 200 up for Derbyshire.
Is it? Batting point, eh? 65.5 overs. It's deja vu all over again. So they were 36 for 4 when these two came together. Now 201 for 4. That one's cut by Duploy to point. New ball still how many overs away? 14.
Yeah, plenty.
Yeah.
Only 39 left in the day, so 7 until tea.
Mirrors really yesterday, doesn't it? And the
day
first
before.
day, yeah.
Yeah,
where
on the day
this
before.
afternoon session, nothing happened. Batsmen started to get runs on the board. Ball
Yeah.
so many overs old.
Well, it was the big stand on day 1 between Deploy and Dahl in the afternoon. Today it's been between Deploy and Brooke Guest. You saying don't keep bringing it up. So Mark Beck says if there's any interest in Sussex versus Leicestershire, then it may be that if Leicester have a significant collapse and Sussex have the opportunity to enforce the follow-on, will they choose to do so? Well, I would be interested. I don't think they will. They just seem to have been out in the field forever.
Be hot down there as well.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a sea threatening.
It appears to be a relatively flat deck, I think it's fair to say. From this distance, I mean, clearly I haven't seen any of it, but I'd be surprised if it was doing an awful lot. They only trail by 220 now as well, and they've got 6 wickets in hand, so I imagine they'll avoid the follow-on. They could shake hands at 5 o'clock tonight if they wanted. Pick up the bonus points and go home. Well, we're just waiting here. Matt Salisbury's back. Not sure what we are waiting for. We've got a mid-wicket call.
Guests counting players.
Lewis Deploy called for something, but obviously he'll get that at the end of the over. Whether it was a drink or new gloves, I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, here comes Salisbury then. Silly mid-on and a short mid-wicket. And it's the silly mid-on who does the fielding. That's David Beddingham. There is no room. Worcestershire just 50 away now at Merchant Taylor, still only 2 down. So Middlesex are going to lose again.
Kev better scrap the order for that open top bus.
Yes, I think they're suddenly subsiding, aren't they? As this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. Fielded there. That's Jones without the... Is it Jones? No, it isn't. Who is that? I can't see the number on the back of his shirt. Is it Bushnell?
Where we're looking at?
Cover.
Yeah, Bushnell came out a few overs ago, didn't he?
Yeah, must be Bushnell.
That was when we were looking for Jones, weren't we?
Well, yes, Jones wears 10, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a 0 on it, but it might have been a 2 at the start of it, which is Bushnell. In comes Salisbury, and that's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, fielded by Beddingham. He gives it to Alex Lees, who does one keepy-uppy on his right thigh before giving the ball to Chris Rushworth to look at, and he looks at it and does nothing with it because it's pointless. Looks at it and goes, what? You wouldn't even use a ball like this in the net.
Oh, breaking news.
Excellent, go on.
I'm surprised there's any mud, given how dry it is, but Tynemere Fire and Rescue have rescued a cow stuck in mud in Bolden.
Oh dear. This one is down the leg side, and he juggles with it a little bit, does McIntosh, but clings on. Use one of those big harness things.
Probably. Where would that be?
How
In
can
Bolden?
a cow get stuck in mud in the driest summer we've had since 1976? I mean, there's virtually
the river that goes through Bolden's tiny. It's the River Don. It's really just a little
the
stream.
rivers have got precious little water in them anyway. Remarkable. Salisbury's in again and defended back to him by Brooke Guest. Look at the time.
Oh, an hour away from listening to the road reports and Radio Tees. Next update for Radio Newcastle, half an hour. Dave just doing an update now for Radio Derby as Salisbury comes in, right arm over from the Lumley end. That's played safely back to him. The petrol tanker that we saw earlier is going up the hill again. Cashing in today. A maiden from Salisbury. Scores 201 for 4. Salisbury 9 overs, 1 wicket. 33 runs. 3 maidens. Borthwick at the other end, none for 37 from 12. No maidens. Leeds 188. Day 3 here in Chester Street. And each day is sort of toed and froed. Plenty of wickets on a morning. Flattens out. Becomes a bit of a stroll in the afternoon for the batsmen. And the bowlers pick up a few wickets with a new ball in the evening. 13 overs to go to the new ball today. Travascus has replaced Borthwick. Left arm orthodox spin round the wicket from the Finkel end. The sun is shining. Left arm over, isn't he? Sorry. He bowls this one to Deploy, plays it down to long on to Maddinson, 1 run. I'm expecting big crowds at the Great Yorkshire Show this week, Dave. It's a sellout, apparently.
It is a sellout. Yeah.
Obviously, can't get down there this week with the cricket being on. You could have popped in on your way home if this game had gone the way you thought it would.
Could have gone and seen the vegetable in the shape of an animal. Nearly said something else.
Travascus round the wicket. It's played to short mid wicket to Borthwick. I mean, where is he loitering? Is he short mid wicket or is he silly mid on? In between the two. He's just standing to the right of the non-striking batsman. There's Deploy. 1 slip in place. Keeper standing up at the stumps. Guest forward to this one. Meets it bat and pad. Plays it to point. No run.
Had a problem with my proxy server there for a moment, but I'm alright again now.
Wait until it tells you there's a security certificate update and you have to click on it. Travaskis bowls. Slightly faster delivery this time, played by Guest down in towards mid-wicket, and they sprint a single.
There's a feature of the partnership between Deploy and Dahl, the running between the wickets, and these two have been pretty good apart from that one slight mix-up where there was almost a run-out. You're not missing anything because nothing's happening.
No.
Absolutely nothing. Silly Midon's back.
Borthwick's walked into silly mid-on, and Travaskis left arm over to Deploy, who plays that off the back foot out towards the cover boundary for 4. That was too easy, really. It's gone under the little white railing and bounced back off a Portaloo, come back under the little white railing, back onto the grass.
Magnificent. They haven't moved those loos at the back, have they? With all the bins in front
they
of them.
must be here for the One Day International next week.
They'll be nice after it gets to 32 degrees, won't it?
Yes.
Blimey.
Travaskis round with a full delivery there. And that is the end of the over. Somebody described the other day as like a particular choice in life which wouldn't have a good outcome was like trying to choose which toilet to go to at Glastonbury.
Yeah, no, it'd be very similar, I would have thought. That weather warning in Derbyshire goes all the way through to Monday now.
Does it? Hot in the peaks, eh?
Yeah.
It was hot in Derbyshire last weekend because my missus was in Dovedale for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm in Derby on Monday. That'll be unpleasant.
Just doing a bit of walking.
I think it
Around
might
near
even,
Ashbourne or somewhere?
Yeah, Ashbourne. Might even go into Tuesday, and of course that's when Derbyshire start their next match. It was predicted to be into the 30s. Well, that's a bat first kind of day, that, isn't it?
Have they registered Tears for Fears as their overseas players for that one?
Here's Matt Salisbury. Now he's got a rib injury. He's bowling to Brooke Guest, who goes back into his stumps and just forces it into the leg side to move on to 90. Derbyshire 208 for 4. Billy Godleman and Lewis Rees are going to do a second lap. That's unusual. It's unusual to see players doing laps anyway, but
Well, they're coming round the way I would go, probably.
that's the right way. That's right for runs and left for wickets. Yeah.
And the Durham contingency are going left.
So they've got it right. Or left.
There's some really silly superstitions in cricket, isn't there?
Yeah, there are.
James Franklin and Will Gidman at the far end of the ground.
There's been a long discussion between Matt Salisbury and a couple of teammates as he's ready now. And he's in and bowls to Deploy, who pushes this out backward of square on the offside for a single. Fielded there by Jones, who's back on.
Listeners may be interested to know there's a craft fair at the Arts Centre in Washington on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So it's not just any old craft fair, it's the Summer Craft and Makers Fair.
Yeah, next Tuesday it's predicted to get to 35 degrees in Darwin. That is too hot, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is a win the toss and bat day. Wow. I thought I heard that in the weather forecast this morning. Here's Salisbury again, well into the right-handed Brooke Guest, who gets a thick inside edge and it goes out towards square leg, and they've gone through for a single. Guest moves to 91. That's the 200th ball that he's faced in this innings. Derbyshire 210 for 4, leading by 197. Nothing to suggest that Durham can't bat for a day. Splendid. I'm glad I left my clothes in the hotel room now. Here's Salisbury round the wicket, bowling to Deploy, just guides it down to square leg. There is a man out there. He loses his hat splendidly as he bends down to pick the ball up. They go through
Jones,
for a single.
Jones is back. Did I ever tell you what happened in Essex?
That means there's two Joneses then.
When I rang my wife and said I'll be home this afternoon.
Who's that?
It's Travaskis.
Saw the note.
He's 80.
Yes, I know.
Jones is 10.
Yeah, I know. I just saw the note.
Was Bushnell 20, did you say?
Yeah. Yeah. 86 to get to deploy now. 211 for 4. Guest back on strike. He's got the two men on the leg side fairly close in, and he pushes it out into the offside to Jones. Nice bit of footwork from Jones. Yes, you did. 211 for 4. Probably more than once, but I'm only guessing. The internet security is connected again. It keeps disconnecting and connecting. I don't know why. Slightly concerned I won't be able to do my clips later on if all is not well. Next delivery from Salisbury is defended out into the offside by Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. 4 from it. Deploy has 86. Guest has 91. And we have 4 overs until tea. I don't think either of these, certainly not Deploy, but I'm not sure whether Guest will either, will get to their century before tea. Good point, Stephen, good point. 86 to Deploy, 91 to Guest. What their partnership's now worth 175. And the lead, is that 198? It will be, won't it? Yes, 198. Bit of a grip being taken here by Derbyshire. And I didn't think I'd be saying that at 36 for 4.
Can you do this over while I just do this update?
Of course I can.
Online.
It's all Travaskis rather begins a new over from the Finkel end. First ball is pushed out into the offside. I'll keep going until these two both get to 100.
So I've seen about it now and then.
So you have to tee. Next delivery, round the wicket he comes to the left-handed Lewis Deploy, just wristily plays that out towards the mid-wicket boundary where McAlinden does the fielding. Deploy moves to 87. The lead is 199. There was a whoop and a holler there, but I have no idea what it was for. I think after the next run is scored and the lead is 200, we can start to celebrate, possibly. And then again, possibly not. Fielder's just wandering aimlessly around at the moment. Michael Jones has gone into silly mid-on for the right-handed Brooke Guest, and he does the fielding as Guest defends it into the onside. And there's no run. Billy Godwin and Lewis Rees might have mistimed their walk. They're going to be the wrong side of the ground when it's teed. They're still at the far end. Travaskis bowls, it's pushed out into the offside. It's fielded by Alex Lees. An extra cover. 2 balls to go in the over. Travaskis bowls, he's lifted over the top and just over the fielder. Just over the fielder, Ben Rain at a deep-ish mid-on, and it's 4 runs. And just for a moment, when he leapt in the air and struck up a right hand, I thought it might be the end of Brooke Guest. It wasn't. And he's moved on to 95 now, and the lead has gone up to 203 with Derbyshire on 216 for 4. They're just trying to tell him where the ball is, and he says it's to the right, and he shouts back, "Your right or my right?" Brilliant from Ben Rain. Well, he's found it now. Your right or my right. Splendid. 1 ball to go in the over. Travaskis is in around the wicket, and he's using his feet, and this is, well, that's a flamingo shot from Brooke Guest. What on earth is he doing? He's on 95 at the end of the over. Deploys on 87. The partnership's 180. The lead's 203 because Derbyshire are 216 for 4. As we now move to within 3 overs of the tea interval. Sussex's lead is down to 200 against Leicestershire now. They're 388 for 4. Glamorgan lead by 335. They're 302 for 4 against Notts. And in the game that's going to finish fairly shortly, Worcestershire need a further 40. The target's 238. They're 198 for 3 at Merchant Taylors against Middlesex. That game at Scarborough, Yorkshire 5-2-1. Surrey 410 for 6. Lengthy discussion going on at the top of the bowlers run-up between Matt Salisbury and Scott Borthwick. Borthwick is now jogging his way down to take up his position in the slips. Essex have beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets.
Do you know when they say every day's a school day?
Mm.
I've just realised stupefying has an E in it.
Well, you carry on. I'm all right.
Yeah,
I'm all right. First delivery from Matt Salisbury. You can come back for the spinner next over when you've had a rest.
Did you know it had an E in it?
I don't think I've ever.
I always thought it was stupefying, but it's stupefying.
Okay. I don't think I've ever used it actually.
No.
216 for what were they at lunch? Well, they've added 113 in the afternoon session. I think that's pretty decent. Ball hasn't beaten the bat too many times. Salisbury bowls, and that one is driven by Leicester Ploy and stopped nicely by Salisbury, moving down to his left, got his left hand on it.
I mean, I would say I'm in a state of whelmment at the moment.
Are you?
Would you? Can you be whelmed? No, is it you can't be whelmed, can you?
You can't be whelmed.
No, we said that earlier.
Yeah, you can only be under or over.
Under or over.
Yeah. Slips coming out. So there'll be a silly mid on and a silly mid off, I fancy, here. If you can guide it down, believe it or not, but the third man area is vacant at the moment. As is the fine. Well, there's a long leg, but not a fine leg. So Leicester Ploy's on 87. And Salisbury around the wicket bowls to him, and he defends this to silly-ish mid-on, who is David Beddingham. So we've lost the silly mid-off. We're going to get 2 mid-wickets and a silly mid-on, or is he just having a chat? He's having a chat with Alex Lees now, for goodness sake. 216 for 4. Game grinds to a halt. Scott Borthwick jogs back across the pitch. You sent him out to Alex Lees' bowl.
He can bowl spin.
Hey, get a bit of Alex Lees' filth on then. Salisbury bowls, that's into the ground and punched back towards the bowler. Across comes Beddingham, and as a result neither of them actually get the ball. Beddingham nor Salisbury. And Billy Godleman and Lewis Rees are on a 3rd lap now. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
What's their look at their lap times on Strava and see how they're doing.
Very good. I'd say it's unusual to see first-class cricketers going on a lap, but there they go. Next delivery from Salisbury in and bowls to Deploy, pushes this out into the offside. He picks up a single and moves on to 88, and Derbyshire to 217 for 4. Good to see that Lewis Rees doesn't have any strapping on when he came out to warm up this morning. His left leg, I think it might have been his right leg, it was one of them, had some strapping on.
Are you going 50-50?
I phone a friend, but I ain't got any.
Time's tea, Dave. We're nearly there.
2 overs.
Oh,
after this delivery, there'll be 2 overs
said
till
this
tea.
would be a long session, 36 overs, didn't it?
Yeah, they've done well, to be fair, because it's only 4:15. This next delivery from Salisbury is defended by Brooke Guest out into the off side. It's the end of the over. 1 run from it. Deploy's got 88. Guest's got 95. I don't think he's going to go there with a 6, so I'm safe at the moment.
Tell you what,
it's 204.
The Ready to Go Cricket Forum yesterday on the Sunderland message board. Richard got a mention for his sterling work, putting all those stickers in the green stand.
Did he?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, he deserved it.
19 rows.
8 seats either side of the...
and 3 in the middle.
3 in the middle at the back.
What?
Nick
Maddinson. He's a spinner, isn't he?
No idea.
I think he's a spinner. There's a little bit of leg spin.
Has he got a white flag at all?
Slow left arm.
Oh yeah.
He's got a white flag.
Perhaps he's the carrier of the white flag.
First ball is out towards deep cover for 1 from Deploy. Oh, hang on, who's on what here? Guest on 95. You better.
You're not going to get there. You could get there with a 6, I suppose, against an occasional spinner. Okay. You relax.
Well, just gonna have some chocolate.
Have you got some?
Yeah.
Maddinson around the wicket bowls, a full toss to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out to cover. Takes a single, moves on to 96. Now we are in danger.
You'll want me back on now.
Over to you, mate. Over to you. Unless he hits an 11, we're safe for now.
Maddinson comes in and bowls. Played to long on for 1. How many wickets has he got? Have I even written wickets?
I'm back.
You're back.
Back in the game.
8 first-class wickets. Best bowling 2 for 10.
Oof. Golden arm. He's in around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Brook Guest. Oh, there was a bit of hesitation there, but they get through comfortably enough as Alex Lees gets to the ball and keeps hold of it. Guest moves on to 97.
Double 100 for Keaton Jennings at Southport, former Durham man. In comes the bowler. It's back to you now, mate. 1 run down to Travaskis at long on.
Soon it'll be me, and then it'll be me again. Guest on 97, and goes Maddinson, and it's turned into the leg side, and there is no run. It's the end of the over as well, which means it's my end, isn't it now? 2 centuries and 2 half centuries this season for Brook Guest. Was it 3 half centuries? I'm not sure. This one might not have been included in it. Where is he? There he is. It hadn't. Leas deploy. Gone past 500 runs for the season. Brook Guest has gone past 650. Last season, Derbyshire had 1 player get to 1,000. With May and Mountain on 875 and Annajdal on 500. They're in danger of, like most counties, I think, having multiple 1,000 runs in a season players. Deploys on strike, turns the first ball of the new Salisbury over, the last over before tea, incidentally, into the leg side, and there's no run. This is going to be the worst timed tea you can get, just before 4 o'clock. Barely time to do anything, and you've got to do an update, and you do an update, and you're back in action. Absolutely terrible. What are they thinking?
It's hard at the coal face, isn't it?
Isn't it? Salisbury's in and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Brook Guest. 4 balls to go. Guest on 97. Leads 209 now at 222 for 4.
Oh, I'm going to stand up.
Yeah, I've just leant on my arm funny. Dear. I'm old though, I've got an excuse. Salisbury around the wicket, bowls, and that one is just dabbed into the offside. Brook Guest sets off. There was never a run there. He's sent back by deploy. 3 dot balls and 3 to go until tea.
There's loads of camera cables down there. They've just left them after the game a few weeks ago.
They'll be using them again, won't they?
Yeah.
Windy.
Huh?
Clouds don't look particularly like anything at the moment. As it comes, Salisbury and bowls, and deploy pushes this out into the offside. Now this might be a couple of runs, it might even be 3, as the fielder out there, Travaskis, gets to the ball. Now they are going to come back for 3, and that means that for the final 2 balls of the session, as deploy moves on to 94, Brook Guest will be on 97. Ooh.
In the first innings, there were a couple of wickets right after lunch, and then nothing until way after tea.
Yeah, we didn't have the wickets after lunch today.
Yeah.
That's bucked the trend, hasn't it? Bucked that trend. Nothing to say that Durham can't do the same. 225 for 4. 2 balls until tea. Salisbury's in and bowls to Guest. He's not doing it. He's not going to play.
You've just misled the punters.
Why?
Because the end of that cloud there looks like Pluto the dog's head.
Oh my word, it does. Yeah, it looks like he's running really quickly, doesn't it? Because that could be his leg. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. There is a cloud that looks like something. It looks like Pluto. Hold on, Martin. There's one up there that looks like a cloud. Last ball before tea then. Salisbury is in, and it's defended out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and that is tea with Derbyshire on 225 for 4. Brooke Guest is on 97 and Leas Deploy is on 94. It means the lead is 212 and the partnership between these two currently stands at 189 runs as they extend their record 5th wicket stand for Derbyshire against Durham. Derbyshire's afternoon, I would suggest. What have they added there? They started on 103, so 222 runs. No, 222 would be very impressive. 122 runs this afternoon. Good session for Derbyshire, who have taken a bit of a grip on this game. The lead 212, as I say. Are we going to carry on? Are we going to stop?
No, come on, man. You're dragging it out, aren't you?
And we'll see you. We'll be back refreshed, having done our updates in about 20 minutes' time.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with my dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Yes, it's tea, and this game's following a similar pattern across the 3 days. Wickets in the morning, not much going on in the afternoon, and then once the new ball is introduced late in the day, wickets in the evening session. So Durham will be hoping that is the key again today, because they've not taken a wicket since before lunch, and the last man to go was Wayne Madsen in the 17th over LBW to Chris Rushworth for 9. That was this morning. Well, since then, a massive partnership has developed. A record 5th wicket stand for Derbyshire against Durham. It's currently at 189 runs. Brooke Guest has 94 of those. Leas Deploy 97. He got 122 not out in the first innings. They've been together for 338 balls, and they added 122 runs in the afternoon session. So Derbyshire at 225 for 4 in their second innings lead Durham by 212.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together. With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity,
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
See Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north, for everyone.
Welcome back to Chestnut Street. Umpires making their way out to the middle already. It seems like 5 minutes since they were last there. Those deploying Brooke Guest look pretty keen, but they're following cricketing etiquette and they're not walking onto the pitch before the fielding side does. And the fielding side at the moment is showing no signs of walking onto the pitch. So the two Derbyshire batsmen, Brooke Guest, who's on 97, and Lewis Deploy, who's on 94, are waiting by the boundary's edge for the Durham players to go onto the field. They do now, so Guest and Deploy follow them. Derbyshire will resume on 225 for 4. Just looking at the record stands for the season, the highest partnerships by wickets. Unsurprisingly, Shan Masood's involved in the top 4. And then the 166 from the first innings between Deploy and Dahl was the highest 6-wicket stand for Derbyshire this season, and the 189 not out is the highest 5th-wicket partnership for Derbyshire this season. Perhaps the most telling statistic is that apart from the 10th wicket, the next lowest partnership is 81 runs, and that's for the opening wicket between Shan Masood and Billy Goldman against Middlesex in the first game of the season down at Lord's. Make of that what you will. So, who's going to resume the bowling here? Looks like Liam Travaskis is going to get a go from the Finkel end. Martin's tripped his way back into the room. He looks happy. Enjoy your break, Martin.
I got a minute downstairs.
Did you? Yeah.
Didn't want any more than that.
Well, you can stiffen up, can't you?
Yeah. I just got down there to do a few stretches and then heard the bell going.
Staggering. Travaskis is going to be bowling to Lewis Deploy. He's on 94. I'll see you later. Deploy just pushes that out into the offside, takes a single to move to 95. We're underway in the evening session. 32 overs. The over rate is +1. I think that's what it says. It's the smallest number on the board. 225 for 4. The Derbyshire score moves on to. Does it move on to 225 now? Yes, 226. I thought I was wrong. Wrong on the first ball of the evening session. Second delivery from Travaskis. First to do Brooke Guest is defended back to the bowler by the Derbyshire wicketkeeper batsman. He's on 97 not out, Brooke Guest. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. I'm sure they'll have been told, reinforced, don't throw it away. As he pushes this one up to long on. There's a single there all day long. In off the boundary comes Bushnell, who's still on the field. That's definitely a number 20 on his back. And Guest moves to 98 now, 227 for 4. Travaskis around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Deploy. Full delivery, punched out into the offside. Good bit of fielding by the man at extra cover. He has a shot at the stumps, and it's a good bit of backing up by the bowler Travaskis to prevent the ball from racing away. Who is that man at cover? Turnaround, unless you can recognise him straight away. It's Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, fine piece of fielding. Travaskis bowls again. I didn't think he'd let go of that. And it's been pushed out towards the extra cover boundary. They've run one. They're going to come back for a second. Ball on its way back in, but they get home comfortably. And now deploys onto 97. And it's 229 for 4. And the race to 3 figures continues. No need to laugh, sir. Travaskis, final ball of his over. Deploy on 97. Travaskis is in, and Deploy cuts this one away. Doesn't get past the fielder at backward point, who just flings out his arm, his left arm, and brings it in. That's Jones, who doesn't have the fielding pads on anymore. So a dot ball to finish. And at the end of the first over of the evening session, Derbyshire 229 for 4, leading by 216. And this partnership moves up to 193. Somebody in an England top away to our right-hand side. He's here a few days early, but he's going to bag his seat. Scott Borthwick is going to bowl from the Lumley end. And he's going to bowl to Brooke Guest, who's on 98.
Already got the tweet ready.
Good man. That should do for them.
So in the match against Worcestershire, the last county championship match,
as Borthwick bowls, it's turned into the leg side by Guest, who picks up a single to move to 99.
For Durham, Rain and Coghlan got to centuries in the same over, and then in the next innings for Worcestershire, D'Oliveira and Barnard got centuries and over apart. And it looks like these two might get them in the same over as well.
Guest on 98, Deploy on 97. He's on strike. He's on 99 actually. Guessed it hasn't moved up on the scoreboard. Next delivery from Borthwick is guided down to third man. It's fairly vacant. There is a man racing in to occupy it, and they're going to come back for the second, and both batsmen are going to be on 99. Just need that scoreboard to catch up so I don't trip over myself here. What is it suddenly frozen? Oh dear.
Use the
there we go. Guest is on to 99, and well, it's the same. It's tied in with them.
Yeah.
Both batsmen on 99. Brooke Guest and Lears Deploy, who's on strike, and Deploy turns that ball into the leg side, and it's straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
I was going to look up batting records Derbyshire, a century in both innings, but Guest did it this year, didn't he, against Glamorgan? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. First wicketkeeper since 1896. Deploy turns this into the leg side, and there's his century. He punches the air. He's got a century in each innings, Lears Deploy. He moves to it with just a gentle single into the leg side. I reckon it's 159 balls. The scoreboard is frozen, but either way, it's a terrific effort from Lears Deploy, who's wearing the pale blue bandana for this special occasion. In Derbyshire, they move up to 233 for 4.
What a time for the scoring system to freeze.
Yeah, it's good effort that, and I think it's 159 balls, but I'll double check. I can tell you he's hit 11 fours. Brooke Guest on 99. Borthwick bowls to him, and he clips it into the leg side, and in successive deliveries, Derbyshire batsmen reach 3 figures. This time it's Brooke Guest. It's his third of the season. 2 in the game against Glamorgan, and 1 here at Chester Street. And let's not forget, when these two came together, Derbyshire were 36 for 4, and they're now 234 for 4. Guests a century coming off 216 deliveries with 13 fours. All that's a guess, by the way. I know they got him off successive deliveries, but it would have been nice if the scoreboard had been working. This one's turned into the leg side by Lears Deploy for a single. He moves on to 100. I've no idea.
He's telling you 216 balls for Guest.
Well, I know all that. I've got that. Now I want to know what the score is now, but I've no idea because the scoreboard.
232?
No, it's many more than that. 235 probably. Cricinfo still working, if nothing else is. Yeah, 235 for 4 at the end of the over. What a time to be alive. Travaskis begins a new over, despite what it says on the scoreboard. And the first delivery is through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Travaskis in. Played out into the covers. Rollo's tweeted, "What is going on
He's the king, isn't he?
What is going on in the afternoons that is causing this aimlessness every day?
The balls.
Are they having too much lunch?
Have you been listening? It's the balls."
He said, "I've given up and I'm watching the cycling instead," which was a thriller.
Blimey.
Big mountains in the Alps today.
I don't think this is that boring. Single for... are you carrying on or are you not bothering anymore?
That's the end of that.
That's no, it isn't the end of the over at all.
No, that was the end of the tweet.
Well, he's just scored a run. Out to the cover boundary.
200 runs up.
Well... pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. It's a 200 stand.
Yeah.
Absolutely remarkable.
This would be heading towards the highest partnership for any wicket, I would imagine, wouldn't it, against Durham? Travaskis in. This is played off towards the covers for 1 run. So the 200 stand, 354 balls.
300. Is it sure?
Yeah.
It's 353 balls, but I think you're fine.
Bowler in again, and this played to short mid-wicket. End of the over, no run there. 353 balls, wasn't it? I don't know.
I think so.
I just clicked on to see what the partnership was. It said 200, 354. But if you want the 3, I'll put the 3. I don't mind.
Well, I only think it's that because there was a dot ball after that when I looked at the... but it don't matter. It don't matter, does it, in the grand scheme of things? Derbyshire are well on top here. Scott Borthwick is going to continue. That one is clubbed into the leg side. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 by Brooke Guest. He's starting to open up here, is he? Who knows? 105 he moves on to. 241 for 4. This is the this is the 5th wicket, isn't it? Yeah. 272 is the highest stand.
Yeah.
Michael Divanutu and Hassan Adnan, who's currently on the umpires list. Back in 2005.
258 for the 7th. Dowman and Cork in 2000 in Derby. How was that game?
Still not the highest though, is it?
No.
That one's turned into the leg side. So this partnership's worth 205. The score is 241 for 4. I don't trust the scoreboard anymore, that's the problem. I've lost all confidence in it. Back into his crease goes Brooke Guest and pushes this ball out towards the cover boundary for a single. Guest will move to 106. The lead up to 229 with Derbyshire on 242 for 4. We don't want the scoreboard to freeze in 4 minutes time. That's when we're doing an update, and that would be really bad. It'll be all over the show. That one is played into the leg side by Leas Deploy. There is no run. Just make a note of that. Successive balls. Borthwick is turned into the leg side by Leas Deploy. No run. Leas Deploy 2 centuries this season, both in the last 3 days. Brooke Guest's 3rd of the season. Back into his crease goes Leas Deploy and plays it out into the cover region. They trot through for a single. Deploy moves on to 103. Derbyshire 243 for 4. That was the end of the over. Deploy has 103. Guest has 106. 230 the lead, 206 the partnership from 361 balls. It's all going on. And only 28 overs left today. It's a shame, Rex. I'm enjoying this.
Travaskis bowling, and this is played out through mid-wicket for 1 run by Deploy. Moves on to 104. Guest on 106. Leads 231. Approaching 4:30 and Radio Tees and Radio Derby updates. Travaskis left arm around to Guest, who defends.
What time's tees?
4:30. Well, it's about 25 to by the time.
Yeah, well, I should get back for that then.
Yeah.
Bit of luck. Fair wind. Yeah, it's a sports desk on Derby as well.
In comes Travaskis. This is played away back to the bowler by Guest. First pied wagtail of the afternoon is here. Did he spot one this morning?
That's the one that came for his lunch early. Yeah, there was one early doors.
Comes the bowler again. This is played away off towards the square leg boundary for 1. A few years ago here, Durham were trying to hang on for dear life in the championship match against Yorkshire. It was the last day and this thunderstorm was on the way, and they were bowled out just before the first lightning strike hit a pylon. But seconds before that, hundreds and hundreds of pied wagtails arrived on the ground. It got really dark and oppressively hot and sticky. Very, very humid. This is played towards short mid-wicket, and I hadn't seen anything like it. It was the noise. I thought, what's that noise? And I looked out and the field was like black, and I thought, what's going on here? And then suddenly they were all up and away, and then whoomph, the lightning came in. Torrential floods about 4 or 5 years ago. This is cut out towards the cover boundary for 1.
They know these wild animals, don't they?
Yeah. End of the over. I decided to get in the car and try and get away because I could see Armageddon was on the way, and it was the thunder was so loud you could actually hear it in the car while you were driving, and all the roads around here just flooded.
And Yorkshire won. There's no fun in that. No fun in that at all. Scott Borthwick to continue from the Lumley end. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Deploys on 105, and he pushes this up towards mid-off. Who is Chris Rushworth? He's a shot at the stumps. Deploy got through comfortably enough with the single, moved to 106, 247 for 4, partnership 211. Next delivery is eased out towards the cover boundary for a single. There is a man patrolling out there. It's Matt Salisbury. And Guest picks up a single to move to 108. 248 for 4. Deploy waits. Borthwick bowls to him and he gets it off an edge down to, yes, you guessed it, the vacant third man area. There is a fielder chasing after. I think that's Travaskis. It is. And he turns and throws. They come back for a third. And Deploy regains the lead. He moves on to 109. Derbyshire's 250's up. 251 for 4. The 250 coming up. 78.3 overs. 302 minutes. But that's almost immaterial. 251 for 4, lead up to 238. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. By my calculation at 252, no, ignore that, 252 for 4. Guest moves to join Deploy on 109. Deploys back on strike. And doesn't regain the lead because that's a dot ball as the ball squirts out into the offside just in front of square, and it's retrieved by the wicketkeeper Tom McIntosh. 6 off the over so far, last ball to come. Both batsmen on 109. Borthwick bowls and Deploy pushes that out into the offside. It's a dot ball to end, so both batsmen are on 109. The score is 252 for 4, and Derbyshire lead by 239. Well, would you believe it? I'll try and listen to my news and see if I can help you out here. I'm not sure I can do this. How am I going to do it?
It's alright,
put that one around there. We seem to be busy.
Well, I've got to abandon my tools now and dial into T's anyway, so I'm just updating the BBC live feed for on what has happened. Travaskis coming in the ball, left arm round. This is defended by Guest. Goes out onto the leg side, no run there. Next ball comes in, and once again it's just played back to the bowler. This is pushed away to the offside, no run there this time. Guest facing. In comes Travaskis again. And the ball once more finds its way back to the bowler from Guest's bat. Travaskis bowls. Once more it's played back to him. Another defensive shot, and he races through that over, and the new ball is now due. So a maiden for Travaskis there. So we'll probably see Rushworth coming back into the attack with rain. New ball is now due, 252 for 4. The lead's 239. 25 overs left today. Both batsmen on 109. Worcestershire have beaten Middlesex. Chris Rushworth back into the attack then. 239 the lead. You're thinking 212 the lead at tea if these two would have bat on into the afternoon and push on as the way they were, that could conceivably be a lead of well above 300 come the end of the day's play. Maybe 330, 340. Rushworth comes in and bowls with the new ball shining away in the sunshine there. Rushworth comes in once more and bowls, and it's played up to mid-off, no run there. Partnership 216 from 382 balls, I think it is. 383 balls. .25 overs left today. Rushworth round the wicket to Duploy. He pushes that out through the covers. Update coming for tees in about a minute's time.
So partnership up to 217 now, 110 to deploy. Back on strike is Brooke Guest. He's on 109, lead 240. As Rushworth is in and bowls, and that one gets a leading edge up to mid-off. And there is no run as it's fielded there by mid-off. I assume they took the new ball Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure, but they did.
252 for 4 new ball.
252. Thank you, Martin. He's off to do. Hmm?
It was after 80 overs.
Yes. Yes. I thought it was, but yeah.
Seen many long afternoons from a Durham point of view this season, and this.
And in comes Rushworth again and bowls, and oh, that goes past the inside edge, I think, of the bat of Brooke Guest. It just shows you, doesn't it? The new ball, the first 25, 30 overs.
Since then, a massive partnership has developed between Elias Deploy and Brooke Guest.
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't back against Chris Rushworth adding to his 10 wickets in the match so far. 7 in the first innings, 3 so far in the second. What an operator he is, and who knows how many wickets he's got. We struggle to work it out at lunchtime. He's in again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. The highest 5th wicket stand of the season in county cricket was 220 between David Beddingham and Ben Stokes for Durham against Worcestershire in May. People, certainly the Durham supporters, will clearly remember that.
That ended in a boring draw, that match.
This one won't.
Could do.
Could do. Yeah, that's the highest 5th wicket stand of the season so far. This is clearly Derbyshire's highest 5th wicket stand of the campaign. 2 days ago we saw the highest 6th wicket stand of the campaign.
There's nobody in the green stand anymore now. There's loads of them over there earlier. In the one row they could sit in. About 10 people, they've all gone.
There's a couple leaving there, they've had enough. Oh no, they're going to sit in the stand, are they? Go on, sit down.
They're having a look.
No.
Yeah, they're going past.
I think they've gone past.
Right, Matt Salisbury into the attack here, bowling to Deploy. Right arm round from the Finkel end. Ball fended off down into the ground, no run there. Durham have really got to use this new ball well to get themselves back into this game, because at the minute Derbyshire just dominant now, well and truly in control. And we still haven't had Anush Dal's 90, yeah.
Yeah. Had that on, lead of 330.
Chris Rushworth trying to throw away what looks like a handkerchief there. Or is it a sock?
Looks like a sock.
Bushnell on 12th man duty, picking up the sweaty sock. Where's that come from?
He's had a sock in his pocket. That's not right.
Salisbury in, ball played off towards point, quick single there for Deploy. Wonder what the highest 5th wicket stand against Durham is. Might be this now, mightn't it?
Could be.
There was one at Sussex a few years ago where Luke Wells got an absolute boatload of runs in 2017 on a hot day like this.
So many hot days like this, they all merge into one.
That was the 3rd wicket though. Oh, you're not going to beat this one.
Excellent.
Salisbury in, and that's gone through to the keeper. I think, yeah, it was an incredible game, this one. Johnny Bairstow and Tim Bresnan, 2015 here, 366.
Well, if they beat it, we're going to be here for a while.
Oh, yeah. Well, what happened in that game, that was another one where you're thinking Durham are going to be batting shortly. It was tea time, and Yorkshire were 191 for 6, and then those two came together. So this is defended off Salisbury, and Bairstow made 219 not out, Bresnan 169, and just absolutely took the game away from Durham. They were 557 for 6 declared, and Durham were then bowled out for 208 and 302. So they lost by an innings and 47 runs, and that really was one of those games where you just never saw it coming. In comes Salisbury, that's defended again. Ball rolls back up towards mid-off. I think both of them were dropped quite early in their innings as well, from memory. 22.5 on this third day here in Chesley Street. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Derby with you. Salisbury to Guest. Guest pulls the bat inside the line of the ball. It goes through to the keeper. I haven't looked, but I can imagine there'll be a few comments on the Durham Facebook page at the end of the day's play. You do have the usual keyboard warriors who are generally enraged about everything, but this season there's been quite a few of the more placid, considered people getting involved in debates.
I'll give them some ammunition in a minute. Get your pens out, everybody. Was it me?
Yeah.
Chris Rushworth begins a new over, and they've got 2 runs for it, which means that they've moved up to 220 with the partnership, and that equals the one between Beddingham and Stokes down at New Road in Worcester earlier this season. I didn't realise it was me. I'd got myself ready. Lewis Deploy, the 19th Derbyshire player to score 100 in each innings, the second one this season, of course, after Brooke Guest, and the first time a Derbyshire player has done it against Durham. That's the bit you need to write down for the...
Say that again, sorry?
The message boards later on. Well, you don't need to write it down.
No,
because,
but what was...
he's the 19th Derbyshire player to score 100 in each innings in a first-class match.
Right.
He's the first to score an innings in each match against Durham. That's the bit that the keyboard warriors will require later on as their ammunition, for further ammunition. So if you can't remember it, just look up David Griffin, photographer, on Twitter, and all the stats are on there that you can throw at people if you want to. These things happen, though, believe me. Rushworth on his way in to bowl to Deploy, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump, goes through to McIntosh. There's no run. Deploy's moved on to 113 with Guest on 109. Lead 243. They will probably have enough by the close if these two are still batting, but I somehow doubt that they'll declare overnight. Interesting to see. Always willing to lose a game to win a game was a phrase that had been used in the close season. Rushworth is in and bowled. That's way wide of the off stump, and Deploy has absolutely nothing to do with it. Quite right too. And for only the second time, 2 Derbyshire players have scored a century in each innings of a game in the same season. Obviously these two who are out there at the moment have done it this season, and Chris Rogers and Wayne Madsen both did it in 2010. It is relatively rare. And Deploy waits. Rushworth comes in and bowls to him, and that one is clipped for 4 out towards mid-wicket. Races away to the boundary and crosses it now. Deploy moves on to 117, 260 for 4 Derbyshire. Can't imagine that the Derbyshire bowlers are going to have it any easier than the Durham bowlers have had it today.
No,
that's the thing.
That's why I still think a draw could be quite likely.
You can't go on the boards tonight and slam whoever you're going to slam without seeing what happens tomorrow. Now, if tomorrow comes and they fall in a heap, different story. But
are you encouraging dissent tomorrow then, are you?
Well, I would wait till tomorrow before I jumped on the keyboard. That's all I'm saying. Just keep your powder dry. That one's defended by Deploy. Back to Rushworth. I'm not suggesting...
Just looking at some comments on the forum there, and it's a good point here. People talking about the wickets, and I mean, they relayed this whole square before last season, so it totally has changed in its nature. It's not the seeming, bonanza that it was for so many years. And it just seems to have bedded in and flattened now, so it's more sedate, really. I think a bit slower, and certainly the dry weather this year.
Well, what I would say, less ammunition coming up as this one is guided out into the offside and they go through for a quick single. They get there comfortably. Deploy moves to 118, Derbyshire to 261 for 4 at the end of the over. Guest has 109. Looking at the highest partnerships for each wicket this season, the highest first wicket partnership is Lees and Dixon against Sussex but that was down at Hove. Dixon and Beddingham against Leicestershire for the 4th wicket here. D'Oliveira and Barnard for Worcestershire against Durham for the 6th wicket was here. Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin for Durham against Worcestershire for the 8th wicket was here. So 3 of the highest partnerships have been scored. The county championship this year have been set at Chester Street, which suggests it's a ground that batsmen enjoy.
And it seems to flatten out as games go on. And I presume Durham have still got the heavy roller to use as well. Salisbury in to bowl round the wicket here from the Finkel end. But I
don't know how many times you're allowed to use it.
It gets used at the start of the match, and I think hasn't each team got?
They've got one use of it or one in each. I've never understood the rules.
I think they've got one use of it in each innings now, I think, haven't they?
Yeah, so they will be able to use it, won't they? Because Derbyshire didn't use it till this morning, I don't think. So they risked it last night.
Salisbury round the wicket he bowls. This has gone off towards mid-off. Thing is, I mean, the only team who do seem to be finding ways generally of bowling teams out have been Notts. Middlesex have won a few, and Glamorgan, but Notts 5 wins. Middlesex have lost this week, haven't they, to Worcestershire?
Have they lost now?
Yeah.
Not a surprise.
I mean, Durham drew with Glamorgan in Cardiff, and there was a lot of time lost in that match to the weather. Snowed and hailed first week of the season. Beat them quite comfortably here. That one's gone through for 4 through the covers. Although I say beat them quite comfortably, what happened with that game was the only way I could see that Durham would be in a position to win was if they batted all day on day 3 and gave themselves something to defend on day 4. And I was questioning, would they have enough time on day 4 to get the wickets, because at that point they hadn't bowled anybody out twice. And what happened was Durham actually collapsed on the 3rd afternoon, which brought Glamorgan in, and then they got among the wickets against Glamorgan and won it. But there was no sign midway through day 3 that anything like that was likely to happen. This is defended by Duploy. Plays it back to Salisbury, having played the last ball nicely through the covers for 4. Oh, Ever watch. Griff's used Ever. Griff says the 5th wicket partnership, currently worth 229, he wrote this a few moments ago, is the 3rd highest ever for Derbyshire, not just the 3rd highest. The 2 higher ones are 302 and 352. Salisbury comes in balls. I think there was more bat than pad there, and that's hurt the batsman. He's running off.
I think it's hit him in the Watsits there. Possibly. He gets hit there a lot. There's Deploys down on his haunches. So it would have been probably too high. Which is no consolation to Lear's Deploy, clearly.
I think he's also played it down onto his foot. It's gone down onto his foot after that. He also says this is the 3rd highest wicket, highest for any wicket against Durham, and the highest at Chesley Street.
Too many. All in one go there.
Well, the highest partnership for any wicket against Durham in Chesley Street. This is played away up towards mid-on. Now, the other thing is, you read all those stats and you think, wow, there's still only 265 on the board. So it just shows the situation when they came together.
Yeah, they were hopeless before
36
that.
36 for 4.
36 for 4. It was bordering on disaster. They've turned it round quite nicely, these two. But the lead's still only 252. They want to get it beyond 300 before the end of the day, and then ask Durham to score the highest total in the match in the 4th innings.
Is it I'm going to have to ask a question there.
What?
It's the highest for any wicket at Chester Street, right?
Yeah. Rushworth begins a new over. The first delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and there's no run.
The discussion going on here about how these wickets are seemingly robbing Durham of victories, but somebody pointing out that actually they feel these wickets have helped Durham save games they might have lost. So, 2 completely contrasting views there.
Guest waits, flexes the knees. Rushworth's on his way in now, and Guest will push this out into the offside, and it'll be picked up. by Maddinson, and there's no run. It was a bit trickier for the batsman as soon as the new ball has been taken, so the run rate will, well, I was going to say it'll slow down. It's actually moved above 3 overall.
John's emailed.
You're not happy?
He says, I'll be logging off soon and heading off tomorrow on the big Silver Bird for a break to the cooler climes of Mallorca.
This next delivery's pushed up towards mid-on by Brooke Guest.
Leaving sun-drenched and sultry Horwich to go to Mallorca. Hopefully I'll get to listen in the afternoon around the pool. Just wanted to thank you and Fletch for 3 great days of entertainment. And he says, if Fletch ever fancies a pint locally, I'm sure I can stump up for one. John says.
Well, be in touch, John.
And now you've mentioned beer, you've got his attention.
Rushworth on his way in again. Bowls, and that one is wide of the off stump through to the keeper. He's at it again. There have been 300s in the match for Derbyshire. It's only the 22nd time that Derbyshire have had 300s in the same first-class match, and of course the first against Durham. Griff's gone into overdrive upstairs. In comes Rushworth and bowls to Brooke Guest, who guides this out into the offside. Nice piece of fielding there. Both hands to it. Fielder at cover, who is Alex Lees. Is it Alex Lees or is it Mike? Is it Jones? It's Jones. Got both hands to it. He couldn't grab it in, so they did run through for a single. Guest moves to 110. 266 for 4.
When do we start the discussion about declarations and how much is going to be enough?
You can start the discussion about declarations, but you'd be talking to yourself, because I've got absolutely no idea. And they didn't. They're not particularly. Billy Godwin has not historically been particularly bold at declarations. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go into a long-winded discussion about when and if, because it's pointless. I think they've got enough now.
So
that one's tapped into the.
Generally been?
That's 10 to the leg side and deploy. Scampers through for a quick single to move to 123. 267 for 4 at the end of the over. 110 to Guest. The lead's 254. The partnership's 231. Well, they were sort of forced to declare overnight against Sussex when they hadn't enforced the follow-on, because they fell in a heap, very much like that game you were talking about earlier. They'd gone into bat after tea in the hope, I think, of getting 150 to 200 runs by going mad, and they fell in a heap and were 127 for 7 at the close. And would have been far worse had it not been for a half-century from Lewis Rees. Then it rained at the start of the 4th day, so they declared. They started half an hour late, 3/4 of an hour late, something like that. And Sussex actually got to their target, which was disastrous.
Salisbury bowls. It's left alone outside the off stump here by Duploy, but it angled quite a long way back after it had passed the target.
The most recent time they had a decision to make before that was last season against Worcestershire at home, when they didn't declare over at the end of day 3. They didn't declare overnight, and then they batted on. They had Worcestershire 8 down, but didn't get a new ball. So that they've not the track record.
I remember that one.
Track record, not great.
I'll not talk about it then. Salisbury bowls. Oh, I thought there was a little nibble there. That's done quite a bit as well, hasn't it? That's
off. Yeah, absolutely. Gone right down the leg side after it's gone past the stumps.
Deploy's looking to play at that outside off stump, and the keeper's taking it well down the leg side.
You were talking about Durham having to use the new ball wisely. That's certainly something that Derbyshire have A, got to do, and B, got to consider if they want to win the game, whether they'll get a second one before the end tomorrow night with 16 overs to go.
Yep.
Which is why this lead needs to get up to 300 as sharp as it can.
Salisbury bowls. Ooh. Pops out the keeper's gloves. Playing a miss from Duploy. Jabbed his bat down late on that one, and it wobbled on the keeper. Don't think there was a connection.
No, there'd have been hands on heads, wouldn't there, if it taken the edge? You'd have thought.
Fourth ball of the over coming up. short and it's bottom edge and it's dragged wide of the keeper down towards fine leg. Has it got the legs to go for 4? It has. It just clears the ropes. Lees couldn't get there in time. He had a long way to go. He was across it. Long leg. Just reminded myself, seen a tweet here, something we haven't finished watching yet. It was a very good series. Can't even remember what channel it was on now, about the Sex Pistols. Have you seen that one? Pistol?
No, that's not on Disney Plus.
Disney, that was what it was, wasn't it? Yeah. That's good.
I don't have Disney Plus.
Oh, with all the 473 different apps you just recently bought.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit Mickey Mouse to me, that. Salisbury balls, and this is played to short mid-wicket to McAlind, and no run there for Duploy. Lead is 258.
Danny Boyle, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I heard an interview in which they said, well, what they did was they got 4 people who looked like them and taught them how to play the instruments. They didn't teach them well because otherwise they would have been sounded too good. But but they taught them how to play the instruments. Yeah.
Well, one of the characters we'd been watching it, who plays the manager, is Salisbury balls. This is away down to fine leg. That's 4 more. Just drifted too far away then. Deploy helped it on its way. He moves on to 131. Score moves on to 275 for 4. The lead is 262. And the partnership is now 239. Yeah, the lad who plays their manager. Who was the manager again?
McLaren.
Wasn't it? Malcolm McLaren, yeah.
McLaren, yeah.
We're sitting watching it, and I was thinking I recognise him from somewhere, and then the penny dropped. My wife
Harry
remembered.
Potter.
Well, he might have been in Harry Potter. I haven't seen any of them, but my wife remembered he was in that film that's on every Christmas with Hugh Grant and all those. Love Actually.
Oh, okay.
He played a little kid in that.
Because he'd have to be ginger with curly hair.
Yeah, he
wouldn't
was.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they got the actors because they were lookalikes, or to it as close as they could. Rushworth begins a new over from the Lumley end, and the first delivery is defended out into the offside by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. Yeah, no, it did. When I've seen bits of it and stuff about it, it looks like it'd be really good, but I don't have it. I just don't have it, and I can't justify paying for Disney. If I had a little girl who liked the Frog Prince or whatever it's called, I might get it, but
yeah, well, I mean, I have 3 daughters and they watch a lot of it, so
yeah, well, Disney's brilliant, but not for me. This one is on the leg stump, and it's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. He picks up a single, moves on to 111, 276 for 4.
We went to this theme park in America, which was sort of based on that. I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah.
I have to say, the Magic Kingdom just wasn't for me. Epcot was good, but
I went to the one in Los Angeles many years ago, but
Universal Studios.
No,
Disney one.
The Disney one, yeah, the original one. That one is pushed out to the offside, backward of square by Les Deploy.
Is the one in Florida not the original one?
No, nor Paris. No,
I know Paris was.
Disneyland is in Los Angeles.
So does it have the Magic Castle as well there?
It had a roller coaster that was in the dark, I remember. No idea what it was called. I went on it. I was only 18, 19. Rushworth around the wicket to the left-handed Deploy, who pushes it straight back towards him, almost crashes into one of his ankles there, Chris Rushworth.
These two look like they could bat for the rest of the day, don't they? 18 and a half overs to go.
And most of tomorrow. You got the news yet?
Oh yeah, it's 5 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah. Is the news on? If your news is on, I'm going.
It is on, yeah. Warnings about drinking
stay hydrated.
in the warm weather. Stay hydrated. Water rather than beer. And then jumping into cold water shock. It's gone off towards square leg, but from Deploy off Rushworth for 1. Rushworth comes in and bowls to Guest. That's left alone outside the off stump. End of the over. 277 for 4. The lead is 264. Start of a new over from Salisbury. That one goes off down towards long leg from Duploy for 1. He moves on to 133. He's faced 203 balls now. Guest 111 from 247. Some latest scores just coming in as Salisbury bowls here in the leadership contest. And after the first round of votes, Jeremy Hunt and Nadeem Zahawi have been knocked out of the race to become the next PM. So that means Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, Penny Mordaunt, Kemi Badenoch, Tom Tugendhat and Suella Braverman are through to the next round. Just waiting now to do an update for our news as Salisbury bowls. That one spits up a little bit and then it bounces out the keeper's gloves. It took everybody by surprise. The batsman, the keeper, runs away down towards the far end of the ground for 2 byes. Duploy was on strike there and he looked like he was going to try and cut the ball, and then suddenly it was coming up round his nose and bounced out the keeper's glove. Rishi Sunak won the most votes, then Penny Mordaunt was second apparently. Salisbury then turns, 281 for 4, needs 268. Quick and push and run to Travaskis, left arm throw at the stumps at the batsman's end, the bowler's end should I say. He didn't hit the target. Going to do an update now, any second. What over are we in now? 88th over. 71 overs since there was a wicket. Was it the 17th over, wasn't it?
I didn't make a note. I didn't make a note of the time.
16.5 overs when the last week. Here we go, update. No ball. We're indoors, but it looks lovely out there, although we have had a cold breeze. And there's absolutely nothing doing for Durham with the ball this afternoon, even with a new ball. I make it 71 overs since they last took a wicket. And this partnership now from Lewis Duploy, who has 134 to add to his 122 not out in the first innings, and Brooke Guest, who has 112, is 248. They faced 427 balls together. Not just that, though, they've taken Derbyshire from 36 for 4 before lunch to 284 for 4 in a lead of 271, and I'm told this is the highest partnership by anybody on this ground, so not a good day from a Durham point of view. We've still got about an hour of play to go today as well before all of the fourth day tomorrow. 17 overs left in the day. Oh, there's an hand finally. Oh, yeah. This is defended. I've already read that out, the leadership contest. Sometimes when I hand back to Michael, I don't really think he knows how to react when he hears the bad news. So there's just a little pause there while he computes what's just been said.
He gathers his thoughts.
Yes.
The newsreaders are...
Oh, he's well up on his sport.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
He was one of our sports presenters at one time. There are a few of us from a sporting background who also do news. vice versa. First sort of first 10 years of my career was really news, and then I went into sport and then back into news.
What do you do now?
Clever. I see what you did there.
284 for 4. There's a discussion, of course, there is going on between Scott Borthwick and Chris Rushworth because they barely know each other. And we're just waiting for this over to start, really. He's bowled 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 36. He hasn't taken a wicket with the second new ball, though. Don't rule that out anytime soon. Deploy on strike. He's got 134. Rushworth bowls to him, and it's edged and caught. That's a terrific catch, low down by the wicketkeeper McIntosh. I said he hadn't taken a wicket with the new ball. Well, he has now, Chris Rushworth. It's his 4th of the match, and Laius Deploy's gone for 134.
He was just getting his eye in.
284 for 5 now, Derbyshire.
Tom McIntosh with a catch. That was almost as if you had a premonition there.
Wasn't it? It's just a
we
terrific...
both agreed just moments ago that these two could probably bat for the rest of the day and quite a sizable chunk of tomorrow.
It was almost a perfect bit of commentary until you said something. Laius deployed 206 balls, 15 fours, 134, century in each innings. Remarkable. And he was probably thinking, I bet Fletch is going to speak to me at the close of play. And I'm not. I'm going to speak to Brooke Guest. And the lead, incidentally, 271. And the partnership, oh, let's get them all in, 248.
Yeah. The highest partnership on this ground, apparently.
Really?
That's what...
For Derbyshire? Yeah, not the highest then. For any team.
No, I thought you meant the highest partnership for any team.
No, it can't be.
Well, that's why I read it 3 times.
No. Well, I read it a couple of times. He was talking about games here. I'll double check. I'll read it again. I'm going to read it again now. Once it gets there. But no, it can't be the highest partnership here. Surely to goodness. Well, let's have a look. Oh God, you've got to go back so far. Come on. There we go. Partnership records for Durham. There's partnerships for Durham. So they put on 248. Stoneman and Borthwick put on 274 here against Middlesex. There was 331 between Stokes and Benkenstein here. Benkenstein.
Yeah, well, I misread that then, didn't I?
Yeah, badly. Come on, Mike.
Or it was, no, well, perhaps it was badly written.
You're better than that. Most of his records refer
to Derbyshire.
To Derbyshire, yeah, because that's clearly his.
Hilton Cartwright's on a pair.
He is very much on a pair. Here's Chris Rushworth coming in the bowl to Cartwright, who gets bat on ball and turns it into the leg side. And he didn't get a run, but he'll feel slightly better about life. The record for any wicket against Durham here for Derbyshire. That's what I'm going to... If I can remember to say all that. It's a bit of a mouthful, really. Perhaps not bother. Just say they've all done very well. Tim Singleton has been in touch. That one is guided down to backward point by Cartwright. Fielded by his fellow Australian, Maddinson. Apologies for the late arrival today, sir, but I've been basking in the sunshine of Scarborough, one of my favourite towns. Great cricket ground and great bike racing too. Oliver's Mount.
Oh, yeah. Tour of Britain. Tour of Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's probably more like to be Oliver's Mount, though, isn't it? Because that'd be actually interesting. I imagine that's what Tim's on about. If you're not on about that, Tim, I don't want to know. Here's Rushworth bowling, and playing a miss outside the off stump. He went hard at that one. Did Cartwright. Slightly injudiciously. See, Rushworth, who's not picked up a wicket all day, is now on for a wicket maiden here. Or not picked up a wicket all day, that's nonsense. He picked one up this morning, not picked up a wicket with the new ball. And his economy rate, 1.7 runs per over. 284 for 5, Derbyshire. Cartwright concentrating hard. Rushworth's in and bowls to him, and he defends this one back to the bowler, and there's no run. Just looking down and seeing current partnership 0. It's very strange on the laptop. Definitely Oliver's Mount. Thank you, Tim. Well done. Is the correct answer.
So what we're saying is that partnership of 248 was Derbyshire's best for any wicket on this ground.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
I think we are.
Right.
I think I might try to say that later on, but I'm not sure. Rushworth bowls and it's defended into the ground and into the offside by Cartwright, and it is a wicket maiden for Rushworth. And now it's 11 wickets in the match, of course. 4 for 36 in this innings, 7 in the first, 1 for 12 in his current 5-over spell since the new ball was taken. Guest is 112 not out. Cartwright yet to get off the mark, and Derbyshire 284 for 5, leading by 271. Ben Rain. Live and breathe.
Tim's apologising for his late arrival. The look on your face there. He's been watching the cycling in Scarborough, apparently.
That's why I nodded off.
I think I went up there Oliver's Mount when I was a kid. It's quite a height up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does the racetrack sort of circle the hill?
Yeah. Doesn't go over the top, certainly.
No. Ben Rain, right arm over from the Finkel end. Played up to Travaskis. That mid-off, no run there. Used to go down there a lot when my dad sold teddy bears for a living. We used to supply all the bingo halls and the fairgrounds and everything. And I remember this one time we went into Scarborough Zoo. So must have been some stalls in there that gave teddy bears away as prizes. And we were walking along, and there was a group of women in front of us, very smartly dressed, WI visit or something like that. And they all started laughing at the monkeys swinging on the tyres. As Rain comes in and bowls, this is defended, and then one of the monkeys jumped down off its tyre, and my dad grabbed me and shouted, "Run!" And it bent down and just picked up a massive handful of muck from the bottom of the cage and hurled it at the bars, and it just exploded all over these women. You just hear these frantic screams as these women were trying to run away, and all the monkeys were laughing at them. So funny. It's lived with me for about 40 odd years now. Rainbows. This goes up to mid on.
I didn't expect to go there this afternoon.
No. But to this day I still can't understand how it dawned on me dad what was going to happen, because that would have been the last thing that would ever have entered my head.
Yeah, quick thinking. But about every zoo you've ever been to since.
I've never gone near the monkeys though.
Splendid.
We were up on the rock in Gibraltar, and you've got to have eyes in the back of your head there. Is it the rhesus monkeys up there?
Barbary apes?
Is it?
Not sure.
Turned away off down towards deep square leg for 2 by Guest. Have you ever been to Gibraltar?
No.
Oh,
it's abroad, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there was a cracking place actually.
Barbary macaques there.
Barbary macaques. It's fantastic because you go up the mountain. If you do a minibus tour, there's all these fantastic caves you can go and visit as well. Incredible things inside them.
Mainly monkeys, I would imagine.
Crystals and all kinds of stuff like that. Rain balls. This is played out through mid-wicket as well. 1 run. There's a big theatre inside one of the caves, and I was listening recently to an old episode of Mark Steele's in town, and he'd gone there, and It's great that if you want to listen to those, if you haven't heard them on
They are magnificent.
The BBC Sounds app.
He's got a very good podcast, but I can't say the name of it.
No, and I've lost it. I don't know where he seems to be putting it at the minute.
Yeah.
It was on Spotify, but
yeah, still there.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not showing up on my searches at the minute for some reason.
Very good.
Yeah. But his local knowledge, the research they put in for all the different places he goes to, is just so funny. Flicking off the legs here.
Ah, there we go.
By Hilton Cartwright, and 6th delivery is off the mark. His Derbyshire County Championship career is up and running for the West Australian.
Yeah, I like Mark Steele. The Andy Zaltzman, what's it called? The Bugle. That's good as well.
He has a podcast, does he? He's good when he hosts the news quiz.
Yeah.
The BBC Test Match Special Scorer. In fact, when I was down at London for the Lord's game a few weeks ago, Dan Norcross came and relieved me on the Saturday afternoon so I could go to Wembley. And then I got back at about 5:30 after the match to relieve him so he could go and see Andy Zaltzman on stage in the West End doing his one-man show.
Chris Rushworth in and bowls to Cartwright, who turns this into the leg side. No runs. It's fielded by Travaskis at mid-wicket. And he parried it, but no chance of a run there. I think it's called the Bugle. Off the top of my head. Very good. But just search Mark Steele. Here comes Rushworth again, bowls to Cartwright, who's going to get 4 runs, I fancy, as he just punches it off the back foot out towards the cover boundary, and he is going to get 4 runs. It was being chased down by Maddinson, but he was never going to get there, and he picks up his first boundary as a Derbyshire player. He moves on to 5. It's 292 for 5 now. Derbyshire closing in on Durham's first innings score of 296, having made 283 themselves, which rather seems to prove Martin's theory that these pitches flatten out as the games go on here at Chester Street this season. In comes Rushworth, and he jabs his bat down on this one. Cartwright pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Jones, and there's no run. As for the fact that, was it the 10th wicket stand, the highest 10th wicket stand of the season was here in the county championship this season. An 8th wicket, I beg your pardon, 213 between Ben Rain and Paul Coughlin.
Yeah, that was the last match,
yeah.
Yeah, they declared once they both got to their 100th in the same over.
Here comes Rushworth and bowls. Oh, it's beaten the edge of Cartwright's bat. Cartwright looks at Rushworth, then looks at the wicketkeeper and sets off to do a bit of gardening. 292 for 5 it remains.
I think that was about 72 wickets between 72 overs between wickets there.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
You were talking about going home to the hotel and getting your gear and going home, weren't you?
I was in 2 minds whether to bring it or not today, I must admit. Yeah. I've been doing Derbyshire a long time. This next one is pulled violently by Cartwright into the leg side for 4 runs. Well, he got onto that quite quickly.
Oh, that's going to dent the ball.
Yeah, we'll need the new ball will need changing. How many overs? It's only 11 overs old now.
That's about right.
Cartwright moves on to 9, and Derbyshire to 296 for 5. Yeah, there is. So what? That was. What was it when the wicket fell deployed? Oh, it didn't say. That's useless.
It was 88.1 overs, wasn't it? And the wicket before that, 16.5.
That's a lot of cricket.
It's a lot of ballage.
It is. Well, it was at least 3 ballages. Infuriatingly. This one doesn't seem to have been knocked out of shape by that violent pull shot from Hilton Cartwright. Here comes Rushworth again and beats him on the inside edge in between bat and pad. Ball is claimed by wicketkeeper McIntosh. It's the end of the over. 296 for 5 at the end of it. 283 is the lead. Cartwright has 9. Guest has 115. What do you think they'll declare at, mate?
Well, what's this lead? 283. They're going to need to be about 340 ahead, aren't they?
Yeah. They're not going to get there. You wouldn't have thought they'd get there.
Cartwright's shown a bit of intention.
Well, yes, he has. And he may well have got a message out there with him to...
give it some Clapey.
All right. Done what?
Clapey.
Yeah. Spelt?
C-L-A-Y-P-E-E.
2 E's. Okay, I like that.
Or the shortened version's Clape. Rain in. This is played off behind point for 1. Is it going to be 2? 1 run.
So what the message has been is I'll take a single off the first ball of any over that I'm facing, Brooke Guest, and then you can just smash the ball to all parts if you fancy it, and you've got licence to score quickly, because of course we've still got Anuj Dal to come, and he's going to get 90.
Bernard's back on with a...
He's got a bomb mo.
He says, I'm not telling you the lottery numbers tonight, but at some stage Derbyshire will set up a run chase, and unless tomorrow goes pear-shaped at 16:50 hours, they will draw. A draw will be agreed. They can't. They'll not be able to. It's gone down the leg side this time, because Durham will be in the 4th innings of the game, so they would have to shake hands at 5 o'clock rather than 10 to 5.
I agree that they probably, with an hour to go, they'd probably, if they were 5 down, I don't think they'd shake hands. Anything less than that, and they probably would. That would be my guess.
There's been quite a few early shakes this year.
And some late finishes.
Rain bowls. This is defended.
Drew's been back. He said, just wondering how many of Rushworth's first-class wickets have been against Derbyshire. Reckon it's a high percentage. Doubt you'll know, but expect you might know someone who does.
I can find that out.
Can
for
you?
Aye. Dead easy.
Here we go. I want it as a percentage.
A percentage?
That's what he said, a percentage. What percentage?
Well, how many first-class wickets has Rushworth got now, then?
Well, a lot.
Well,
I don't
tell
know.
me.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry. He's got 597. That ball's clipped into the leg side by Hilton Cartwright. Now towards the square leg boundary, they'll come back for the second run, and Cartwright will move into double figures. He's on 11. The 300, no it isn't, 299 for 5. Yeah, first class wickets for Chris Rushworth is 597.
597.
So you can take 5 off that, okay? For the MCC.
Oh yeah, right.
But I'm not getting into the whole how many wickets he's got.
592. Right, okay.
Next delivery's pushed off the back foot out into the covers this time, and he's going to get through for a single. There was a sort of... Oh, they're going to come back for a second as well. That's good running. There was a half stop there by Maddinson, but unfortunately he parried it away from his body, and eventually it had to be collected by McAlinden, and the 300 is up for Derbyshire. 91 overs and 5 balls. Another 300 runs for Derbyshire.
Right.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
What? That's a lot.
How many? Well, that's what they're saying. They think it'd be quite high.
Wow.
50%. Ben Rain is in and bowls and that back into his crease. Goes Hilton Cartwright, defends the final ball of the over. 301 for 5 it is. 13 to Cartwright, 116 to Guest, the lead 288. Martin's doing a calculation on his telephonic device now, listeners.
%11.1% of his wickets.
11.1% of his wickets. There you go, Drew. 11.1%.
He's taken 66 wickets against Derbyshire.
Yeah, too many really. That's just in this match. Do they include? Does that number include?
Deploys the last one on there for 134.
Okay, well,
I think that might have been today.
That was, in fact, today. discussion going on at the stop talking and get bowling. Matt Salisbury's coming on from the Lumley end. That's why there's a bit of a discussion. Too much of a discussion for me, in all honesty. Hilton Cartwright's first class average is 35. 66th game. There's 3,600 first class runs. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. On 13. Guest on 116. Guest is ready. Salisbury's ready, and he bowls to Guest, who defends it back to him, and they can do it all again. 301 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 446 against Notts. They're 413 for 5. That is quite remarkable. And Leicestershire are 493 for 4, and only trail Sussex by 95 at Hove. They're in their first innings, of course. So I think there'll be a draw in that one. In comes Salisbury and bowls, and it's defended by Guest. Out into the offside, picked up by Salisbury, no run. Middlesex have already lost in this round of matches, which is tightening things up at the top.
I'm going to use a canal analogy for you.
Excellent.
So watching these county championship matches this season, it's like being on a canal holiday on the Grand Union Canal in the Midlands.
Salisbury bowls, Guest defends, Salisbury fields.
So there's long stretches where nothing happens. You're in the middle of the wilderness, nothing really to see.
It's like wilderness of the second division.
Yeah. But then you know you're coming up to a set of locks and there's going to be some action.
Yeah.
But you have to go through all those long bits where there's nothing going on to get to the bits that are interesting. And then before you know it, you're back on a long stretch between the locks again.
We'll see that on the BBC Sport website later on this evening. As this next delivery strikes the pad of Brooke Guest, and he's walking. Leg before wicket, Guest goes. 2 wickets with the new ball within 12 and a half overs of the new ball being taken. Matt Salisbury gets his man, and both of the batsmen who've been batting for most of the day have gone. Brooke Guest goes for 116 off 261 balls. He hit 14 fours in that century. And Derbyshire are, oh no, it's gone, 301 for 6. What was it, 288?
Yeah.
Not enough. Not enough.
So what was that? 17 partnership.
Hardly worth worrying about. And here comes the 90 man. It's Anuj Dal. He does a little punch at the gloves with Brooke Guest as he leaves. And they've come out to join Hilton Cartwright just before I go off to update the listeners on BBC Radio Derby.
This is the bit where we now say, of course, it might be taken out of their hands. Declaration.
Well, I'm rather hoping it is, if I'm honest.
I used the canal analogy. It's quite hard to say that.
Canal.
I could equally have just said the bit where you drive up the M1
Just call
past Daventry.
Just call it a canalogy.
A canalogy, that's a good one. Yeah. You know that bit on the M1 where every bridge looks the same and you feel like you're never getting anywhere?
Every bit of every motorway looks the same to me. Hate motorways. Not bad for fuel consumption though.
Yeah.
Much better than the A roads and the B roads. Do you have teas at R5?
I do actually. I better sort of show interest in dialing.
Show some interest in that while I go and talk to the people on BBC Radio Derby.
At least there's something to talk about in these upcoming reports. First ball Faced by Anuj Dal. It's gone off towards the leg side. 1 run. Salisbury in, and Cartwright plays this to short mid-wicket, no run there. Applause for the bowler with a wicket in that over, 1 run from it as well. Chris Rushworth says he's got, Matthew Cleave says he's got Chris Rushworth in his fantasy team. He said, I've had him in my fantasy team all season. I gave him 1 more game. I'm glad I did. And he took 7 for 44 in the first innings. And in this innings, he has first ball from Rain coming in. Gone through to the keeper. What did he got? Reese for 12, so what's he got? He's got 4 for 44 in this innings. So 11 for 88 at the moment. Rain turns. Top ball, first ball. Dow on strike as Rain bowls. Dow forward to that one, plays it out into the covers. No run. It's a bright pink van parked just at the edge of the side screen on the far end of the ground. Looks like a sort of road worker's van or a builder's van. Rain comes in and bowls. Ball played up to Salisbury at mid-on, no run there. .302 for 6, lead is 289. Drifted one way then the other this game, like a game of chess. Durham on top, Derbyshire on top, Durham on top, Derbyshire on top. In comes Rain, he bowls. This is played up towards mid-on, no run there. In comes Rain. Dahl plays that ball back along the track to the bowler. Dave just announcing that Durham's highest run chase against Derbyshire was 284 at Chesterfield when they won in 2017, I think it was. Already the lead's 289, but different kettle of fish here on this track. End of the over. And it's a maiden from Rain. Update coming soon for BBC Radio Tees. Just dipping off to Scarborough first to find out what's going on there between Yorkshire and Surrey. Surrey 514 for 9. Yorkshire made 521. You'd think a draw might be on the cards there. Salisbury starts a new over, bowling here to Hilton Cartwright. No balls? What's... Umpires saying something to each other, but it looked like for a second Neil Mallender was signalling a no ball, but then he was tapping on his shoulder and pointing to Ian Blackwell, who seems to be in deep discussion with one of the Durham fielders. Alex Lees at square leg. Salisbury comes in again. Well, it was a long afternoon from a Durham point of view. Having got the wicket of Wayne Madsen this morning, LBW to Chris Rushworth for 9. It was then another 72 overs before the next one fell. That's because Leos Duploy and Brooke Guest put on a partnership of 248 for the 5th wicket. Duploy having got 122, not out in the first innings, eventually out for 134 when the new ball was introduced, caught behind for off the bowling of Chris Rushworth to give Rushworth his 11th wicket in this game. Their partnership then 248 for the 5th wicket, Derbyshire's highest partnership on this ground for any wicket, and indeed their best for the 5th against Durham in a head-to-head as well. Guest eventually fell for 116 a few moments ago, LBW to Matt Salisbury. But in the bigger scheme of things, Derbyshire having been 36 for 4 this morning and now 303 for 6. Their lead is 290. It's already more than Durham have successfully chased against them in the past, but it's quite a flat track. It's not really offering much to the bowlers again, and it could be that we see another long day tomorrow and a draw, but still 10 overs to go this evening. Report done for tees. Dave's back.
Sorry mate, that bottle of water's gone straight through me.
Is it? Better dry the seat off then.
Yeah. I would have had to have done. Different complexion this game now.
This is played by Dahl to point. No run.
Did you catch that one that I trotted out at? I successful run chase that game at Chesterfield that we did in 2007.
That was wasn't that Coughlin and Ryan Pringle smacked it around, right?
Coughlin.
They did well because not long after that match finished that day, this thunderstorm came in. As Salisbury comes in and bowls.
They follow you around, thunderstorms, don't they?
Well, that had been a really nice week, hadn't it? And then there was this thunderstorm was building up. You could just see what was happening in the distance, and they just got the match finished. And I remember I was with my pal Gary, and just as we were on the road out of Chesterfield, the heavens opened, and not long after that, the motorway came to a complete standstill because it was flooded.
Somebody's just tweeted me and just put the words "commentators curse, oh dear." No such thing, of course.
No.
It's a little nonsense.
Yeah. It stands to reason that you may commentate on a wicket because that is what you're doing.
That's pretty much going to happen at some point, isn't it? What I will say is that at 4:30 I said to the presenter that the new ball would be crucial, and they picked up the 2 wickets of the set batsman, which proves the point beautifully. Ben Rain to continue then from
insight you have.
Finkel End. Yeah, it's all my own work. Deep in conversation with Liam Travaskis, just waiting for McIntosh to don his fielding helmet so he can come and stand up to the stumps to try and keep Hilton Cartwright in his ground. He's on 13. Derbyshire 303 for 6. And in goes Rain, and that was turned into the leg side. Straight to the fielder Alex Lees at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the lead's 290. And Derbyshire may or may not have a decision at some point in the next few hours. I don't think it'll be tonight. 9 overs and 5 balls left in the day's play. Early finish. on the one night that it makes no difference to me because there's a pre-recorded programme between 6 and 7 as that one is pushed up by Cartwright up to Travaskis at mid-off. Salisbury wipes the sweat from his brow to polish this new-ish ball, 15 overs old. In fact, it's just becoming old enough to be ready to be changed. 15 overs in. It's been hit hard a couple of times by Hilton Cartwright, who's on strike now, and he defends this one out into the leg side. I wonder what the discussions are in the Derbyshire change room, how many they will need. They clearly don't. They look like they don't want to fall in a big heap here, so that would suggest that they haven't got enough as yet. An email that's got so many different symbols on it, it looks like it might be a scam. Here goes Rain in and bowls to Cartwright, who squirts this one into the leg side, where Alex Lees does the fielding once more. Glamorgan have declared, or to be in a position to declare against Nottinghamshire. That would be wonderful. They lead by 454. So if Notts get those, they deserve it. I'll say that begrudgingly, obviously. But their target is 455. The wicketkeeper McIntosh is going back now. Nepal have, as we expected, beaten Scotland by 5 wickets. So not a good day for Mark Watt and the rest of the Scottish boys. Up there in Glasgow. As Rain is in and bowls, that one is defended out into the leg side by Hilton Cartwright. And there's Noran Callum MacLeod, formerly of Derbyshire, of course, one of 4 T20 Centurions, made 13 in that. Safian Sharif 16. And then when it came to bowling, Sharif 0 for 28, Mark Watt 0 for 15 in 3 overs, and the game was won by Nepal with 149 balls remaining. So it's been a good couple of days for the home nations in ODI cricket. Rain on his way in again, bowls, and that is driven out into the offside this time. McAlinden does the fielding, just going down to his right. Maiden over from Ben Rain, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 33. His figures. Cartwright remains on 13. Anuj Dal is in the early stages of his innings. He's on 1. And Derbyshire are 303 for 6, leading by 290.
Bit of cloud cover just drifting in, leaving us a bit of watery sunshine. How many overs left in the day? 9. Just over half an hour. Time's it now? 1:45. Whoa, no. I'm not going to be finished before 6:30, surely not.
Yeah, I think we are.
I feel a bit dizzy, might faint. Nosebleed territory. Salisbury into Dahl. That one stays quite low on Dahl. He keeps it away though, around about the off stump, lower part of the bat. Plays it to 2 point.
The more that stay low, the better. From here on in.
Barry Waller says Derbyshire have a handy lead, do they not? 290. Salisbury in. Dahl plays this one to the cover area, no run there. Derek says Ellie has got Rushworth in her test match team in the game they're playing on their table at home. So you can add a couple more wickets to that.
Well, he'd probably claim them, wouldn't he? Yeah. Wouldn't be a stat, of course.
Salisbury from the Lumley end. Dahl plays the ball on the leg side this time to Travaskis at mid-wicket. I don't think that you can dismiss the statistic that Rushworth had got 1,000 wickets for the teams he played for Durham. So the academy, the seconds and the firsts. I think that's quite a nice milestone.
It's absolute nonsense.
Of course it's not. And in 2 spells as well, because he was released by Durham and he went off and played local league cricket for 3 or 4 years. In comes Lee Bowler, and that's gone off towards mid-wicket. Dial forward to it. Went on stage at the end of season dinner last year, so Rushy could get a lifetime achievement award because he's broken quite a lot of records. He's got the most wickets for a Durham player in first class cricket and whatnot, and it was rather an emotional evening because his father Joe was called onto the stage to present it to him.
Did he have the dog with him?
He didn't on that occasion. Couldn't find a dinner suit for the dog. Oh, that's worth a shout. Just perhaps slightly outside the line of off stump. Oh, Salisbury can't believe that Neil Mallender hasn't given that, and all the Durham players had stopped. They were more or less celebrating while appealing, and the ball ran away for leg byes. Did it? Oh no, he hasn't signalled.
Yeah, he hasn't signalled anything, which is why he's not giving it out, presumably. But it looked close, didn't it?
He obviously thinks that's come off the bat. Then it went down to third man. The keeper had to chase it in the end. There was a hell of a thud of pads there, wasn't there?
It certainly was. Keep your eye on the ball though. Play to the whistle. Durham's players guilty of not doing that there. Been a long day though.
Salisbury in again. And defended on off stump.
You might need to get binoculars out in a minute. I'll ask you what that pink van is down there. Look at that.
Yeah, I've mentioned it. It's some kind of builder's van. That was a Maiden, was it? No, it wasn't a Maiden, was it?
No.
It's got some on it. Yeah, I can't see what's written on it. It's got Zoom something on it, but it's bright pink. It's just got Zoom written on it with 2 Z's, but it looks like a builder's van. There's a brush in there. They sometimes have an upturned brush in a pole on the back of the van.
For no apparent reason. I think
maybe those brushes come with the van.
I think it's a sign for something, isn't it? No tools left in the van. Brush in the Ben Rain's going to continue. 4 more overs from each end. So that's approximately 8 left in the day. 20 past 6 finish there or thereabouts, I would have thought. Certainly 6:15 at the earliest, unless we see some spin. Hilton Cartwright on strike as Rain bowls. Somebody clips it into the leg side. And there's no run because the man who was just hiding behind the window frame, Jones.
It's a full fibre something or other.
They're off anyway, whatever they're doing. They're not. They're sort of loitering in that car park near the rock and roll circus.
Joe reckons Derbyshire are playing for a draw here and have been very negative.
Joe who?
He's just texted me.
That one is defended up to mid-up. Well, they certainly haven't got enough runs to declare yet at 292 in a day.
There's a couple of wheelbarrows in the back as well.
292 in a day is more than easily achievable.
Mark says Zoom's a broadband company yet. I hadn't heard of them until I saw their van.
No,
other broadband companies are available.
Yeah, I've got one at home. Not a company. Obviously, that'd be ludicrous. Goes Ben Rain, bowls to Cartwright, who pushes this up to mid-off. It's fielded by Travaskis. And there's no run.
If Nick Webb, the Glamorgan commentator, had invented the World Wide Web, would he have called it the Web or just the Web? Because his web's 2 B's, isn't it? Whereas the Wild Web's 1 B.
The World Web.
Yeah.
The WW, as we call it. Is, what are you talking about? Rain bowling to Cartwright.
You mentioned him earlier today, didn't you?
Yeah.
In fact, thinking about it, he could have called it the World Wide Web with his surname as the Web.
Yeah.
And then shortened it to WWW, but that would never catch on, would it?
One of the slips is coming out in a very negative move by Durham. Absolute nonsense.
He's not coming for a chat.
No, he's going in at silly mid on. He's betting
wearing 9 different caps by the looks of it.
He's got a cap on top of his white hat, floppy sun hat. In goes Ben Rain and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Cartwright. No run. Hat comes off. Michael Jones. But perhaps if Durham's bowlers tried a bit harder and got Derbyshire out, they might win the game. I suppose that would be my answer to any criticism of Derbyshire being negative.
I'm doing my 6 o'clock at 5 to 6.
Of course you are. I'm not doing a 6 o'clock. And goes Rain and bowls. Cartwright eases it out into the offside. Straight to McAlinden. And it's the end of the over. Oh, look, it's another maiden. Yeah, well done, everybody. It's 21 overs, 8 maidens. 0 for 33 now for Ben Rain. 305 for 6. There's the...
They're talking about Storm Arwen in the evening news show. Did that impact much where you lived or not? It was chaos around here.
No, not in Bolton.
Loads of gable ends of houses came down. Thousands were without power for about a fortnight across Durham and Northumberland.
Yeah, poor infrastructure in the northeast, though, isn't there?
Yeah. Salisbury coming into ball to Dahl from the Lumley end. That's turned down towards fine leg for 2 runs. Throw was way over the keeper's head from McAlinden. He is at full stretch and can only get one hand on it.
I'm not sure that would have been 2 to anybody else but Anuj Dahl.
In comes Salisbury. Dahl drives it back at him and hits Salisbury's instep with his right foot and ricochets off towards mid-off. No run there. Who are not playing? The 2 for 1. Hamid's gone in the second over.
Glamorgan. They've been set 450 to win.
.455 they need. In comes the bowler, defended by Dahl.
Must be getting cold out there. Oh no, he's telling McAlinden to warm up. I thought he was asking for a sweater there for a moment.
Yeah.
Both, but he's asking McAlinden to warm up.
Give your shoulders a roll. 6.5 overs left tonight. Salisbury to Dahl, drives that one and bounces awkwardly, but it's a good stop by Rain at mid-off, because that ricochet sort of took a divot, didn't it, or something, as it was just leaving the square and nearly wrong-footed him there.
So what happens at 6 o'clock then?
Yeah, hang on. In comes Salisbury. This is turned off to square leg. At the moment, we've got a half-hour news programme from 5:30 till 6 called Today's Northeast. Then at 6 there's a 2-minute news bulletin, and then it's into a music show. But during the football season, it goes into our football phone-in, which is on each night. Total Sport.
Right. I'm with you.
Coming to me in 30 seconds.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like living on the edge.
Or living on a prayer.
You're halfway there.
Yeah. Oh, last ball of the over, and that is defended, played towards point. Right, 6 overs to go tonight.
Yep.
So what's that, 15, 20 minutes? 25 minutes?
Yeah.
Not 25 minutes. 20 minutes-ish.
Should be 20.
Here's the update. Well, Derbyshire 307 for 6 in their second innings. They were this morning 36 for 4 and only 23 behind, but then the next wicket didn't fall for another 72 overs. That was after a partnership of 248 for the fifth wicket from Lewis Deploy and Brooke Guest. Deploy got it 122 not out in the first innings, made 134 today, and Guest eventually finished on 116. Hilton Cartwright's out there now on 13, Anush Dal at the other end on 5, but this lead has now gone up to 294, and Durham haven't chased anything as high as that before in a championship match against Derbyshire. So they've got themselves into a really good position here, Derbyshire, going into day 4 tomorrow.
First ball of the Ben Rain over was clipped down into the leg side, backward of square for a single by Hilton Cartwright. He moves on to 14 and Derbyshire to 308 for 6. I think at this rate they'll come out and bat some more tomorrow.
Possibly.
I'd be surprised if they didn't. Pleasantly surprised, but I'd be surprised.
I think the highest run chase on this ground is something like 327, which was Yorkshire.
Rains in again, balls to Dahl, who pushes it out into the offside. Linden will do the fielding at cover.
It was an inspired innings from Joe Root, who made 196 before. I think he was eventually out in the last over. And he should have been out 2 or 3 times in the innings, though. He was definitely run out, and the umpire got in the wrong position and couldn't see it. Gloved one.